Hello. Yes, Christmas stream. It will be the last one of the year because I'm heading up to stay with the family over Christmas. Tomorrow. We'll give it a couple minutes and then we'll pop in game. Well, I'm already in game, but you know what I mean. Hello. Give me a second. I'm gonna go turn the aircon on because it is already way too warm in here. Did you see the TARP mod video? Is there a new one? I saw one maybe a month or two ago, which looked pretty impressive. Oh my god, really? They made the view go?
Yes.
Hey, cheers to the sub there, Garfield. Good to see you. Dude, that's wild. I'll have to check it out after the stream, that rules. Give me a sec, I'm gonna go turn the aircon on. Hey man, a start's a start. Okay, Daffy Duff. Hop down. There you go. I had a whole laundry list of things I wanted to do over the break. Fix the installs of various games, stream a couple ones I haven't streamed before maybe, but unfortunately I'm not going to have time, because it turns out I only had like 2.5 weeks off anyway, so I'm going to spend about 2 of that up at the farm, so maybe next time, I don't know. I did update DCS before the stream, so we might give that a go later today. We'll see how it is. Been playing a bit of nuclear option off stream as well. A turboprop A10 oid has been added, and as much as I want to hate it on principle because it's an A10 oid, I have kind of been having fun with it. What I might do as well, coming into the new year, if I've got the cash to do it, which is going to be a bit tight, I might upgrade my storage a little so I can finally get back into Mizfiz. Because I can't even update the game at the moment, I don't have enough space. I am once again running out of storage on almost every drive. It's very funny. Hello. Hopefully you should see a game window in just a moment. Hopefully. There we go. So we're playing something a little different. We're going to do some Grey Zone, because I've been binging really hard on this game recently. We're just going to let this song play out, and then we're going to turn the music off, because I do not want to get ambushed by not hearing what's going on around me. Can you sit still, please? Daphne's new thing is sitting on my desk, usually right in front of the keyboard, in the most inconvenient spot possible, so... Okay, there we go. We'll cut music for now, and let's get in game. I am rolling a very old school loadout. There's no, like, M16A1 furniture, so I can't build an actual M16A1, but I've got, you know, as close as I could to a Vietnam era Colt carbine. I'm running generally iron sights. Some guy bailed me out the other day and just tossed me this absolute space gun AR, and I could see why he was tearing through the enemies so quickly. It had so many attachments and bullshit hanging off. It had one of those variable power short dot scopes. It's like 3 to 9 power or something, 3 to 6 power. Oh, actually no, it was like 1 to 6 power variable, and it was suppressed, and it had like so many ergonomic attachments on it. Like, you could just hold left mouse and it would just be dead flat. It would stay dead flat. It wouldn't kick back at all. So I borrowed that briefly, but I ended up just breaking it down for parts and selling it. Took the 16-inch barrel off it and sold the rest, because ultimately I have an aesthetic I like, and you're seeing it mostly. I want to get a different backpack. And I'm working towards unlocking this, the M64 Vietnam era US Army blouse. I think there's probably going to be a wipe before I get it, because there's a wipe coming up next month or maybe early February. But oh look, my dude's hair's going because I'm standing near a helicopter. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I want to get that so I can rock that in either the BDU or like the M81 Woodland or the olive green BDU trousers. While everyone else is running around looking like turbo operators with their fucking multicam and their fast helmets and shit, I'm just going to be running around looking like I've come through a time portal from the 60s. Just how we do it around here. I need to get around the back of Midnight Sapphire. So this bridge here is crawling with Le Mans Army guys, and they're actually kind of difficult to deal with, especially if I'm not carrying a scoped rifle. This employee housing kind of village, built outside the walls of the golf course, is also crawling with the army, but it's a bit more close quarters, so it's not as terrible. But what I need to do is actually get around the back of it. Now, I'm not sure... Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, the road runs all the way around. Okay, so it's a ring road. So I can just follow the road up around this side of it. And then hopefully through the jungle to the waterfall. I did have... was a Remington 700, I think. Which was quite Gucci as a scoped rifle. It was a quest reward. But I unfortunately lost it doing something stupid, so all I got at the moment is the good old-fashioned Mosin, which I kind of... I don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth taking it on this, because the PU's a 3.5 power optic, right? I don't think it's actually set to 3.5 power in-game, or the field of view like negates the zoom to a degree. It doesn't feel like it's 3.5 power. I mean, I have one, I know what it looks like to look through one in real life. I was literally shooting through it the other week. It doesn't give you a lot of magnification, but it gives you more than I feel like it has in-game. And also the actual scope ring is nowhere near as thick in real life. Like, it doesn't look as thick when you're looking down the optic in real life. But, you know, that's a typical video game problem. Gunny doesn't sell bolt-action rifles at this level, unfortunately. I'll have to rank up with him a bunch more before I can buy another Remington. Arzan sells Mosins, but she isn't selling any fancy optics or anything, so we're pretty much going to be rolling with the PU regardless, I think. Actually, we might be able to build some kind of monstrosity with an optic that Gunny will sell us. I don't like butchering it, but it's kind of a Tarkov void. It's not quite the same as Tarkov. Unlike Tarkov, it is actually already open. Well, actually, I haven't played Tarkovs in forever, so maybe it is open world now, but this is actually open world. There's no loading screens or anything. You have one big open world to play in. Also, it's in the jungle, but you can very clearly tell where they got the inspiration from. The menus are all very similar to Tarkov. The font is the same on all the icons. Like, it looks very Tarkov. It's kind of funny. Like, Call of Duty caused every other shooter known to man to implement sprinting, even fucking Halo of all games, where really Halo didn't need sprinting. And Tarkov's done the same thing, but specifically for UI, it's really odd. Like, even games that have not a whole lot in common with Tarkov in terms of gameplay or setting or anything like that, still ape Tarkov. I'm not sure what is going on with Ray of Hope these days. I'm assuming it's still vaporware, but the Ray of Hope mod for Stalker, they released a multiplayer trailer, like a co-op multiplayer trailer, 5-ish years ago. It's been forever. It's never going to come out. But they changed all of the UI to look exactly like Tarkov in a Stalker game, which was very, very, very funny. Tarkov's UI is horrible, though. Yes. Yes. It's great, isn't it? Everyone wants to make their game look like a game that has a terrible fucking UI. What we're gonna do, just for this mission, because these guys are actually pretty geared, and I don't want to get my ass whooped too badly.
It's a Prime sub because I see the F to watch ads every time I tune into your trash streams.
Fair. Thanks for the sub, Gun. Good to see you, man. We're going to buy a Mosin sniper, and we're going to do something ungodly to it. Assuming I can. I should be able to. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun dealing with all the new fucking insane gun laws that the New South Wales state government's bringing in, by the way. So much fun. Fucking hate this country. Get me out of here, please. Because obviously when someone has been known to the security services for multiple years, and they still do a mass shooting, it's a good reason to just clamp down on legitimate gun owners, rather than ask the critical questions like, why is ASIO fucking incompetent? I'll give you that one for free. Yes, actually. I mean, I've had it for a while. I started playing it probably like a year ago, maybe not a year ago, but like ages and ages ago when Robbo was playing it. I just haven't played on stream before. Are there any... I bet there's nothing I can put on the fucking Mosin. Like, I bet there's no adapter for it, hey. In which case I've just bought a second rifle for basically no reason, but that's okay. I haven't played Stalker 2 since before they added it. I've got to update my game and then fix all the mods I've got installed. That's why I haven't played Stalker 2 for ages. Also, I haven't played it for ages because I got to the point of no return and just realized I still had a lot of exploring left that I wanted to do. So I just put my playthrough on pause. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to attach anything to this. I was kind of hoping that they would have the rear sight replacement rails or something like that. Like, you can get pick rails that you can attach to a Mosin rear sight, but I don't think I can get them. If they're in-game, then they're probably at a higher level. Let me think. There was also... Like, you can get... I can't buy it at this level, but I've seen them... There's Mosins with, like, folding stocks and shit. That might have pick rail integrated with it, but what we'll do is we'll just chuck the We'll buy the PU back and we'll chuck it on the rifle. So we need Kachetov, PU rings, PU. It doesn't give us a whole lot of magnification, but, you know, it is what it is. Then we'll grab some ammo for it. Trump's announcing new battleships for the US Navy. Yes. Good. Fucking good. Buy into obsolete technology that will get fucking slam dunked in any real conflict so the US Navy gets dumpstered even faster. Excellent. I love it. I hope he presses on at full fucking speed. Anything that collapses the US faster, I am all about. Apparently this is a streak. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard when I only stream once every couple of months. Let's go, Foxtrot 1. Longer and larger than the World War II era Iowa-class battleships will be armed with hypersonic missiles. The Americans don't even have a working hypersonic missile yet. That's hilarious. Railguns, the Navy cancelled those because they couldn't get them working reliably. And high-powered lasers. Ah, yes. No notes. Is he going to armor them as well? Are they going to be armored like proper battleships? You know, in an age where that kind of doesn't matter anymore on something as big and slow-moving as a ship? Lockmart revealed some renders. Lockmart's a really sophisticated render factory these days. US government pours a couple $100 billion into Lockmart, they produce a new render or two. Everyone just pretends like the US has capacity to manufacture it in more than maybe 5 examples. So that's what Lockmart does. You might see the game hitch while it's loading in, by the way. When I first load in and get a helicopter ride way out past, like, where I am right now, the game tends to lag as it's loading chunks. So it is open world. It does have its little hitches here and there, but generally the gameplay is pretty smooth. When it first came out into early access, there was a lot of rubber banding and issues like that, even when you were playing on like a nearby server. I haven't noticed really much of that at all, but what I do have issues with now is disconnects. I think that's more related to my shitty internet than anything. So basically the same issues I have with DCS and every other game. Like DCS, this is quite sensitive to packet loss, so one little hiccup in my internet and I get booted back to the main menu. It has cost me my life in-game a couple of times, where I've shot at somebody and then been yeeted back out to the menu. I'm just playing on the like PvE instance at the moment rather than the PvP one. I'm not quite hard enough at the moment for PvP in this game. Plus, as you can probably tell from my choices of equipment and aesthetic, I would get smoked very, very quickly by guys running around with insane mag pulled out ARs. I'm not opposed to doing so, you guys know me, I love a good underdog fight, but not just yet. We need to get better at the game before we do that, and ideally a more stable internet connection. Still haven't figured out what's causing it. I think partly it is just the infrastructure in my neighborhood is such dog shit. No offense. It's probably a mixture of just old copper lines and also the data center probably doesn't help. Dude, all the US MIC does these days is fucking renders. It's great. It's like they're going down the same road as the Brits with their delusions of grandeur, pretending they're still a real empire. It's so fucking funny. Just so fucking funny as they slowly fade into irrelevance forever. You guys missed it, but when I first hit go live, I had the playlist going, and just completely by random, like I didn't queue it up, it decided to play "Oh You Stupid Little Zionists," which is an old Bundist song from like the fucking early 20th century. It's trilingual. It starts in Yiddish, then it goes to English, then Russian. I gotta be careful doing that now, because in this country that would probably qualify as hate speech. Even though it's a Jewish song, even though I am Jewish, it's hate speech. It's anti-Semitism now. One shooting, which the security services should have stopped because they had all of the information they needed to stop it, and it's being used as an excuse to ram through a whole bunch of odious gun laws. Imagine my shock. A whole bunch of odious anti-hate speech laws, which basically amount to new ways to prosecute protesters who are trying to say that, hospitals and schools shouldn't get bombed. Of course, nothing's being done about hate speech against any other group in this country. Just the group who has been safer than ever since the end of World War II, because we get special treatment. It's great. Love it. The renders look like Trump personally told them what to put in. They did it last minute with a Photoshop intern. Probably. Yeah, probably. Hey, Prey. Good to see ya. MIC is more or less shunted into bald-faced grifting of DoD money. I mean, it was always a grift, but yeah. Well, it's also just because the US doesn't have the production capacity anymore. Like, this is the thing. Everyone goes, oh, it's, the Nazis say we used to build things here, so you shouldn't say that if you're a leftist. Like, no, actually we should. Just because the fucking right say something, it doesn't mean that they're wrong by default. We did used to build things. We, as in the West in general. And then we decided, no, let's just financialize everything. Let's sell all of that production capacity down the river, break up all the factories, turn it into make-believe GDP, so number can go up. And then when we actually need to build something, we can't do it anymore. Brilliant fucking plan. We have had treats for too long. That's the problem, is we have come to rely on cheap imports, which are cheap because we have bombed the shit out of anyone that refused to give us cheap imports, for too long. And this is the end result of it. We can't build anything anymore, so all we do is just produce renders of the cool new thing we're going to use to bomb, people in the global south, except we're never going to build more than 10 of them, because we can't. We're still going to bomb people, don't get me wrong, but... What is this, a Roswell stream this time of year? Yeah, apparently. Somehow. Every single turret's firing in a different direction. Yeah, of course. All VLS are launching one of each missile. the growling Sidewinder loadout. A couple of Sukhoi shapes being shot down by lasers. No, dude, there was such a good one. Maybe like a month ago. It got posted in the secret Tanky Consensus Discord, which is actually just Harry's Discord. And it was a Lockmart render of like a couple of stock photo Lockmart employees looking at like a hologram of all the different things that Lockmart builds. There was like a HIMARS, there was an F-35, there was an F-22, there was the fucking whatever other thing. Who does the B-21? It's not Lockmart, is it? B-21? Is the... B-21's Boeing, right? I don't fucking remember. I don't care. It doesn't matter anyway. They're all the same thing. But it was like... Oh, Northrop. Oh, Northrop's doing flying wings again. Nature is healing. To some degree, at least. But it had all of this Lockmart stuff, right? And then it had a J-20. I'm not joking. It had a fucking J-20. They did the meme where everyone says, oh my god, the Chinese copied this, the Chinese copied that, the Chinese only know how to copy. Yeah, well, Lockmart had a render where they had a J-20 in it. It's like a Lockheed Martin product. It was so good. So either Lockmart's about to copy the J-20, or they just thought, you know what, China's planes look cooler than ours, let's just put one of those in the render. Kind of like how every, hello, Thank you for the kiss. Every time the US has like an anniversary of one of their military branches, they post fucking photos of Su-27s and Su-35s and like fucking Russian Navy ships and stuff. Everyone just like kind of quietly agrees that the Russian shit looks way cooler, so that's what they go with. Was posted on your Discord too? Ah, yeah. I haven't been keeping up with my Discord much for quite a while, so I probably missed it, or it was me that reposted it, and I just forgot that I did it. Many such cases. I hope no one here is expecting shit-hot, high-speed, low-drag, grey zone gameplay, by the way. I'm so bad at this game, and I'm probably just going to wander around aimlessly while ranting. So yeah, to give a bit more explanation of what this game is, if I can speak. What time is it? 10:41. It's too late to take my meds, but let's do it anyway, because you guys probably want to have me at least able to maintain some train of thought, right? No, these are definitely not for you. God, I do not want to imagine what would happen if Daphne got one of these. Like, she's insane enough already. If she got fucking 50 milligrams of Dexies, look out. Turbo Gremlin. So anyway, yes, this is a Tarkoid in that, you know, it's PMCs, and it's like a extraction shooter, looter shooter type thing. However, very different to Tarkov. We'll talk about the elephant in the room, or rather the big radioactive elephant in the jungle, in a bit. But there are three factions. There is Crimson Shield International, which I'm playing at the moment because Robert is also playing at the moment, and also, like, I think out of all of them, their backstory sounds like the least fucked. Then there's the Lemang Recovery Initiative. This place is called Lemang, by the way. Everything's written in, it's either, I think, Thai or Cambodian. I have trouble telling them apart, because the only way I know to tell them apart is that Cambodian typically looks more cursive than Thai script, but they're a very similar script. I can't read them, I just know what the letters look like, many such cases. So there's Crimson Shield International, Lemang Recovery Initiative, and Mithras Security Systems. I don't remember the backstory of each, but like I said, I think Crimson Shields is like the least just explicitly fucked. They're all fucked, but like theirs is the least explicitly fucked. It's more like implicitly fucked. There are three major towns: Kufong Sa, Phalang, Nam Ta Ben. These three towns are, if you actually zoom in, fucking identical to each other, just oriented along a different axis. Clever gameplay decision. So this is the starter town, essentially. It's the first thing you come to when you leave the base camp. Each faction has an identical starter town with identical, like, all the buildings are the same, the placement of everything down to every last prop is the same in all three towns. Which does mean it gets a bit Uncanny Valley if you go into an opposing faction starter town, but, like, aside from that, it's clever because it means that new players always have a consistent experience, no matter which faction they join. You'll notice there are landing zones, 3 of them clustered around it. So Charlie 1, Charlie 2, Charlie 3. Base camp up here has a couple of helipads. You call in a little bird, say I want to go to Charlie 1, call transport, a little bird will come to the nearest landing zone to me, or if I'm in the base, it will come to the base. Hop on the little bird, fly over there, it dumps you off, you go do the thing. When you want to go home, you click on the base camp and say, call transport. Same thing in reverse, right? So those are your landing zones. Those are the 3 you start with. You discover additional landing zones. You can see Foxtrot 1 and 2 I've discovered while I was up around Hunter's Paradise. You discover those by wandering around. So there's a lot of walking in this game until you discover those landing zones. And even then, there's a fair bit of walking. There's also, this is a friendly player, by the way, Ozball over at Naboon Farm. There's also these things. These are like little combat outpost type dealios. They're like a little homesteady type thing you can capture and use them to... You can't spawn at them, but you can... It's a safe zone, essentially. So you can trade with vendors there, you can save your gear there, you can log out safely there. End deployment just means log out. If you do that outside of a safe zone, you might lose your gear. But if you're in a safe zone, you're good. If you log out at one of the combat outposts, you'll respawn at the main base when you log back in. The fuck are they engaging? Might be the army shooting at the bandits. Then there's a couple of big, interesting things. So, big interesting thing here. Oh, by the way, Panther, you see how it's purple? That means we don't own it. Blue means we own it. Purple means we don't own it. You have to go there and capture this little sat phone thing. And then it belongs to your faction. Midnight Sapphire is a great big resort for the Epsteins of the world. And yes, like, not just the elite, but the very dodgy elite. I won't spoil elements of the game's plot, but these people are not nice. So that's, you know, a big resort type thing. It has its own golf course, because of course it does. And then over here, you've got Hunter's Paradise, which was built as like an annex to that, because of course the rich people come here and they don't just want to play golf and like slap around the locals. They also want to go here and shoot guns and pretend that they're brave warriors. And there's like a little leisure area up here at the waterfalls. There's another one up here at the beachside. There's a little campsite up here. And little overlooks. So there's an overlook here, there's one there. So there's a bunch of really shady stuff going on there. Again, I won't spoil it, but Hunter's Paradise is not a happy place. There's also two big airfields. So there's Farlang Airfield and there's Fort Nareth. Fort Nareth is a military airbase. It's Cotty, if he was here, he might be sleeping, or he just hasn't noticed the notification yet. Cotty might recognize this. The devs are Czech, I believe, and so the military airbase is very Czech in layout, so your standard sort of Eastern Bloc, but particularly Czech layout. I don't remember what they have for aircraft. I think it's the... what's the fucking MiG-21 Oid? Not the J7, but the other one, the new one, that it's basically a J7, but with a solid nose with a radar in it and side intakes. I think that's what they have down there. I haven't been there, I've just seen Robbo play there. No, not the Jeff, the other one. It's literally just a MiG-21 with a solid nose and side intakes, and a fucking double delta. It looks like a MiG-21 and a Su-15 had a baby. The Flounder, it might be. I am... Buzz. I don't know the... No, it's not a J... It's literally a little thing, because it's literally a MiG-21, just with extra bits. It's like the FF7 or something like that. I don't fucking know. FJ7? FTC 2000, that's it. Thank you, Super. Yeah, it might be those. We'll go there at some point. Probably not this stream, but we'll go there at some point and suss it out. There's a lot of angry guys there with big guns. Oh, and there's a friendly down there too. So, yeah, two air bases. The Epstein Resort. Banpa is a little fishing village, and there's some interesting culty shit going on there. I haven't been there since I first started playing the game. When I first started playing, I had a Lemang Recovery Initiative character, so that was where I went. It's a cool place. It is not pleasant to fight in because, like, there's some... You can't see it on the map, but there's some elevation here. So this end of the village is a bit higher up, and a lot of these are 2- or 3-story huts, especially along the waterfront. It is a hellish environment to fight in. What made it even more hellish is... I don't remember if I was playing PvP last time, or if it was just there was a guy that was, like, he was hacking so he could damage other players, but they couldn't damage him or something. But we were me and a couple other guys from my faction were fighting a human down here, and he was like waging a one-man terrorism campaign against our whole faction. It was pretty great. It took us like 2 hours to flush him out. So that's a cool little location. I haven't been there since my original character. And then there's Tiger Bay, which is another resort, I believe. Apparently that is not a fun place to fight either. I haven't been there. I've seen Robbo get domed there many a time, though. It's got like a little marina and stuff. So you've got your kind of like 2 Epstein resorts, your 2 air bases. So there's a lot of redundancy, duplication in this. It means that each faction has, you know, kind of an equal footing to keep things fair, and also keep it so that, you know, even if you re-roll a new character in a different faction, it's still familiar. Excuse me. You still know what you're doing. Okay, this thing, Ground Zero. Something bad lives here. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know if it's even fleshed out yet, or if that will come in a later release. But as you might tell from the varying levels of red cross-hatching, going deeper into the jungle in this area is more bad no-no. And a lot of the early game missions up around your starter villages involve chasing warm-to-the-touch metal canisters. No prizes for guessing what's going on there, or at least, you know, what is causing this to be a bad no-no area. So this whole area of Lemang is under evacuation orders. These 3 PMCs have come in. The army's still here to an extent, and they're fighting over whatever the fuck is going on in Ground Zero. Oh, and there's a UN, the UNLRA, which is like the UN sort of peacekeeping / aid organization, which doesn't really exist anymore. You can see their outposts and supply trucks and stuff scattered around, but they've basically been driven out of the area by the mercs, as far as I'm aware. Whole crates of fresh pizza rolls. Yeah. What am I doing? There we go. Ground Zero's anomalies from Chernobyl. I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, I'm not sure if they've actually completed what's meant to be there or not. Oh yeah, so there's a day-night cycle, by the way. It's the same for everyone. You can actually see in the main menu what the time of day and the weather is. So if you're a complete fucking bitch and you see that it's overcast and it's nighttime, you can just not load into the game and wait for a while. If you have balls, you will see that it's nighttime and raining and be like, fuck yes, sicko mode. And if you're particularly fucked in the head, and you're like me, you will do so without night vision, which is really fun. So, obviously most PMC, like most Merc players, because the Merc factions are players, they are going to be rocking night vision and like decked out ARs and AKs and shit. So they're not going to have much trouble fighting at night. The like enemy bots, from what I've seen, I don't think I've encountered a single one with night vision so far. They can see to some degree in the dark, particularly if they stumble right into you, but they don't appear to see that well in the dark. So going up against them with no night vision is actually somewhat viable, but you've really got to be on top of your shit. I've had times where I've legit walked straight into them, and it's turned into who's faster on the trigger. I thought I heard somebody. I hope he was alone, but I doubt it. So this guy is Lemang Army. These guys are mostly supplied by the Russians, so they tend to carry AK... Oh? He's got a decked out AKM. They tend to carry 74s, but occasionally you'll see one with a decked AKM. Typically the fucking bandits and shit are carrying lower tier weapons, so like older AKMs, usually without attachments. They'll be carrying... Ooh. They'll be carrying SKSs, Mosins, stuff like that. Shotguns sometimes. The higher level bandits carry shotguns and slugs usually. I need food. Oh, this game has knockoff Tim Tams. I discovered that last night. There's a variety of chocolate bar called a Tam Tam, and the double chocolate flavor uses blue packaging, exactly like double chocolate Tim Tams. Lemang Army is mostly characterized by carrying old Russian equipment, wearing camo clothes, and being dead. No, they don't carry old equipment. They... Environmental storytelling. They mostly carry new Russian equipment, but not much of it. So you'll see guys with like a Ratnik helmet and 6B23 and maybe a 104 vest, or like a 104 fucking webbing set. But he'll have like a decked AK-74 and one spare mag. Like, they usually do not carry much, but they do carry modern stuff. When you're fighting them, you generally want to be rolling Warsaw Pact. Like, you want to be rolling a 74, because you're going to have the ability to live off the lands, so to speak, for ammo. I'm a dipshit, so even though I have 74s, I'm rocking the old school Colt Carbine, just because I hate myself, apparently. So I'm going to run into ammo problems the longer I stay out here. Unlike Tarkov, there's no, like, infinitely variable movement speed. Like, scrolling doesn't change your movement speed. You have the classic FPS hold control to sneak or walk. You do have variable stance adjustment, though, for crouching, so you can, like, do a low crouch, high crouch, whatever, to clear windowsills. I don't know if there's plans to implement variable speed. It would be nice. Especially, I've been playing a lot of Reforger, so now I'm just used to having that. But, you know, I can kind of live without it. That's why you loot the dead for weapons. Yeah, you can do that, but building this AR required me to find specific parts that are difficult to get, so... Oh shit! I was not ready for that. Whoa! Fuck, 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 fuck. I was really not prepared for that. Oh, oh, oh! Reload, reload, reload. Fuck, 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 fuck. I was just in here. How did I not know there were guys in here? The AI are a bit hit and miss. But, you know, typical FPS AI. They can be oblivious one moment and fucking snapshot you the next. I really need some better ammo. These guys are wearing 6B23s. Regular FNJ is not going to cut it. Fuck! Winston aim. We're going to have to get back there. So we can run back and grab our gear. What is that time to kill? That is low quality ammunition against modern Russian body armor. That's what that is. We're just gonna run in fucking unarmed and hope for the best. Because that's a good plan, right? Okay, I was in there, I think. Actually, no, I'll grab a, we'll grab a throwaway weapon. Just grab a cheap AK off of Artisan. The SKS doesn't load through stripper clips in this game, which is a fucking crime. Like, the SKS is basically unusable because of that. I get that it's meant to be a low tier weapon, but it takes so long to fucking reload, it's not funny. If it did reload through stripper clips, it would actually be pretty viable. Still not as good as an AK, but pretty viable. Singly. You load it singly. The new Russian equipment, like a late model 1891. Yeah. They did not appreciate you shooting at them. I didn't realize there was one so close around the wall, let alone that there were still guys in behind me. If I'd cleared the area properly before pushing forwards, yeah, I would have been fine. Fuck me. I should have grabbed a spare mag, because I can't aim. It's probably close to empty. Okay, we'll just grab whatever he had. Where's his body? Yeah. Oh. Okay. This is fine. Well, actually, this is not too bad, because at least now we've got some spare ammo. We just need something as like a drop gun, so that we can pop whoever's still on our body. Although I did wound that guy, so he might have bled out by now. And then get our gear back. I really didn't time this well. Doing this at night is going to be really difficult. But again, these guys don't have night vision either, or at least I've never seen one that does. Maybe when you get into the actual hotel itself, like the resort itself, maybe they have it then, but I've yet to see any NPC enemies with night vision. So, from memory, you can loot only your previous corpse, so if you die on the way to recover your gear, you're fucked. There are tracking tags. I'm not sure how they work. I'm not sure if it's an insurance system like what Tarkov has, where they just return the gear to you, or if it literally shows you, hey, your body's here, because when you get killed in dense jungle, it's really hard to find. I've lost a body more than once, just because I couldn't see where the fuck I went down. But yeah, I don't know how they work. I haven't tried using them yet. Presumably there's a use to them, but it is unknown to me. Where was it I went down? It was inside there, wasn't it? I'm cooked. Fuck it. We're gonna have to rebuy our gear. That was stupid. I should have just run for cover. Alright, well now you get to see me build that AR again. Or, you know, we'll just take a 74, fuck it. Can I buy a 74N at this point? No. Okay. We will... What am I doing? We'll take that one. We've got for attachments... PKO1. Got a couple of those in stock. I might take that. Sorry, you don't like that noise, do you? Gunny have anything worth taking? Some more grenades, maybe. Okay, so what am I doing? We're not selling that. Take that. We will ditch the Cobra. Let's put it there for now. We'll sell it probably because I've already got one. We will take a PKO1. Do I have a spare? No, I don't. What is going on? Okay, there we go. Grab that, just to help a little with the recoil. We'll take an Alice rig, because, you know, kicking it old school. Actually, I don't usually use plate carrier. No, we won't. We'll just take an Alice, fuck it. Actually, no, we'll use the plate carrier. We've got it, we may as well use it. Weight's kind of important, because you don't want to be too heavily loaded while you're on foot. And like I said, there's a lot of walking between, like before you discover new landing zones. I'm gonna need some 545 for this as well. I also want to just double check how this site looks. We might go with the Pilad. We'll see how it goes. So we got that. We need a new backpack. Need a suppressor as well, I think. Might be worth getting. Okay, that's a 7.62. I thought I had a 5.45 suppressor, but apparently not, and I don't think I can buy one at the moment. Get some of these. The Russian active headset seems to be far superior, at least from the ones I've used so far. Like, it's much more sensitive. We'll grab an amp because it's biggest, I think. Yeah, 20 versus 16, so we'll grab one of these. We'll grab a new tack belt. Load up on these bad boys because we are going to want to use them. Oh, that's right, I lost my fucking medical gear too. Okay, chuck some water in there, some food. We're going to need more than that, but we can just live off the land. Put a surgical kit in there. Grab one of these for now. I think I should have everything else I need from her. Then Artisan we need... Oh, Artisan doesn't sell fucking 545, I don't think. That's okay, we'll just grab it off the enemy, because they'll have plenty of it. We might try one of these tags. There we go. We'll see if that's an insurance policy. I kind of doubt it is, but... Put our MFAC there. We will put bandages and splints in it. besides that, we need... We'll actually buy a second MVAC because that gives us 1 slot for 2 slots, if that makes sense. We'll put it in a pocket, and we'll put, where's my cats? We'll put 20k in there, and we'll put painkillers, which I need to buy. I thought I had some. Should probably bring some blood too, just in case. Actually, we'll leave it in the pocket. What else do we want? There's not much point taking a helmet because anything I'm going to get shot at with is going to pen through a helmet, even one of the modern ones. So we'll just roll without it. The helmets tend to visually clip the headphones anyway. It looks kind of dumb. Oh, suppressor. I don't think I can get one yet. Anyway, I thought I had one. I must have sold it, which was stupid of me. Okay. Is there anything else we need? Not really. That should do us. Hey, Cotty. Speak of the devil. I'm not a fan of the side picture on that. Let's try this. Oh, not compatible. I need a rail for it. Okay, I guess we'll just take the Cobra. That'll do. It's decent for night fighting anyway. We'll leave it on semi, just because it's a little more controllable, and my mouse is still doing the thing where it's the left mouse button's not working properly, so we're tending to double tap by accident anyway. Text-to-speech is dead. If you didn't put a message in... Oh, did you put a message in? I don't know, it worked earlier. But thanks for the resub, man. Good to see you. We've already died twice doing stupid shit. Almost like I'm bad at games. Oh, I didn't buy a fucking... So what I have been doing is... I don't need it anyway. I've been buying like just a bulletproof vest and then putting the Alice over the top, but since we got a plate carrier, it doesn't really matter. Hello. You want belly rubs? I don't have 3 arms, bub. I can only do so many things at once. I need a Vortigaunt arm, so then I can give you belly rubs with the Vortigaunt arm and play games with my normal arms. Daphne's taken up residence on my desk. You know, because it's not inconvenient enough sitting on my shoulder or on my lap. She now has to lay on the desk in front of my keyboard. So I have to, like, play around her. And if she's sleeping and I bump her, she gets cranky at me. I had to do some last-minute Christmas shopping yesterday, and she was being a bit grouchy, so I was like, I'm not going to leave her here by herself if she's in a mood. I had to smuggle her into a shopping centre in the backpack. She was a little backpack baby. And she was really well behaved. She was really, really well behaved. The only problem was, as we got to the checkouts at Big W, there was so much noise and kids kept walking behind us, so she started barking and growling. So we almost got away with it. We didn't get chucked out, but, you know, it became obvious that there was a small angry gremlin inside my backpack. But she was very well behaved, weren't you? Yeah, you were. So I think twice, 2 or 3 times in the last couple of days I've lost full sets of gear, either because I got shot on the way back to get it, or I just couldn't find my body in time. If you fuck around for too long, your body like ages out and you can't grab it anymore. You can see your body, you just can't loot it. Like it'll say body too old. I think what it does then is it opens it up to looting to like by other players. I think. Yeah, I was just waiting for someone to bag check me on the way out of the store, so I'd be like, yep, show them the rear compartment. What's in the front compartment? A very angry gremlin who is cranky that I won't let her say hello to everybody. So, you know, open that compartment at your own risk. To be fair, like, management probably would have wanted to kick me out if they'd found out, but I suspect the retail workers would have been only too happy to have puppy cuddles after dealing with fucking Christmas shoppers all day. A very traumatized looking woman bumped into us on the way. We were going into the center, she was coming out, and Daphne wasn't sitting down in a backpack yet. She still had her head poking out, and she asked if she could have puppy cuddles because she needed it. So Daph got to roleplay a therapy dog. I'm busy. I know you want more belly rubs, but I'm busy. There, you can have a kiss. I need to make a little belly rub robot. Just a machine that constantly gives you belly rubs. Really? I can't climb this now? I probably should have put a flashlight on this, but then I would have to put rails on it, which is disgusting. That's our previous body there. I forget how long it takes the AI to repopulate an area. It is a fair while, though. Oh, another tricked out AKM. See, 6B47's the Ratnik helmet, so they got fairly modern gear. Just not a lot of it. I think this is my body here. Yep, can't loot, body too old. Rip, pull one out. I'll have to rebuild that carbine. It's annoying because I can't buy standalone 16-inch barrels yet off Gunny. So I have to buy the tricked out M4 off him, break it down, keep the barrels, sell everything else. And then use the Chinese, like the Norinco M4 clone for the furniture. And everything else is just standard M4 parts. There's probably nothing really interesting in here. Okay. There's still a guy. He's over there somewhere. Or he's across the road. There he is. Fucking Winston aim. That's my previous body. From when I came to recover my gear and failed. It's another soldier. We'll grab the extra painkillers. We will grab all his ammo. We won't take the mags, we'll just take the ammo. I don't think I have that key yet, so we will take it. Elena. Yep, I didn't have that one yet. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. Fuck around too long, don't find out. The ammo tiering is interesting. The low tier bandits for 7.62 by 39, they usually carry just regular 7.62 by 39 ball. The fucking, or is it ball or soft point? I don't remember. Maybe it's soft point. But then the fucking high level bandits carry 7.62 by 39 US, which is the suppressed subsonic 7.62 by 39. So their ammo is actually worse because none of them are shooting through suppressors. So they're getting worse muzzle velocity and penetration for no benefit. It's kind of odd. I seem to recall it used to be the other way around though. Is that an enemy? Can't fucking tell because it's too dark. I'm gonna skirt around. So there's the actual resort up there. We do have grenades, and this time we're actually going to use them. Although, I'm not going to push into that. I'm going to go around. The mission I'm currently on is to get around the other side of the resort to the waterfall and get eyes on it from there. Which is why I'd originally planned to bring a scoped rifle, even if it's only, you know, a PU, which doesn't have a lot of magnification, but... I don't think there's a binoculars item in the game, or if there is, I've never seen it. Sorely needed. Sorely fucking needed. You got every fucking Gucci scope known to man, but you don't have fucking binoculars. Okay, we can probably just stand up and move now. He says moments before getting bumped down the trail. Might even just put this back on full auto. The muzzle climb in the AK-74 is actually quite convenient. The first shot center of mass, second shot head usually. So like you don't even have to counter the recoil or anything. You just point at someone's chest and hold left mouse, and your second or third shot will usually tag them in the face. Like there's recoil there to fight. The recoil patterns seem pretty well done. Like not too easy, but you can get it to work in your favor. I'd rather have a rifle that, you know, first shot center mass, second shot head, than have one that just shoots completely flat. Fuck, 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 fuck. Having said all that, I just completely missed him with every single shot. I am so fucked. Bro. How the fuck? He's got a submachine gun, I think. Got him. If he had a rifle, I would have been so fucking dead. Having a plate carrier has probably actually served me well here. Now, can we find his body in the dark? Probably not. It doesn't help that my the light in this room is glaring off my screen, which is why I'm leaning into the monitor like this. I can't actually see very well. And if I turn the light off, then you guys won't be able to see me. We don't urgently need to find his body, it's just he might have a key that we don't have already, plus it wouldn't hurt to get some extra 545. He was like over here or something. Sometimes you can spot, if they're wearing like sunnies, you can spot the glint off their sunglasses. We'll just wander around a bit. I think we're clear for now, so... If I had a flashlight, this would be so much easier. You guys probably can't see anything at all, hey? Which, honestly, is not much of an... it's not much worse than what I've got. Oh, hang on. This is a different person. This is another merc. So this is our obs point on the resort. Completed that task. Pretty good view. So, the different dudes, Handshake is sketchy as fuck. Gunny is like an old soldier, you know, he wants you to find and tag every fallen comrade so that they can, you know, their bodies can be recovered and returned to their families and all this shit. Handshake's like, no, fuck that, don't tell anyone. He's like, if this gets out, it'll make us look bad, don't tell anyone that this dude's dead. Just like confirm it's one of our guys so I know, and then don't tell anyone where the body is. And then Artisan is like, she hates mercs. I think she's supposed to be a local. She fucking hates mercs, and she's just like super rude. Like, understandable, like, but she supplies all your like Eastern Bloc equipment. Gunny supplies American equipment, or you know, like NATOid equipment. Handshake provides mostly PPE, load-bearing equipment, shit like that. And then Lab Rat is like the bleeding heart fucking scientist slash doctor lady who's constantly knocking off supplies to send you out to give to the locals. He doesn't know, chat. He doesn't fucking know. Down there. Is it all players versus the AI? So there's two different like instances. One is PvE, which I'm not on at the moment. The other's just straight PvE. You still got the three different merc factions, but they like players can't harm each other. So I'm basically in the training wheels edition. We might actually go across there and just fully circumnavigate this, because we might... That looks like an LZ to me. So we're going to set a waypoint there. Oi, oi, oi. That was a merc, I think. He was moving a bit too, like, with purpose to be an AI. That's probably who just brassed that place up. It would have been a merc from a different faction. If he was from our faction, we would see him on the map. That would also explain why he walked past us without doing anything. He either didn't see us, or he just realized we were another player and left us alone. Quite often you will, even with like friendly mercs, you'll bump into them around a corner and they'll just mag dump at you in a panic, and it doesn't do anything in this instance. I think friendly fire is on in the PvPvE. So if they do that there, then, you know, your starter villages turn into a bit of a bloodbath, and mostly, you know, friendly fire bloodbath. Quite a view. So as far as the backstory of this place goes, there's some like socialist, realist-ish propaganda posters laying about the place. The leader also is portrayed in the typical like Southeast Asian traditional shirt. I forget what it's called, like the same thing that Uncle Ho used to wear. He's like disappeared. No one knows what's happened to him, but I think this is either meant to be a socialist country or like a recently socialist country that you know got liberalized. I don't know which. Like I said, the written and spoken language here is either Thai or Cambodian. Could be Lao. I forget if Lao uses a similar script, but it's in that language family, put it that way. I'm pretty sure it's Thai. Okay, where are we in reference to our landing zone? We want to break off here and head uphill. Our suspected landing zone. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like one. Clearing in the forest usually is. It'll be good to have one over here. It saves us a lot of walking. And particularly a lot of walking past very angry men with decent gear. Yep, Hotel 1. Oh, a radio tower. I hit a radio tower in low ground as opposed to on top of the fucking mountain. Love it. Okay, what other tasks have I got? I still got this one in Hunter's Paradise. I've got to figure out what the fuck is going on with this task. I might have to cheat and look it up. Just because I'm not 100% sure where I'm supposed to look next. There's no quest markers, but usually for the like baby village quests, they usually give you a specific grid reference to go look for something, and sometimes they'll give you a photo of the building that you're supposed to look in. For a lot of these, it's like, here's a hut in the jungle somewhere, this cardinal direction from this landmark. And so for this one, like, I had to go to Hunter's Paradise, find the weapon storage, investigate it, and then it's like, there's nothing here. Check the roads out of Hunter's Paradise. I don't know which road, there's more than one. And like, I don't know what I'm looking for. He's like, oh, they must have left some trace. Just vague clues. So I got to figure out where I'm meant to look for that. So I put that on hold at the moment. Oh, we got available ones here. Deepest, darkest fantasies. I have been contacted by a wealthy individual who needs a favor. According to his information, there's supposed to be a forgotten flash drive with recordings of a high-profile politician from a wealthy Western country doing it's literally the Epstein Hotel, doing some pretty not safe for work stuff, and he wants it. The guy in question has been staying at Villa Lucia in Midnight Sapphire. That's a player that probably just called in that helicopter walking past us. What am I doing? Tasks. Listen, I doubt he's after it because he has some weird fucking kink for creepy legislators. It's obviously for blackmail. We love some compromat. Nevertheless, we want to help him because we stand to gain a lot from working from this man. So search the Midnight Sapphire Villas for some hardcore scat porn or whatever he was doing there and come back soon. We need a happy ending for this task. Got it? Oh boy. Let's take that task. That's going to be in the resort itself. Well, in the villas, that's going to be risky. The resort building itself is like urban combat hell. Room-to-room shit. Girls just want to have fun. This is Artisan, by the way. She's got the Liz Truss necklace. Girls just want to have fun. Merc, stop watching the paint dry. Seriously, I always find you slacking off. Don't you hirelings have any obligations whatsoever? Is my stream still up? Yes? Okay. I'm surprised the paper pusher handshake doesn't give you some bullshit work to keep you from wasting the company's money. Need you to look for another missing person. This time, the last missing person that she sent us to look for was tied up and used as a human target at the range at Hunter's Paradise. So, just to give you an idea of what the theme is here. This time it's an employee of Midnight Sapphire who has mysteriously disappeared. Her name is Ying Vilaysak, and according to her friends, she was last seen in the company of a wealthy-looking foreign man. It's literally Epstein. You know the type, rich, ugly bastards who love to pay for first-class fresh meat. Literally Epstein. Went to Villa Elena on the day of the event. Ominous capitalization. And then all hell broke loose. Expect the worst, but still hope for the best. Villa Elena is the one we just found the key for. Okay, so we found an LZ, so if we get domed, we've got a way to get back in a hurry. The villas, I suspect, are the things that are to our southwest now, so we'll head that way. Plenty of ammo. Let me just double check we are topped off. Yep. 5 full mags. Hey, Bubba. Daphne's just zonked. She had a big day yesterday. It was funny, I bumped into the neighbors across the hall when I was taking her out for a WALK. Was it yesterday morning? The day before? I forget. Time has no meaning here. And she was, when we go out for a WALK, she's always like insanely overexcited and usually yapping and growling because she's so keen. She yaps at the lift to make it get here faster. And they're like, oh, she sounds really cute from the other apartment. We didn't realize she was this loud. Like, welcome to my life. Now you do know. This is what I have to deal with. I mean, it's good that she's not loud enough to annoy the neighbors through the, you know, my fire door and their fire door, but still. Okay, we're going to have to go back around the other side to get into the villas, I think, which is going to be unpleasant because there's probably angry men with guns in there. This is what you deliberately chose to deal with. Look, man, we chose each other. We chose each other, okay? So, my character arc. When I was a toddler, we had a Siberian Husky named Minsky. Minsky was like the most husky. She had 1 brain cell, and all it knew how to do was escape. Dad trenched, like, you can jump that wall? Really? With all the... Are you sure about that? I feel like I might end up with some new holes in me if I try and jump that. Unless there's a break in the topper somewhere. That's alright, we'll just go around. There's an entry here. So, Minsky was a habitual escape artist. Dad trenched like 6 feet down under the fence, so she couldn't dig under it. She jumped over it. He built the fence up 6 feet over the top of it. She still found a way out. I think she squeezed through a gate when it was open or something. Minsky, at one point, was found 50 miles away on the other side of Edmonton. This would happen like every week. Eventually, Minsky ran away so well that we never found her. She probably just fucked off to the mountains to be with her wolf cousins. We reckon she was probably a bit more wolf than husky to begin with. Lovely dog, but I don't, unfortunately, have really any memories of her because I was literally like 2-3 years old when she escaped. Dad also had a husky before Minsky, Mayo. Mayo has always been described to me like the Hound of the Baskervilles, so I just assumed he was a Malamute. No, he was a husky. He was just a really, like, big and angry husky. Mum's first meeting with Mayo was when she went out to the farm to stay with Dad, because my parents met here in Australia, and Mum flew over to Canada to, you know, visit him. Mayo jumped on the hood of the car and was like snarling at her through the windscreen. She was fucking terrified of him. But then as soon as she got out of the car, he was like all licks and cuddles and everything. Typical husky. Unfortunately, Mayo met an untimely end because my dad's neighbors were not the best people to live around, and they didn't like Mayo because, you know, if they tried to get into his property, Mayo would chase them out. So, yeah, grew up with, you know, a husky for a couple of years as a toddler. Then for a long time, we had a couple of birds as well, Basil and Sybil. They were peach-faced lovebirds. They lived up to their names. And then I had a pet hamster as a kid. And then for a while, we didn't really have pets. I'm allergic to cats, so is my dad. We both love cats, but like we couldn't have one in the house. Even now, our cats up at the farm are barn cats. They don't really come in the house much. So for a long time, we didn't really have pets. And as a kid, I had a habit of getting chased and bitten by dogs. So I was very averse to dogs for a long time. I started. Oh, there's somebody. So we like when my parents moved to the farm, they got Molly, who was a red kelpie, and they got Molly as a puppy. So I was good friends with Molly. She was like my one dog that I got along with. That was a mistake. We got him, but there's more inside. We're just gonna pull back a bit so I can keep talking because I can't do two things at once. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. There's a low point here. But yeah, I've gradually been warming back up to dogs. Now I'm pretty good with them. Oh, that was a bad place to stop. Where's that even coming from? We're gonna... Is this it? Maybe it's still too high here. Oh no, we can get over it. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, so then, you know, when I moved in with my now ex, and had 5 at 1.6 Pomeranians running around constantly, yeah, I'm now a dog person. And Daphne and I took to each other instantly, because, you know, she's got... I don't know what it is with gremlin energy. Like, to be honest, my ex kind of has gremlin energy too, which is, I think, why I liked her. Well, you know, still do, but we still get along. It's just not viable as a relationship. I think I like the gremlin energy. I don't know why. And she likes whatever energy I have. So me and Daphne have been besties basically since I met her when she was 4 weeks old. Because me and Talia took all the puppies to get their vaccinations together. So they were 4 weeks old when I first met them. They were like tiny little fluff balls, like that size, and just pure fluff. So adorable. Weren't you? And now you're a gremlin. Do you want to say hello to everyone? I think we're safe to stop here for a sec. You want to say hello? Gremlin. You sleepy girl today, eh? Too much excitement yesterday. Getting smuggled into shopping centres. There we go. And now she's probably going to sit on my keyboard. When I go up to the farm, so I'm going up, my sister and my sister's partner are going up. We're going to sit and have a family viewing of Gremlins with Daphne. There's another merc here, I think. That didn't sound like an AK. If there is another merc here, they will be from a different faction because they are not showing up on my map. Ah, yes, this is definitely the rich people place because, see, the bathrooms here actually look like fancy and modern. The other ones, they're like the motel bathrooms are shitholes. Oh, shit. Fucking Ratnik helmets. Jesus. Yeah, we need some actual good ammo. Not this shit. We also need a drink. Darling, your little head is in the way a bit. I can't see past you. Can you sit down, please? You're sitting very well. You're sitting beautifully. If I had a treat right now, I'd give it to you. But I need you to, like, lay down so I can see past your fuzzy head. Buzzball. I shouldn't have said the T word. She cocked her head as soon as I said it, like, oh, you have those? Like, no, I don't have those. They're over in the kitchen. I'm not getting up. Okay, we will... I mean, PS I think is armor piercing. It's like the basic armor piercing steel core. So these guys don't have terrible ammo, but they don't really have good ammo either. We'll just load up on water since we're probably going to be here for a while. Oh, yes. See how much better they are? The gain on the Russian headset is so much fucking higher. Conditions is helmet in, 100%, but it looks ridiculous. I fucking hate MICH helmets. Which is what I would have been issued if I'd actually ever gone anywhere and done anything. Like, just... I get why they're shaped like that. It's like the optimal shape for a helmet, because the Germans were ahead of their time on it, but the fact that all NATOid helmets are like the box head German shape, just... I don't like it. I don't know which villa is which. Shit, there's a guy right there. There's one in here too. I don't know if we dropped him. Oh shit, he can actually hit me over there. Fuck, 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 fuck. We're screwed. There were a lot more guys than I thought. Medium wound. 545 steel core. Right into the fucking head of my femur. I think that would be more than a medium wound, my guy. I think that would be fucking titanium plates level. Now, the AI will pursue over a short distance, but generally the tactic of running into a building around a blind corner, like a bathroom, generally that will... They might accrue outside, but they usually won't push into the building, I've noticed. So you can kind of cheese them a bit. The AI also move really fast, which is why, like, if you don't drop them in the first shot, especially in dense jungle or a built-up environment, it can be hell. Because, like, legit, you shoot them, and if you don't really badly wound them, their reaction time is like that, and they move real fast. So they'll just instantly fucking run 20 meters, and you'll never see them again until they flank around you and shoot you. So the AI are pretty well done. They have their moments, but like they're not complete bullshit. The main challenge is just because they do react and move so quickly. And they're reasonably accurate shots. They tend not to hit on the first shot. Even in semi-auto, but especially if they spray full auto, they'll tend to whiff like half a mag or an entire mag, and then if you don't kill them before they get the next one off, you're dead. So I feel like it's reasonably balanced in terms of challenge against AI. And against other players, like I said, most of them are rolling like ridiculous amounts of gear, like dead flat shooting fucking ARs with 20 kilos of mag pull shit hanging off them. So if you don't shoot them, you know, if you don't get them in the first shot, you're pretty much fucked. I think there's a guy right over the other side there. You can hear them calling out to you. I don't know why they call out... I do know why they call out in English. It's to telegraph what they think you're doing so that the AI seems smart, which it is. It's kind of funny though, like, you'll hear them taunting in their native language sometimes, but you usually hear them in English, giving position callouts of where they think you are and what they think you're doing. Hopping that wall would be a bad idea, considering we can hear a guy in there. So what we might do is hop the other side. Try and clear that. Hey Kappa, no, I haven't stopped streaming. I just don't stream as often because I'm way more busy these days. You know, not full-time, but mostly full-time office job, plus small furry gremlin. I assume you haven't met the gremlin yet. Daphne, can I pick you up again? Sorry, I know. You just got comfortable. Gremlin! She keeps me very busy. So I have less time to stream and I have less energy to stream, and sometimes she'll be in a mood where like I can't stream, she'll just be interrupting me constantly, so... But she's being good today, aren't you? Thank you for the kiss, Papa. Yeah, she's adorable. She can get away with murder, and she frequently does. There's a guy right the other side of that wall. I'm out of grenades. Fuck! Should have saved him. One's pushing... Oh, fuck, there's one around the back, too. Oh, this was a big mistake. All of this was a mistake. I regret everything. I think I just saw movement. Shit, yep. I think one's actually in here with me. That's a bush. It's a human-shaped bush. I'm probably gonna get zipped over this fence. It's right there. Fuck if I had a grenade still. Okay, maybe we will push over the other side. There's too many guys over there. It's also daybreak, so it will be way easier to see them, but also way easier for them to see me. Their vision during daytime is significantly better. Oh, this is just a hedge I can walk through. Fuck, I thought it was solid. There's one in here, I'm pretty sure. At least one. Crouch walking, I think either they can't hear you or they can't hear you until you're right on top of them. Normal walking is more like a jog. They can definitely hear you. And sprinting makes enough noise to wake the dead. You can also crouch walk plus the sneak, but there's not really much point doing it. You move so slowly, and holding down that many keys at once is difficult. Don't mind if I do. There's not really much point, in my opinion, to carrying it. Well, I mean, yeah, there is a point to carrying a sidearm. You can't quick switch to the weapon. Like, if you've got a backpack with molly straps, you can carry an extra weapon, which was what I was doing with that Mosin before. But you can't quick switch between them. You have to physically go into your inventory and swap it over. Oh, this is code locked? Fuck. So yeah, there might be a point to carrying a sidearm, I guess, if you get caught reloading or something. But I usually don't. I just carry carry a long arm, maybe 2 long arms. Like if I've got long range work I need to be doing, I'll carry a second long arm. I just primary an AK or an M16. Well, M4, Oid. I so want an M16A1 in this game, dude. Like I said, if they add old school shit to this, that is all I'm using. Do I have the key for this? No, it's code locked. Whoa! We're fucked. Oh, he was right there in the bush. Fucking hell. So this is the stream where you watch me die a lot and rebuy equipment, I guess. That plate carrier actually did quite well. Steel Core 545 didn't get through it. However, what did kill us was we got domed right in the fucking... right in the jaw. We can respawn a bit closer in one of our forward bases, so we'll do that. I will build that AR. I'm not going to use it because, like I said, we want to live off the land ammo-wise, but I'll show you how to build it, just in case any of you are also sick in the head like me. So what we do is we go to Gunny. We need this fucking abomination. We then inspect. We want to get rid of the stock. Oh, detach. Settle. It's just the fridge. We'll leave that, leave that, leave that. We're gonna detach. Oh, we can't detach the upper. I'm gonna need to put some parts back on it. I fucked this up. Okay. There we go. Now we detach the upper. We are going to detach, detach, detach. So we just have the basis of an M4. We're going to unload that. So we got, oh, that's 855. That's good shit. Okay, so we got some good ammo now. We will sell that. We will sell the M4 up. No, we won't, because we've got to inspect this. Sorry. Barrel detach. We will now sell the M4 upper. We will examine the barrel. We'll take off the 3-prong. We've already got one of those for if I can build a retro M16 at some point, but we'll take that off. Okay, so we'll sell the spare 3-prong. We'll sell the gas block. We'll sell the stock. We'll sell the MOE grip. Mag pull. Trade all that. We need an upper for that. We will buy... Where is it? We'll buy the CQA1 gas, which is the old school M4 style, the hand grip, old school M4 style. We'll buy the grip, old school, and we will buy, we've already got the M4 lower, we don't need it. CQA1 is the Norinco clone of the M4, it's semi-auto only, but in all other respects it's just an M4. And we'll buy the M16A1 upper. Now we styling. We'll have to move this so we can slot that in. We'll need a XM177E1 flash hider. I think he sells those. Yeah, he does. There it is. E2, sorry. E2 flash hider. We can't attach that yet. Oh, right, because it's rotated the wrong way. Nope, still can't attach. We move this. It's a bit finicky sometimes about when it lets you attach stuff. We're missing something, aren't we? We've got the gas block, flash hider. I guess we need to put the stock on. Did I get this? No, I haven't bought the stock yet. We need the old school M4 stock. That goes on there. Can we attach that now? No. It's probably because the charging handle's not on yet. Yeah, it doesn't have a charging handle. CQA1. We could get a USGI charging handle, but the CQA1 is identical. So we'll just get that. What am I missing? Maybe we need to take the, we probably need to take the upper off first. No? What am I doing? Barrel? Hello? Oh, yep. We put it on the wrong order. That's why. I think. No, barrel's locked. Upper comes off. Barrel goes in the upper. Yep, that's how you do it. Because re-barreling ARs in real life is a pain in the ass, which is probably why it's a pain in the ass in game too. Can we... Why is it locked now? What are we missing? Oh, charging handle probably. No? No? Hello? Too long? No? We are still missing something. AR-18? Dude, I wish. Unfortunately, every game that seems to add the AR-18 lately, Ready or Not did this too, adds the fucking modern polymer one, which is basically a 15 lower with an 18 upper. I want a proper old school fucking AR-18. Old school fucking IRA style. I would rock that all day, every day. Give me an M16A1 in this game. Done. Finished. That's all I need. Oh, and an old M1 steel pot with the Mitchell print. The reversible Mitchell print. Why is it... Is it the buffer tube? Yeah, it's the buffer tube, so the buffer has to go on next. Okay, there we go. We now have as close to a retro CAR 15 as you're going to get in this game currently, and we're going to be a Chad and load it with a 20 rounder. I've actually taken to doing mixed loadouts of 20 and 30 rounders when I'm carrying the AR because it's actually quite handy. Notice the 20 rounders take up 1 inventory slot, the 30s take up 2. Think about the size implications of that in a game which uses like volumetric grid square shit for inventory. 2 or 3 30 rounders plus 2 or 3 20 rounders is quite a decent amount of bang, and you can fit it in the same space as, for... If you take 2 20s and 3 30s, an Alice in this is a 8 slot, 4x2, so you can take 4 30 rounders for 120 rounds, or you can take 3 30 rounders for 90 plus 2 20 rounders for the extra of 10 rounds, 100 rounds, whatever. So it's a very small edge, but it's an edge. That's my style of min-maxing. It's, aesthetics focused min-maxing. I don't really care about the more gamer style. Oh, I do have a spare Alice. Cool. Let me just move the 1911. We will also move that over there. We'll put that up there. Okay, we need more grenades. We need fucking hella grenades. Oh, by the way, the Lemang army guys, at least from what I've seen, seem to frequently carry F1s. As in Soviet F1 grenades. Pocket nukes. Those are good fun when you get hold of them. They throw quite a bit of shrapnel. What do we need? So we've got our... We're not taking that, but we've got that now. Lab rat, we need to buy another 2 of these because we lost them. We're going to buy some more food while we're at it. We're going to buy some more water while we're at it. We're going to buy... We don't need to buy more surgical kits. We've got plenty. We are... Actually, no, we don't need more painkillers too. We got some. I think we should be okay for medical supplies for now. I'll go back and double check after. So what do we need? We need... We've got an Alice. We could buy a plate carrier. I don't like doing it, but I kind of feel like it's worth getting a plate carrier when we're fighting the army, because they actually have good shit. Having said that, who here... Daphne, can you stop running around? Who here is up on their protective ratings? Is 3A better than 3? Or is it, like, just different? Or is it... I forget how these work. If Munge was still around, I'd ask him, but... Oh, there we go. Never mind. We could just mouse over it. NRJ 3A. A suffix indicates slightly lower protection base tier, while plus... Okay. So we want level 3. This is level 3. How heavy is it? 6.3, 9.5 kilos. 3.3. It's 3A. So it's slightly worse. 3A. 2.7. The Czech one's 2.7. We're going to go with... It's worse protection, but we're taking it because it's light. So we need that. We need the backpack. Oh, there's no space for the backpack. We will move... Oh, that's not going to fit. Never mind. Move this bad boy down here. We will move the totally not nair tag down. We'll move that there. This can... sit down here. That should give us space for the backpack. It did. We're going to need another set of the... Which of these are better out of the 2? Presumably the more expensive ones, but you never know. We'll get the more expensive ones, because I think they are slightly better, but the Russian ones are way better than either of them. They're way more sensitive. I would wear the boonie, or this is actually more like an actual bush hat. It's not like your typical American wide brim boonie where the brim's flat. It's like a giggle hat. I would be wearing this if it didn't clip really obnoxiously with the fucking headsets. Let's see. The steel pot clips with them too, unfortunately. They carry Mirage F1s, got it, yeah. Yeah, they do. So, we're gonna load our guy up. Sorry, I know I'm hopping from screen to screen. My brain's not working its best today. Oh, it didn't give us the plate carrier either because there wasn't enough space, so we're gonna have to go back and rebuy it. We didn't spend the money because we didn't have space, but there we go. Yoink. Oh, it's fucking 9 slots. I should have noticed that before. Whatever. 9 slots will do. We will take an AK-74M. There's no point me preserving these stock standard rifles. They're not even good condition. I don't know why I'm hoarding them. There's no point. The MP5 suppressed. We could do some SAS shit, but these guys are all wearing, like, Ratnik armor, so it's less than useless. I wonder if the MP5 in this game chokes if you feed it hollow points. I doubt they've gone to that level of realism, but it would be cool if they have. For those that don't know, the MP5 is notoriously allergic to anything but fucking FMJ. Can you get your little head out of the way, please? Okay. MFAC. We'll put one... Actually, we'll put the MFACs in our pockets. We will put surgical kit there. We will put... I don't know. We'll put a cat there. Because if we need a cat, we're probably going to need it in a hurry rather than futzing around with our medical kits. Okay. 1 bandage, 1 splint. 1 lot of painkillers, 1 small blood pack. There we go. And we'll carry an extra bandage. There are flashbangs, by the way, but unless we're actually going into the resort building itself, there's not really much point having them. Okay. There's our 855 that we had. Grenades. That's what I'm doing. What we'll do is we'll put the spare bandage in here. We'll put 2 grenades on our belt. You can't quick access the grenades from your backpack, so we will not be able to use those. We'll have to manually flip them back to our inventory. You may notice as well your food and water doesn't drain while you're in a safe zone, which is good, because the amount of time it takes me to figure out a loadout would leave me starving otherwise. Pop that down there, push that up, take a second one of them. We can just scavenge more food and water as we go. We'll live off the land. Fuck, I've spent a lot of money in the last day on this. Rebuying loadouts because I keep getting fucking killed doing dumb shit. We'll move these tags. Kick that up next to the weapon it lives with. Actually, put these down here. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens with the tracker. Oh, yeah, okay, so the tracker does show where you lost your kit. Okay, cool. We'll probably, if we get there alive, we'll probably just swap the gear we're carrying for that anyway, so this is going to be wasted money regardless, but I kind of don't care. Generating cash in this game is pretty easy. Whether or not you farm it off the NPCs, like, just, you don't really need it. And like I said, because I tend to live off the land in terms of equipment, I like the older gear aesthetic. I'm not really buying a lot of stuff. I'm mostly just using what I can find. We need mags for the AK. Oh, we need ammo for it too. We're going to have 1 loaded mag when we go in, and we're going to have to load everything else off whoever we kill. That's going to be interesting. In fact, Artisan doesn't sell mags for the AK-74 yet. Not at this level. Okay. We're going to leave the AK-74. We're going to take an AKM. because then we'll just grab an AK-74 off whoever we kill. The problem is this thing's not gonna punch through armor real well. Take a bunch of mags. We'll take some. This is soft point ammo. Does she sell good ammo for it yet, or is it only? She sells soft point and fucking subsonic. Whoopee. Yeah. And then this is just standard commercial soft point. So we're going to have substandard ammo for this. What we can do though, we did have that second weapon slot vacant when we got killed, so we can suppress this bad boy and use this. We could actually take some US. I won't, but we could. And we could use it, we could do some fucking Afghan war scout shit where we just carry a suppressed AK for quiet work and then a AK-74 for actually killing cunts. This game needs something like an L1A1. I don't remember if it has a FAL in it. It does have some battle rifles in it, I'm pretty sure. I think I've seen Robbo rock an M14 at one point. I kind of feel like there is a FAL. I don't remember. Okay. Oh, it has the Bramit suppressor for the 9130, by the way, which is funny. Fucking historical relic. Hello, you want on my shoulder, do you? Or do you just want to kiss? I think she wants down on the floor. Do you want to go on the floor? Are you going to behave yourself or are you going to pester me? Okay, because I'm streaming at the moment. I need you to not be a pest. We'll have some floor time later, okay, baby? She's developed this thing where she insists on floor time, and what I mean by that is if I'm in my chair, whether I'm working, playing games, watching videos, if I'm at my desk, she will do what she's doing now, which is laying on the floor throwing a tantrum, or she'll come up to me and just like climb on top of my throttle, because my HOTAS sits next to my desk when I'm not using it. She'll climb on top of the throttle and just bark at me until I get out of my chair, because I'm like, oh, she wants to play. As soon as I'm out of my chair and laying on the floor ready to play with her, she'll just grab a toy and run off and do her own thing. Like, it's enforced parallel play. My dog is autistic. I guess they do say dogs take on the personality of their owner, so I shouldn't be surprised that my dog is autistic. But, oh well. We will bring some extra ammo. Not a 30 stack, we'll bring a 60 stack. Just to load those out, and then once we grab the 74, we'll swap the mags around a bit. Okay, I think we're geared up enough. Our body's probably aged out by now, so I'm not even sure if we'll get anything from it, but we'll keep this thing on semi-auto. The recoil off a standard AK, like a 7.62 AK, is quite brutal. I don't see one, that's a shame, yeah. I want the Cold War gear, man. Robbo was saying apparently the devs are doing a collab with some gun-related company. I don't know who. Apparently it's not CZ, but it might be. He wasn't sure. He doesn't remember. He just knows that they're doing a collab with some gun-related company that is really into the old school stuff, like really retro weapons. Like old Mauser, like the license-built Czech Mausers and stuff. So it probably is fucking CZ or Brno or something. CZ took over Brno, I think, back in the day. Either way, there will probably be more older weapons coming to the game, which I am all here for. And that is what you will see me rocking. Also, I might start using sidearms then. So, look, the 1911 is overhyped to fucking back. It has a shitty magazine capacity. 45 is a hopelessly obsolete round. 1911s are notoriously finicky. Anyone that's ever like tried to tune one for any sort of like competitive shooting will know how finicky 1911s are. Almost all of the surplus ones are shot out pieces of shit. But the 1911 does have a mystique. It does look good, and fuck me sideways, I've shot a 1911 once in my life. I shot really well with a Glock, so like not my last trip home, but the one before it, I went to the shooting range in the West End Mall, and I got to shoot a bunch of different pistols. I shot a Ruger P85. It was such a rattly, shaky piece of shit. The tolerancing was like, it was so bad you could drive a bus through it, but it shot reasonably well. Like, I did okay with it. It handled, but it was rattled. It was like my Minimi I was issued, right? The Minimi I was issued, the fucking, the retention pins for the trigger group, like the fire control group, was so egged out that I just had to like do this, and the entire, like the actual body of the weapon, the receiver of the weapon, rattled on top of the grip. Like, it's an LSW, it doesn't matter, you're going to be shooting it from a bipod most of the time anyway, but it was that bad, I could just rattle it. The P85 had that vibe. Like, it rattled every time I manipulated something on it. It felt loose. But it shot okay. Didn't have any stoppages. I got to shoot a USP, which was actually surprisingly not good. The USP, it felt better toleranced, but it felt kind of awkward. It was very snappy, because I think it was, from memory, it was a 45 USP, so that didn't help. But, like, I like the aesthetic of the USP, and as a Half-Life enjoyer, like, a USP match is one of my dream guns I'd like to own. But it didn't shoot well. My accuracy with it was all over the fucking shop. It didn't jive with me. And then they also had a 1911, which was like it was an aftermarket-ish 1911, like it wasn't USGI, but it wasn't fully tricked out race gun. It had some aftermarket parts. Dude, the 1911, like, as much as I just shat on it like 2 minutes ago, the 1911 was built for me. Like, because of my fucking ridiculous face hugger hands, it fits my hands perfectly. Holding a 1911 is like just growing a new appendage. Like, it was that natural to point and shoot for me, and I got good results with it. Like, I shot it really, really well. Good grouping, multiple rounds through the bull. Like, it was just really... And I have, like, prior to this, I had no pistol shooting experience, right? Only rifle, and some shotgun. So I was really impressed with the 1911. I did really well with it. The real winner, as far as accuracy goes, and the loser as far as aesthetics and feel go, after I shot with the 1911, the range safety officer was like, "Damn, dude, you did really well. Would you like to try my gun?" He just hands me his Glock, which was a Glock 22, the 40 Smith & Wesson one. He said it's what the Edmonton police use, which it is. I fucking hate Glocks. I hate the feel of Glocks. I hate the feel of the trigger. I hate the feel of the gun. The grip angle is awkward. Like, they just feel like shit to hold and shoot. But I can't argue with the results. I shot, like, I just clawed out the center of the target. Like, the ball was gone. It was just one big ragged hole. Like, it shot phenomenally well, but I hated every second of it. So yeah. If I want to shoot effectively, I need a Glock. If I want to not hate myself while I'm shooting, I need a 1911. Or, I'd like to shoot a high power. You would have thought I'd get to shoot one while I was in the army, but circumstances conspired to make that not a thing. Namely, a guy who wasn't qualified to be on the range in the first place got to do all the range general duty stuff for our guys deploying to Timor while I was stuck GGing in the kitchen. With all the other guys who were also qualified to shoot. We were all really pissed about that. But yeah, I never got to shoot a high power, but I suspect it'd be in the same sort of bucket as the 1911. Like, it's very similar to the 1911, right? I suspect I would do really well with it and find it really comfortable. Got him. There's another one outside the gate, I think. And the CZ75 is kind of like just a more advanced high power, so I reckon that'd be the same thing. I'd probably really like it. This is objectively a better setup. 6B23 is a bit damaged, but it should still be better, I think. Hold on, we're about to get rolled up on. He's outside the wall. There he is. Oh, what? They can vault walls? Brother, what? No. No. I mean, it makes sense, but I've never seen them do that before. Where is this fucker? I think someone else is engaging them, which is good. More distractions for them, more better for me. Gap in the fucking hedge there. Yeah, I'm used to hedges in games being European hedgerows, i.e. solid, you can't go through them. But these are not solid hedgerows, these are just bushes. He's either gone back where we were, cut through the hedges, or he's gone out the front to engage whoever's over there. So we're just gonna hope he's not standing in a hedge waiting to ambush us like before. It's fucking stressful. Like, even against AI, it's stressful. So, it is kind of like Tarkov in that respect. .762 AK, I've got enough ammo and mags for that. I don't need more. What I do need is 545. But I need to not get shot while I'm getting it. There's nothing in there. This guy only had the one spare mag. AI typically, regardless of whether they're army faction like these guys or the fucking bandit faction, they typically only carry one spare mag, sometimes two. So I don't know if they just endlessly generate mags when they get to the bottom of the second mag. I think probably they do. But it does somewhat complicate living off the land. Is that a guy over there? That is a guy over there. But he doesn't see us, so we're not going to engage him. At one point, while I was doing a lot of work up around Hunter's Paradise, I found an AK-12 in one of the weapon crates. And that thing went kind of hard. I also had an Elcan Spectre I got as a quest reward, so I whacked the Spectre on the fucking AK-12, and it was fucking lit, dude. Headshot. Can we not? Okay, we can probably jump this, but we can't get through the gate. Hello, can we... Brother. Oh shit! Fuck me. Uppies, uppies, uppies! Oh my god, no. Okay, we're gonna have to go around. We're so heavy with this fucking body armor. This is why I usually run just an Alice rig with maybe a light fucking bulletproof vest. Plate carriers make you so slow and so fucking heavy. There's my body. We'll grab my AK. We'll unload the mag from that, so at least then we've got another one of those. We'll grab my MFAC. We'll just grab all of that. We probably will dump some of this weight later, but for now... Oh, what am I doing? Okay, I'm going to keep 2 mags for the 7.62 AK. We're going to drop the rest. I can just restock them from Artisan when I need to anyway, so there's no point holding on to them. They're just dead weight. Good headset. And then that's just water and shit. We'll actually drink that now, so we can use it up. That's empty, that's empty. There's our 1911 we found. Happy days. We're really fucking heavy. Hey Jeff! Hey Ross Burgess! Good to see you guys. Why are you wearing the kangaroo? Do you have access to the 16 slaughter? I'm wearing this because this had more slots than what I came here with. I do have access to better gear, but also I roll old school, so like if I usually start off with an Alice over just like a light plate, if anything. And then if I find a, was it 6 SHA 104 or whatever it is? Or is it 6 SHA 104 or just SHA 104? I think it's 6 SHA 104. I'll usually wear that because it's got more slots, and I think that is a 16 slaughter. It's got more than the Alice, but it's still got the old school webbing vibe. We're only using as modern a gear as I have here because we're in an area that kind of requires it. When I'm doing more like low-key stuff, I'm legit rolling as close to Vietnam config as I can get. Because, you know, I'm a normal and well-adjusted person. What was I going to do? I was going to eat. And then we're going to need another drink because eating dehydrates you even when you eat something that's rich in water like, you know, fish. I guess tin fish is usually really salted, so I guess it makes sense it dehydrates you. Tarkov clone? Not quite. So if you really want the lowdown, catch the VOD at the start. I explained the game in some detail, but essentially this is open. It's very obviously cribbing off Tarkov, especially with the inventory. Like, every modern shooter is just like, we're going to copy Tarkov's UI, even though Tarkov's UI is not good. So it does have that vibe, but it is obviously jungle. We're in Southeast Asia. We're in like some hybrid of Vietnam / Thailand / Cambodia. And it's open world. If I can do what I'm trying to do here, which is open the map, is open world. You got 3 starter villages. They're all identical to each other. So each faction, there's 3 factions. Each faction has like a noob town, which is the same as all the others, so that, you know, they don't get disorientated if they switch between factions with different characters. Yeah, it's a good size. It's pretty big. No loading zones. This is all contiguous. You get around the place by helicopter. That's why there's landing zones. You have to discover new landing zones by going out on foot, so it's not easy mode. You can fly wherever from the start. You have to find the landing zone by walking somewhere first. But yeah, each faction has 4 little birds to carry people to and fro. You can see these operating like these combat outposts. Blue ones are friendly, purple ones are not friendly. You got to capture them. Those are basically little mini safe zones, so you can trade with the vendors, you can save your gear, you can log off safely. If you are outside of those or outside the main base and you log off, good luck, you might lose your gear. In a lot of respects, the gameplay is similar to Tarkov. Obviously, it's gear whoring to the extreme, like Tarkov and like every other extraction shooter. Because it is open world, the extraction shooter aspect isn't you have to get to an extraction zone in X amount of time. You can take however the fuck along you like to do things. You can go wherever the fuck you like for extraction. You can helicopter back to your main base. You can find a friendly outpost. You can just, like, run multiple missions in sequence. It doesn't matter. There's a PvE instance, which I'm on at the moment because I'm too much of a scrub to PvP yet. And then the main instance... is like PvPvE, so it's more directly like Tarkov. Although Tarkov added PvE recently, didn't they? Because people were just like doing pirate shit to play PvE, and I guess they figured, hey, there's actually a huge market for this. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the gameplay's a little different. There's no, like, you know how in Tarkov you can infinitely vary your movement speed, like Armor Reforger? That's not in the game. I don't know if that's coming to the game, but it's not in it. You can vary your crouch height, like in Reforger, which is really useful. I don't remember if you can do that in Tarkov. I don't think you can, or at least you couldn't last time I played it. So there are subtle differences. Like, broadly, yes, it's similar to Tarkov, but there are subtle differences. Like the quest in GZW for the most part. Yeah, it feels very Jagged Alliance, actually. That's a good call. Just in Southeast Asia, not Latin America. If they wanted to really be ahead of the curve, they could have gone with Latin America for the full Jagged Alliance vibes, and they would have been topical. What was I even doing? Oh, right, I was going to go in there. I'm not sure which of these villas is which, but we do need to get into a couple. Well, one of them for a mission, and a couple of them I got the keys for. I think these ones are all code locked though, so it might be like we might be down the wrong end. But then Tarkov is made by god-awful people, you see. Yeah, I haven't heard many good things about the Tarkov devs for a variety of reasons. The guys that make this, as far as I'm aware, it's a Czech outfit. And they seem to be pretty solid devs. What the fuck muzzle device have I got on this thing? Oh, I don't have one on it. Okay, that explains a few things. Let's see if we can find either a standard AK-74 muzzle device or something similar. Maybe just tame the recoil slightly. Oh, this guy's got the fucking Giga Break off an AKM. Will that fit on here? Probably not. Oh, the DTK does fit on here. Okay, we've got the Giga Break now. The fucking thing you never want to see someone turn up next to you at a range with, because it vents all of the gas to the side and deafens you. Notoriously, if you turn up to a range with one of the, I think it's the early pattern, no, maybe late pattern SVT muzzle brakes. I think the early pattern has more cuts, because it, you know, more fine machining, whereas the late one's like, fuck it, we need a gazillion of these things. If you turn up with that specific pattern of SVT, apparently a lot of ranges in the States will just tell you to fuck off, because it is so ear-bleedingly awful for everyone around you. Which is based. The pistol range I went to at the West End Mall, I forget what I was shooting at the time. I think it might have been while I was shooting old mate RSO's Glock, but there were a bunch of uni students next to me, and they were shooting a fucking Desert Eagle. I think it wasn't even a 50 cal, it was a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle. And the muzzle blast of that fucking thing was so obnoxious that, like, 3 lanes down, I could feel it like a subtle punch of air against my cheek every time it went off. It was so fucking funny. They didn't hit anything with it, of course. AK-74 without its pioneering muzzle brake? Yeah. I don't know why I took it off. I probably did it without... I was probably trying to put a suppressor on something and forgot. That's probably why... Oh shit. That's probably what happened to my suppressor. I was probably like mid-installing it, then forgot what I was doing and sold it instead. Many such cases. Okay, I think... I don't know if we're too far down or what, but we're going to go back up the other end of the villas and start there, because I think we came in halfway through. Way to step back. Why the fuck would you want to go to the West Edmonton Mall? Because, look, it's a shithole, but it's my shithole. I was homesick, okay? I hadn't been there since I was a kid. And also, I still don't have a Cat H license here, so I've never been able to do any pistol shooting in Australia. The one chance I would have had while I was in the army got sniped out from under me because somebody got to do range general duties, which they shouldn't have been doing because they weren't qualified. They basically got in first come, first served, and nobody checked what they were qualified to do. So me and all the other boys who wanted to do GDing on the range and shoot all the fun shit that you only get to do before someone deploys, you know, with all the leftover stuff, we didn't get to do it. We spent 16 hours a day washing up and peeling potatoes, while old mate who we had to... like, this guy, I won't name him, but he was a fuck-up. He was like the archetypal fuck-up, and this is coming from me. I was usually the fuck-up. This guy made me look like a high-speed operator. He would come into parade nights, because I was in the reserves, right, not full-time army. He would come to parade nights with his boots unlaced, his fucking shirt unbuttoned and untucked, like, hanging out. Like, he looked like a bag of shit. And he would turn up like this. And so he would get there early, luckily for him. I would also get there early because I had to get the train up. So we would have half an hour before anyone with rank turned up to quickly get him dressed. I'm not joking. One of us would be unfucking like his boot lacing because he had it all ass backwards. which is why his boots weren't tied up. And then another one of us would be like blousing his pants properly and tucking his fucking cams in and shit. Like, he looked like an actual bag of shit. Like, he wasn't a bad kid, but he was very obviously a Call of Duty player who decided to join the army because he liked Call of Duty. He had no fucking idea what he was doing. And he was, like, constantly off in another world. Like, he wouldn't be paying attention. He was a liability to be around, either because he was a heat seeker and he would draw all of the NCO's attention to you if you were near him. Or because he was just unsafe in that he didn't know what the fuck he was doing when he was handling weapons and shit. So, yeah, he got to shoot fucking high powers and 66s. Fuck. That's what you get for not paying attention. Oh well. Yeah, he got to shoot all the fun stuff. He got to shoot, I think, fucking Carl Gustavs as well. Like, the kind of stuff literally you only get to live fire before somebody goes on a deployment. And the rest of us were peeling potatoes. Not salty at all, by the way. For a week. Peeling potatoes for a week while he got to do fun shit. Not salty at all. So I never got to shoot pistols until I went to the West End Mall. And then I got to shoot pistols there. And it was fun. We're going to just rebuy the same shit, I guess. No, you know what? We're not. We're gonna... Fuck it. We're getting Swiss cheesed anyway, even when we have body armor, so we're gonna do the thing. We're gonna have an Alice rig. Oh, never mind. What am I doing? Okay. I will try and die less. Oh, actually, you know what? I won't take those because I'm going to have MFAX coming out of my ears if I find my old body. We'll just... no, we don't need that either. We will just take, like, disposable gear, I guess. We will even... There's my AK-74M with the brake. We'll even just take a disposable AK, same as before. With 3 spare mags. What we will do though, actually no, we won't put any attachments on it because we're going to grab the other one anyway once we find our body. I do have an AKM brake. You know what? Fuck it. We will use that because I don't care. It's dime a dozen. I can buy them now, so. AKM, wrong slot, that goes there, Alice rig goes there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 2 grenades. Still on soft point ammo, so just fucking next to useless against body armor. We're gonna have to try and hit him in the head, but, you know, creature of habit, I aim center of scene mass, so I'm just gonna rely on my recoil to carry it towards their head. We'll take one lot of painkillers just as spare. Bottle of water, even though we got tons of water on our body. I think that's probably all we need. If we get... No, we'll take 1 spare set of bandages. If we get fucking brassed up, we're gonna die pretty quickly anyway. We will buy just a soft plate. I wish he sold green ones. So I'll buy a... What is that? 3A, I think? So we've got a plate, but then we've got the Alice over the top of it. Hey Carp, good to see you. It is going poorly because I am bad at this game. I'm even worse at this game when I'm trying to talk at the same time. We'll leave this on auto, just so I can panic burst. We're pretty close quarters in this environment anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Where's Daphne? Where's... Daphne? Where's your bed? Oh, you've moved house. Okay. Daphne dragged her little bed across the floor. Was that an act of protest because you're not getting enough attention? Huh? Probably woke her up. Sorry, bub. Go back to sleep, sweetie. Not Cambodia is pretty well modeled. Is it Cambodia? But I was like, the script is either Thai or Cambodian. I can't tell which. Cambodia probably would make more sense. It's more Thailand themed in the resorts, but I guess Cambodia makes more sense, like politically as well, from what they've shown of the lore. Never heard anything about the Tarkov devs behind the scenes that made it. Yeah. One thing I will say is he's not with them anymore, I believe, but their main hard surface artist for a long time was a guy that Harry knows, who is like god tier. I don't remember his name, but like the guy that did a lot of their weapons models, like their hard surface stuff, just phenomenally skilled. Like you look at the renders of the Mosin, for example, and the machining cuts are all there. And as somebody who owns a 9130 with, you know, an original PU plus a pretty faithful reproduction mount, original PU, like mounting bracket with the rings, and then the Kochotov is the reproduction part on mine. He got those machining marks dead on. Like, that guy is a god. I've never seen, except for Harry's stuff, I would put, you know, pretty much the same tier, because Harry is also extremely skilled, but I've never seen anything on that level for game art. It's just so good. So that track is still working. The tracker we used is like the shortest duration tracker, I think. I think it's still on my original body. Yeah, it is. It's not on the new one. That's interesting. We took the rifle, so see, can't loot body tool. We took the rifle though, so I'm surprised it's still on the body. Also, you'll notice my character is who the fuck is phoning me? Sorry about that. Daphne's gonna go psycho. It's okay, Daph. It's just my phone. Hello? Say again? Oh, hey. I'm good, thanks. Yep. Yep. See you then. Thanks. Bye. Settle down. No, Bubba, we're not going to have visitors. We're not having visitors. Dear God. Do you want a treat? I'll bribe you to not be noisy. You can come sit with me for a bit. Sorry about that. That was confirmation for an appointment I forgot that I made. As you can see, Daphne gets very excited when the phone rings. Specific ringtone she recognizes too, because I've got like a different ringtone for my family, a different ringtone for Daph's mum. She recognizes who's calling me and she gets very excited. But yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, you'll notice my character is white fella. He's tanned white fella, but he is white fella. Bodies turn like black with time, as in like decomposition. If you've ever seen a you know, couple days along the process or a week along the process decomposing body, that's what happens. They turn kind of blackish. So it's a cool little feature, neat feature. This game has a lot of little details like that, so because it's set in a very humid environment, when it is particularly humid, like when the humidity index in-game is high, you will notice weather forecast. 33 degrees Celsius, 31% humidity, 12 kilometers an hour wind, although it doesn't give wind direction. When the little birds are flying around and it's really humid, you actually get the halo of vapor on the rotor blades. It looks really cool. Also, bushes, not just when characters move through the bushes, but when gunfire goes through the bushes, it bucks them. You can see the leaves moving, so you can tell where you're being shot at from by watching the foliage. It's not quite to the level of some games. I think Far Cry 3 is the poster child for this, where you can shoot bushes and it will actually whip branches off, and eventually it'll cut through the thing entirely. Doesn't do that, but it's still a pretty nice little detail. Let me move my chair in a bit. Still up, I think. 762 soft point does not do well against armor. Is he still up? He is. Brother! Fuck me. How am I so bad? Terminal Winston aim. Watch me get domed from the right now. Okay, he's let out. There's a guy directly over the fucking fence from me. AK-12. Do not mind if I do. The AK-12 is actually a really good weapon in this game. Oh, fuck. You know what? We're just going to drop the AKM. We don't need it. We still have that other one that was suppressed. Oh, a fucking Sasha 68N. I have not seen a 68 before, and it doesn't click with the headphones. You beauty. We are going to take the 6B3 because we need the added protection. This area is bat country. There's a guy directly next to me. I'll take the extra water too. That's where my body is. So he's basically on top of my body. It's coming around the front. Stick your head around again, dickhead. Fucking hide over boar. Winston, aim. Jesus. That is another PMC. Coming from our right. So we got a full mag. Full mag loaded, full mag spare, and then a 5 round. Need to get to that body. I swear there was a guy right there. Unfortunately, I think this is on... I don't remember if this is Unity or Unreal 5. I think it's Unreal 5. Unfortunately, that means that we have to deal with all the fucking sins of modern video game rendering, namely TAA, which blurs the shit out of everything, because if they didn't have temporal anti-aliasing, you would see that the lighting is actually really fucking hilariously stippled. Because it takes so long to render modern lighting. So it does make it kind of hard to see through bushes if you're moving or if the target's moving. You get quite a bit of ghosting, but again, literally, like, almost every modern game does that, so womp womp. Beans, hell yeah. I don't know if you were here for it earlier, Kane, but this game has knockoff Tim Tams. There is a chocolate bar in the game which has blue wrapping and is double chocolate flavour, and called Tam Tam. So for those familiar with Tim Tams, you will know that blue wrap Tim Tams are the double chocolate flavour. Where was it I went down? It was in here somewhere, right? Or was it outside of here? Fuck, I don't remember. Might have been outside of here. We're just going to stand up and make some noise. Might attract them to us, but make it easier to see our body. You can hear him calling out that he knows where we are now. Oh, we're getting shot at. I think I was outside of this when I got shot, right? Like I wandered around the corner and got domed or something. There. Boom, headshot. There's another one, maybe? Yep. Sitting in the open trading fire is not a smart strategy, but occasionally it does work. If you can hit them badly enough to flinch them, you can usually come out onto... Holy fuck. Anything in here worth taking? Nope. Don't know why I'm surprised. Why would there be anything in there worth taking? Where the fuck is my old body? I wasn't actually paying attention when I got down before, so you guys probably have a better idea of where my corpse is than me. It's like over there somewhere, I think. Surgical kit's useful. Body there, which is the guy that we just shot before. Oh, I think I was here. Like in here somewhere. Maybe. Imagine paying attention to what you're doing. It's tracking the previous body. So it's not tracking the one I'm currently looking for, it's tracking the one before that. Well, we'll go loot this guy anyway. Because at least then we should get some more... Like, fucking... misclick. I really need to fix this mouse. Okay, what condition is this? 100%, so we'll just keep it. We full auto or semi? Now we're full auto. AK-12 is relatively controllable, even stock. It's got decent sights too, especially by AK standards. Fucking, we died somewhere around here, right? I'm not tripping. We were like walking through the shrubs here, I think, and then we got domed because we walked right into a guy. Daphne, please do not stand on my shoulder like that. I don't want you falling off. Daphne? Can you sit down, please, Bubba? There's no point actually giving her a sit command because she only does that when she feels like it. There we go. Thank you, Bubba. It's on a mound nearby. A mound nearby. Go back into the compound via the route you exited. There's a small mound to your left from the entrance. Oh, you are a king, thank you. Wait, is it this mound? This looks about right. Hello, body. Don't know what happened there. There's an invisible wall there, which sometimes means you've come across a body if you can't walk through it, but no, it's not there. I don't know. Look, it is what it is. If we don't find it, it's not the worst. We've got a decent rifle now. Because yeah, this looks familiar. This looks about right. Maybe my body's glitched. Maybe that's it there and I just can't see it. Oh, no. What's this? Oh no, it's one of them. But we can get ammo from it. What am I doing? Open. There's one there. Oh, there's a body. Maybe, is that it? Because yeah, I came through here. This looks familiar. No, that's one of them. Ah, fuck it. We'll just live off the land. We got some decent gear now, so we'll just roll with what we got. The only problem is we don't have fucking medical supplies. We got, like, I think a band-aid, yeah, bandage, and that's it, if that. Surgical kit, bandage, painkillers. No splint. And no blood. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably is this hill. I just don't see the body, so it might have like despawned or bugged out. Because that's probably it there. Like the fact I can't walk through that probably means that my body is there. I just can't see it. We'll push down a bit. Little Daffy Duff. I'm guessing the villa that we need to go to is actually significantly bigger. Like the code locked one, yeah, Whitewater villas. It's probably in there. The code locked ones are probably just like normie tier villas. The Epstein ones will be down the hill. No, we aren't the only players here. We've now got friendly players here as well, but we also had some guys from the other PMCs, so that should at least help us thin this out. Like I said before, I don't know what the like respawn rate on the AI is, but it seems relatively low. Like I've cleared an area and gone back through about half hour later and it's still clear, so. What really bothers me is I haven't got my headset back, so hopefully we can get one of the Lemang army guys that has one. Oh shit. The Russian headsets are just so much better. So much higher gain. Louisa, I think I've got. Yep. Oh, 20k. Give me the 20k. Okay, we'll go in this one. Can't jump there. Can't jump there. Can we jump this gate? Nope. Probably have to go around the side. Come on, man. As if not. The main building? No. I haven't been in the main building yet. Time I try and sleep again. Catch you later, Kane. Good to see you. And have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'll be heading off to stay with family over the next couple of days, so next stream from me will probably be sometime January or maybe early February. Main building's a scary place, so I've heard. Erica. Do we have a key for this? Don't need one, apparently. Movement speed while you're leaning is so slow. Well, like while you're leaning and sighted in especially. Which makes, between that and having to hold, you know, X amount of keys to do it, it makes pie slicing kind of awkward. I know that there's toggle options for that, but like I don't like having toggle for everything. Actually, usually I have toggle for iron sights in almost every game, but this one I prefer not to. I think in Stalker 2 I ended up turning it to hold as well. In this game, it actually really does make a difference because you... Interesting. Like, it drains your arm stamina so fast, keeping a weapon shouldered, especially a bigger weapon. So, it does pay to have it hold rather than toggle. On the other hand, the one downside is it's kind of the zero trigger problem, right? So for those who are not quite as autistic, the gun trigger for the A6M, all variants as far as I'm aware of the A6M, was not on the stick like almost every other fighter aircraft. It was on the throttle. It was a thumb button on the throttle. The logic being that you don't want the pilot jerking the stick right as he's trying to take a shot at something. Like, that's the exact moment where you need the stick to be steady. So by moving the trigger onto the throttle, yeah, you might wave the throttle a bit, but the built-in throttle resistance fights that. And then as well, like, a very slight sort of transient application or reduction of power of the throttle is going to have less of an impact on your aim than jerking the fucking stick is. Same for some French and or Italian fighters, yeah. So it's an interesting theory, and I can totally see the rationale behind it. I think one of the guys that I used to play DCS with did that. Who was it? It wasn't Zach. It was... I don't remember, but somebody did actually bind up their shit like that. It might have been... my brain is not doing well with names right now. Old mate that used to play on a 360 controller for the longest time. When he actually got a HOTAS, I think, he bound it up like the Zero and actually was like, yeah, I see the logic behind it. It actually really works. Maybe Davey did do it too, I don't remember, but like it was a cool thing. Like, oh yeah, this totally makes sense, especially with the, you know, the kinds of sticks we have. Most of us have short throw sticks that sit on top of the desk. And it makes complete sense there. Like, I jerk my stick really... That's what he said. I tend to snatch at the trigger, and, like, it does jerk the stick noticeably. No, we'll leave the cash in there, because that necklace isn't that valuable. This card is, though, so maybe we'll put the card in there. So yeah, it's like one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, now I've actually tried it. It makes perfect sense why they did this. So I kind of feel like having like if I right mouse and the left mouse to try and tap off a snapshot at something, it probably does jerk my aim. So maybe I would be better off on toggle like I normally am, but I don't know. Just something about the vibe of this game makes it fit better to hold to aim. Mate of mine had rudder pedals but didn't use them for rudder, he used them for flaps. Let me guess, 109 player? I don't think there's anything really worth it in here. 1946 player, so everything, but probably main the 109, right? Where'd that come from? That's at us, question mark? But I don't see where from. Please don't murder me. The past couple of weeks got back into FPV, quadcopters and drones. Pretty sure I broke my real plane muscle memory. Fucked when summer comes back. Oof. Last time I went out to the farm, no, time before I went out to the farm, I got to play with Dad's little drone. It's quite a neat thing, but it's the control scheme is so unnatural to me. Like it's, oh, there's one right there, and another inside. It's very heavily automated. Like it has an auto land feature and stuff like that. But yeah, it's weird to someone used to actual like aircraft. Okay, that guy's gone right. I can't see him anymore. We'll push around the front and hope that there's nobody on my left. Probably a forlorn hope. Tell me how you really feel. We're gonna pull back to give me a bit of space as I come around this corner. One behind. Whoa! Fuck me. That was a little spicy. Okay, we've got a very minor bleed. I probably should have waited to heal that up, actually, because I'm vulnerable now, but I think those are the two immediate threats dealt with. We're gonna top off our mags as well. Kate, do I have Kate? Yes, I do. I hear footsteps. Won't someone please give me a fucking headset? Shit. One behind. Up there somewhere. up there, possibly. Ooh! Shit, there's one that we're gonna get inside. One on the other side of the building. Fuck, 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 fuck. Get inside, please. This is fucking sketchy as fuck. Ah, yep, into the bathroom. Excellent. He's moved. The one with the fucking Epstein tapes in was Elena from memory, so I don't know which one that is, but it's not the one we're in. Oh shit. I can't see the guy up top that's taking shots at us. Oh, right there. Grab some more gauze just in case. It's coming from that side. Daphne, can you sit still, sweetie? We need water. Fuck. Privacy, please. What's DCS? Digital Combat Simulator. It is a flight sim. It's more or less the main thing I play. We're doing something completely different from my usual at the moment. I don't play... I play a fair amount of shooters, but I usually don't play them on stream. But I've been getting back into this, so I figured we might as well pick it up on the stream. And you can see how fucking abysmally bad I am at it. Oh, that's locked. It's another bathroom, nothing in here. There. That's where I'm hiding. Walk-in robe, nothing in here. Bathroom, nothing in here. Another bedroom. Couple spicy mags, but nothing. Something out that side. Oh. Looks okay for now. Can I highlight how IL-2 devs can, in one breath, talk about Po-2 maneuver killing a jet in Korea, but also there were no afterburning jets in Korea, considering the jet that Po-2 got? The F-94 isn't real, it can't hurt you. DJI, yeah, I think it is. It's quite a neat little thing. Me and my sister bought it for him for, I think it was his birthday or Christmas or maybe Father's Day, a year or two ago. A year ago, I think. Okay, we'll head out this way. Where was the guy I dropped from the bedroom? Around this side, I think. Yeah, right there. Another AK-12. Well, these are, I've got the key for already. Pretty certain. Oh, fuck. Up there. We're going to take the opportunity to run across the road now. And just hope that there's none in here with us. Shit, that's two! Oh, this is so bad. We got at least one. I'm gonna push around the other side. There's one on that side of the fence rolling up on me. Just get inside to the relative safety of the indoors. Probably not a good idea standing near a window though. I didn't see which one this was on the way in. Where's the plate that says? Okay, there's one around that side of the building. Yeah, we're just gonna head inside. Try and clear this. Around that side of the building, maybe the other side of the wall. There's one body, so I'd say the second guy is around the back of the building. That's just the wind shaking that, I think, but I did hear a mag change over that direction. Is he inside? Oh, Elena. Or Elena Gar, or whatever it is. Yeah, this is the fucking Epstein one. We're gonna clear this before we read that. Or at least close the door behind us. Hello, can I close? At least I'll hear the door open, or should hear the door open. Ah. And nothing useful. Good shit. Don't know why I hit that, there's no need. Front door. Watch me get shot while I'm closing this. We are looking for a USB. We'll check that body on the way out. There. Beauty. I'll Tetris my inventory in a minute. Combine those. Okay. I'm going to sit down here, have something to eat. Speaking of something to eat, I'll have to have a lunch break in a bit. I'm hungry. Skip trying out this Taco Killer because performance issues. How's it with content nowadays? It's had some time to marinate. It's pretty decent. I've got water already. I'll grab that one on the way out though, because yeah, this one's on its last use. When it first came out into early access, which is also around when I first started playing, there were a lot of issues with like rubber banding. I still get disconnects, but I think that's just because of my internet. I haven't seen any real rubber banding for quite a long time. So it seems much more stable now. Performance, I mean, it runs pretty decently on my PC, and my PC is not the most amazing thing ever. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, like, you can see it's running quite well. And when I was playing it off stream, I had my usual gazillion, much more subtle environmental storytelling. You've got regular latex gloves and handcuffs. You don't have the fucking textured ones that came out in the files the other day. Ugh. Yeah, so it runs pretty well. Where's this fucking USB that we need? We'll take the water. Wait, was it this one we needed the USB from, or was this just the one with the missing girl? Deepest, Darkest Fantasies. Villa Lucia, okay, so it's not this one with the USB. Finally getting some cold... Yeah, I saw that. I actually had to update DCS just before the stream. But yeah, that's good. Too little, too late. True, but also, hey, at least we're getting it. Rather get it late than not get it at all. It's probably it across the way. This place is basically like if Little St. James Island was a fucking luxury resort in the jungle of an impoverished Southeast Asian nation. There's a lot of bad shit that happens around here. And also, even, well, depending on your point of view, worse shit that happens up at the fucking shooting range just up the hill, where the rich people go to play soldiers. If only I had some grenades. There he is. I'm not going to have an angle, which is annoying, because if I jump that, I'm going to get domed straight away. Probably. Am I clear left? Yeah, I am. Someone else is engaging, so maybe we'll get away with it. Oh. Is this a crate? No, it's not. Fuck. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, this is good. This is good. L-meat. I don't know what L-meat is, but we'll get rid of some gauze, make some space so we got more food. Just got the world supply of beans. We already have way better body armor. Can't do anything with that. Yoy, yoy, yoy. Fucking hello. I'm probably not gonna... I mean, maybe I'll keep this and sell it, but the main thing I'm thinking is just pulling some of the attachments and... AK-19. What's the difference between an AK-19 and AK-12? Is it 7.62? 5.56, okay. There's no point having a 5.56 because these guys are almost all carrying 5.45. No space. We'll drop a tin of beans. Although then we're gonna need to yeet the fucking muzzle device off this. We'll drop the Moxiflox, I got plenty of that in my stash. Sitting out in the open like this is not a good plan, but you know. Is that my muzzle device? No, that is my dust cover. Where's my muzzle device? My gas tube. It's my charging handle. Where's my oh, I don't have one. Okay. Never mind then. Not compatible. Oh, it's probably got like a fixed pinned one on the barrel, so I can't suppress it. Okay, we'll put that back in there. Doesn't actually matter that much, but... Lunch meat? Maybe. Where's that coming from? Left? Down the hill? Question mark? Shit. Over there somewhere. This is such a bad idea. This is a terrible idea. Got him. This is actually a really good weapon. It's nice and controllable on full auto, even without any upgrades. There's one over there somewhere, I think. I don't see him. Might be the other side of these bushes. We're not in a good spot. Bit of a crossfire here. Thought I saw movement. He's over in that compound, probably. Please have grenades. Chuck the extra splint in there. He does not have grenades. Or the good fucking headset. I want that headset, man. Hey, Duff, what's up? There. It's another. I think we got him. 7.62 sniper, 8.55, 8.56, 5.45. BT, I think, is armor piercing tracer. Oh fuck, this is bad. Yep, we're dead. Well, we will grab some throwaway kit and head back. At least we have a pretty good idea where we went down. I don't know why I'm buying all this, because I'm probably not going to need it. I'll leave the backpack, so I'm just going to grab the one that's already there. Credit card can go there, because we're going to sell it later. Alice, we've got AK Mag. Artisan, give me a cheap as chips AK. Hopefully I only need 2 mags, because that's all I am going to have. But we do need some more grenades. What am I doing? Vendors. Gunny. We'll grab 6. We need lots of grenades. Lots and lots of grenades, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll just go ham with them. Okay. We went down thereabouts. The problem is probably a lot of the guys will have repopulated. Oh, actually no, we should be okay. They might have repopulated the north, but there's a friendly player working through there, so they should be busy with him. And meanwhile, we've just cleared the south. What's a good headset for? It's so this is active hearing protection, right? It slightly amplifies quiet sounds like footsteps and speech, and muffles gunshots slightly. The ones you can, like the Western ones you can buy off, what's his face, fucking Handshake, are meh. They don't make a huge amount of difference. It's subtle. Like, you can hear the difference, but it's very, very subtle. The Russian ones are, like, on crack. They are so sensitive. The gain is set so fucking high on them. You can hear people, like, you can hear footsteps in grass from, like, probably about 50 meters away. Maybe further. Oh, careful. You alright? You wanna hop on the desk? Yeah? Okay. Sit still, please, Bubba. That's my girl. Yeah, I know you're getting a bit restless. We'll have a break in a little while, okay, Daff? Because Dad needs some lunch. Do the real ones do that? I don't have extensive experience with active protection, hearing protection headsets. I've used them like twice while I was in the army, and I think 1 civilian set. They don't really do that. I've got, you know, standard city sound damping headphones as well, my Sony's, but they give a certain tinny quality to sound. Like, you can hear people speak at normal volume. Gunfire is a lot quieter. It doesn't fully mute it, but it's a lot quieter. But it does add like a kind of tinny sound, which you can pick up through the audio in this game and in Tarkov. It does sound kind of tinny like they do in real life, but I wouldn't say they amplify the sound anywhere near as much as portrayed in games. Like, things like footsteps especially, you're not going to be hearing that from that far away. I don't know where those shots came from, so let's hope that whoever domed us doesn't still have line of sight on our body. Same set, so it doesn't really matter. Backpack that. Swap our Alice rigs. We're not going to have enough space for all these grenades. Although, yeah, we can clear some space by loading these up. We do have a flashlight now at least, so when it does get dark, we are not going to be completely blind, although we will be telegraphing where we are a bit. Bandages we're definitely going to need, because we're probably going to get shot through a hole, shot full of holes. I'm going to drop the... What's PS? Steel core? Yeah, steel core. BT is armor piercing tracer, I think. Yep, armor piercing tracer. We'll ditch a 1911 mag. I only even picked that up because I do have a 1911 in my stash, but we're not going to bother. We'll put our meds in there. Okay, we're good to go. Oh shit. That was good. Really? You're going to use the surgery kit? Oh, it's only light bleeding, so yeah, that does actually make sense. No point wasting a bandage! I heard footsteps. Maybe. It's the airfield down there. Farlang airfield. Fort Nareth is the one to the south that's more heavily militarized and looks very much like a Czech air base. For reasons I already discussed. Okay, so there's one halfway down the hill. There's one up here that I killed. There's probably another up here that I haven't seen yet. They're engaging something. Please don't see me, please don't notice me, please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. I'm here for the Epstein tapes, please don't notice me. Okay, there's one in there. That's the guy, well, there's a guy there. We'll see if we can angle one off the wall since he's clearly right next to us. We'll get one out front. Got plenty of grenades, may as well use them. Remember, there's no such thing as grenade spam, there's only not enough grenades. There's a body here. The fuck? Is he... Got him. They can vault stuff, as we discovered earlier, so they're probably going to hop this. Got him. Fuck. Need to stop accidentally standing up. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Stealthy as a fart in a church service. Yeah, I know, right? How's my armor doing? 100%. I think we can stop farming ammo now. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Get in. We'll keep the extra. And he's got the good headset. Hallelujah. Hear the difference? Grenades, please. Need grenades, please. 100% armor, but mine's intact, so there's no need to take theirs. He's got a spare headset. I'm taking that because I can't buy them at the moment, so if I can get that back to my stash, at least then I've got a spare for next time I stupidly get myself domed, which is probably going to be in the next 20 seconds. There is a patrol pack here. We're going to drop this. The patrol pack is the same size, even though it looks like 3 times as big, which is really dumb. Like, it makes no sense this has the same capacity. It's obviously just a gameplay fucking balance thing. We're actually going to put our painkillers there, our spare gauze there, our splint there. Okay, cool. I want the retro shit, man. I want to rock Vietnam style. They need to add more fucking old school stuff to the game so I can LARP. While everyone else is trying to LARP as some fucking hard-ass 2010s, 2020s fucking merc, I want to LARP as like a 60s conscript. Yeah, so what we've already got. And the only difference was the armor was in EMR pattern, but I want to keep the Summer Flora. We'll start at the back of the property and work our way around, I think. Yeah. Hey man, if they had an M1 steel pot with the Mitchell cover, you know I'd be rocking that shit. Is that a note? No, it's just clutter. Whoops, that was the wrong button. I don't have the key for it, that's why. So we'll have to check this building. Hell yeah. It's completely pointless, but, you know, why not? So we are on the lookout for a USB drive, which most likely will be near a computer. There's a tracker. We're going to put that on our gear. Or a safe. No, that's not a safe. That's a bar fridge. What the fuck? What's that? Cat. We're going to... the tracker on this rifle, because I'm growing rather attached to it. As tactical and as modern as it is, I'm growing attached to it. We've been through a lot together, me and this AK. Oi, oi, oi. There's probably another fucking player in here from a different faction. Which will be funny, because if we happen to bump into each other, you'll probably see us both panic bursting at each other. And then wondering why our bullets aren't doing anything until we realize. Old school clock radio, yeah boy. Ah, a computer. Where's the Epstein drive? Not here, apparently. Oh, there is a gun, though. Another 1911? Commander. Ooh. I think I've already got one of those. I didn't actually even check if this is the right villa for the Epstein shit. I don't think it is. Can't open the safe. Nothing in the drawer. What's that? Junk. No files, only black screenshots. Fucking the redactions are so fucking funny. It's incredible. Hypernormalization came out, what? I think it was before Trump won, even. I think it was when Trump was in the running, but before he got elected, that hypernormalization came out. Adam Curtis is just fucking he's got a swimming pool full of "I told you so" points at this stage. Like, he's just drowning in them. I mean, also, like, most tankies are drowning in them because material analysis does that to a motherfucker, but, like, Adam Curtis, I think, is a self-described neocon. He just doesn't like the other neocons because they're dumb. But even he called it. It's at the point where they're not even pretending to be telling the truth anymore. Like, they know that the lies are obvious and flimsy, and they don't care. They know we know that they know we know. Like, that's where we're at now. Because the left in Western countries is so complicit. Noam Chomsky, by the way, how was that? The fucking Noam Chomsky snaps with Mr. Jeffrey. Unsurprising, honestly, but there's your compatible left. And you could also say, obviously this isn't my joke, a million people have said it by now, but you can say he was manufacturing a whole other kind of consent. But hey, if you want to know why Parenti is a nobody in the mainstream, but Chomsky was quoted in mainstream media as, like, their authority on all things left-wing, first of all, he denounced the Soviet Union, and particularly Lenin, not even Stalin, but Lenin, as being a bad dude. You know, typical trot stuff. Modern trot stuff. So he's compatible left on that front, but more importantly, Chomsky would point out issues. Like, he would apply materialist analysis and he would point out issues, but he would never prescribe any actions for them. He was an academic first. Not even really an activist, he was just an academic. Whereas you look at Parenti was an activist first, academic second, and Parenti always had a prescription for what to do. He was also very unapologetic in his support of, you know, actually existing socialism, even if it wasn't perfect. Whereas you've got not just Chomsky, but the Western left in general, are so obsessed with, like, if you try and filter out, like, pro-US imperialism trots, like, oh, I don't know, Hassan, or basically any major so-called socialist party, like that would be SALT here or Socialist Alliance, either of them, they're both basically the same, or the DSA in the States. If you, like, criticize them at all, you're an evil tanky, right? But you also notice they always find an excuse to claim that whatever US-backed fucking insurrection, you can call it a color revolution if you want, you can say, oh no, those aren't a real thing, call it what you want, but whenever there's a popular uprising, or a less popular but miraculously successful uprising that achieves US foreign policy goals, they're totally on board with it. Totally on board with it. Parenti wasn't. And you'll also hear them criticize... Sorry, Bubba. Went to scratch my arm and accidentally bonked her in the nose. You'll notice they're always quick to criticize the Soviet Union as it existed, even, you know, after it's sorted out its various issues. And they'll never acknowledge the reason why it had problems in the early days was, you know, material conditions. Like, they're all a bit... SALT here, basically, they think they're the gatekeepers of Marxism, right? SALT run these Marxism conferences where they try and rope in mostly uni students who are naive and don't know better and won't push back. They'll rope them into thinking SALT have the only valid Marxist analysis of... Or like, the only valid analysis of Marx, right? I don't know which of these villas is which. Maybe... Which ones haven't we checked? We checked these three. I think we checked the two on the other side too, so maybe it's not in the Whitewater Villas, maybe it's up the other end. Surely not, that's the hotel facilities, I don't know. Yeah, the Socialist Revolution Australia is happening tomorrow, right? Unfortunately for me, and this is partly the TISM and partly just me being how I am, well, the interaction of the TISM and the ADHD, my brain and my mouth operate on completely different frequencies, so when I get approached and asked, hey, so are you a socialist? Without thinking, I say, yeah. Like, I should say, no, I'm a communist, or I should say, no, I like Stalin, even if I don't, just to get them to go away. Saying I'm a Stalinist to salties and really any brand of trot is basically like the saying you've been disfellowshipped when the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses come knocking. It gets them to go away and leave you alone forever. But yeah, so I unfortunately have Salt chasing me around trying to swindle me into going to their various Marxism conferences and summer camps and shit. Like, I will quite happily say I need to brush up on a lot of theory. I don't have nearly as much theory reading behind me as I should. But, you know, I'm not going to filter it through a bunch of trots that think they're the be-all, end-all of the revolution. There's a guy up top there. I'm not going to filter it through the compatible left. If I want to pick up theory, I'm going to go fucking read it myself. Might be this one. Can't see where that's coming from. Don't know if I hit him. Don't know if that was even a guy. I think it was. One's probably going to come down these stairs at me. There's another over there. Don't know if he went down or ran. There's another over there. Just coming down the hill through those bushes. I'll watch my right too, they might push me from there. Okay, this is where I get pushed on directly. Oh, down here, hello. I did get hit. Just a bruise, the 6B23 stopped it. I'm gonna have to expose myself to check this guy. Oh shit, there's another. There's more over there. We're just gonna grab shit off him and go. Don't think that got him. That was our only grenade. He may or may not push down the stairs at us. We got him pretty good, so he will probably bleed out if we just leave him, but I don't want to cross that gap with him still on the high ground. I also don't like standing still in one place like this for so long. Fuck it, we'll push across here. That looks okay. Just read Dust Capital like 10 times. Oh my god, that's a throwback, man. That is a deep cut. That kid was so fucking funny. Made it even better, he was like the stereotypical toff kid. Trying to LARP as a fucking leftist by saying he read Capital like 10 times. He was like 13 or something. I mean, I get it. 13-year-olds are fucking stupid. I was such a dipshit when I was 13 too. I still am, but I was unbelievably dumb as a teenager. But that particular kid, oh man, that was so funny. Can we get in this side? Probably not. Oh no, we can. This, I think we already cleared this one though. I'm not sure. It looks like one we've already checked. that another 1911? Sure is. They're not worth that much to sell, but we may as well. Back long ago on Something Awful, there was a Helldump 2K thread about this kid that joined the SA forums and was like, I think he joined SA or he played Eve and wanted to join Goonfleet or something. And like back then, I don't know what it's like now. I'm assuming it's lurch, right, like everything else. But Something Awful back then was known as a hotbed of fucking lefties, Western lefties. So you know, ineffectual trots mostly, but. So to try and impress... He was trying to join Goonfleet, that's what it was. To try and impress them, he touted his leftist street cred of reading Das Kapital like 8 or 10 times or something, and only being 13, but still reading it like 8 or 10 times. Like, oh, this is a book that all adults struggle to read. Like, but he was such an obviously sheltered and like privileged kid that it really didn't have the intended effect when he said that, put it that way. Shots coming from further up the hill. Yeah, we've already cleared this area. Drop those. No, that's not what I want to do. Drop them. So I think the first good 7.62 ammo I've come across at all, but we don't need it. I'd say the place we need to go to is probably on the other side of the fucking resort. Because yeah, this is I think like the first or second one we checked. We need to stop for some water and food though. Didn't the artist that did Hark of Vagrant, Kate Beaton, she's a good artist, do a comic of the kid standing in front of the bathroom mirror saying Das Kapital? I think she did. I think she did, yeah. I'm pretty sure she did. Costco tacos fuck me up, might not make it to sunrise. Man, Costco pizza has no business being like... I'm sure it's full of like fucking ungodly toxic shit, but for how cheap it is, it has no business tasting so good. Every time I go to Costco, I get fucked up on the pizza. By chance met old mate Vulture yet? I don't believe so. Oh, what am I doing? No, that's not what I want to do. I can't see my keyboard. My dog's in front of it. Daphne, settle baba. My dog is now having a brain snap. She heard something outside. They changed cafeterias at Costco as needed. You've always needed one to buy a cafeteria here, I think. I think to even get into Costco here, you need a... Daphne, can you settle, bud? Yeah, I reckon we're on the wrong side of the resort. We're gonna have to go back the other way, the long way round. Oh, shit. So, not ideal, but we can make it work. Can you... Grumble Bum? Can you sit down? Please don't run face first into somebody. Oh, there's a guy down there. It's literally the exact thing I didn't want to do. And there's guys in here too. And I don't have any grenades left. There's 2 down there at least. Fuck. Shit, there's another one coming. This is very bad, no. fuck. I'm probably gonna get rolled up on and executed. No, no, we don't need to use that. I can't cancel it. Please don't see me. Oh, I've seen worse. I've copped a bullet right there before, and it showed it as a light wound. Like, okay, yeah, sure, light wound 762. If you say so. I think there's one, like, basically on top of me. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. We'll have to come back and grab our gear. At least we got a tracker on it. The thigh cap's been enhanced. Yeah. Oh, we had a bandage in our fucking... Why did I have that in there? Whatever. Let's sell that for some money. We'll hold on to this for now. We don't need to sell it. We'll just grab these so we can hear while we're going for our previous body. We'll do the same thing. We'll grab Alice and headphones and just a fucking throwaway gun. Drop gun. Ah, da. Settle. And we'll get some, excuse me, we'll get some spare mags. Hello. She's still not selling me the good fucking ammo. And we need grenades. We'll also take a suture kit since we, you know, got so many holes in us. We had to use the other one up. Oh, it's gonna be dark too. Shit, I didn't think this through. We'll just have to hope for the best. What was I gonna get? Got ammo, got mags, got AK. Is it worth getting a better muzzle device for it? Probably. Oh, we'll leave that one. Actually, we'll sell both. Fuck it. Settle, baby. Settle, baby. 100 break. Wait, what? Not compatible. Oh, is the AK-100 just fucking 545 or something? I forget. Whatever. Artisan. AK-74. Oh, that's a threading attachment. Oh, I think I see it. Yep, okay, that's how that works. We just needed the thread adapter. Hello. We'll put a fucking light on this too, so I can at least see what I'm shooting at. I don't know if the AI respond to light, to be honest with you. I haven't noticed. Oh, because it's in my hands, I've got to take it out. Detach. Hold up, babe. Is she not going to sell me? There we go. AK MOE. MOE. As much as I hate doing it. We now need gunny, flashlight. Hello. I love you. I love you. Love you. Yeah, I love you. No? Oh, it's M-lock. Fucking proprietary bullshit. Fuck you, Michael. And we've got to put this back in our inventory. Yeah, there we go. It's funny, we died in almost the exact same place we died last time we had a tracker. Have a look. So we checked that one, that one, that one, that one. That's the hotel services area, I think. Or that's probably one there. I reckon that'll be one there. That's probably where we need to go. That's hotel facilities. That's probably like their golf course, like their golf club. That's probably fucking the Epstein place up there. Always assume Ross had a mediocre mic. Dog outs at me, just mumbles. My mic is... I probably got the noise gate set too high. My mic is right of my second monitor, so it's like about 2 feet away from me. Which is why you can probably hear my mouse clicking much louder than you can hear me. I need to get one of those booms that you can hang it down from like above, like one of the suspended ones. Because I don't really have enough room to put on my desk where it wouldn't block a screen unless I do that. But that is something that is too much time, effort, and money for my low-effort stream. Heard talk about trots earlier and had share thoughts, yeah. It's been... I've got to be careful how I talk about this because everything gets flagged as fucking hate speech at this point. This country's gone insane. More insane than it was already. But, you know, ongoing settler colonial projects like Australia and like the other one, they're birds of a feather, so fascism comes naturally to them. But, put it this way, recent events here have really just completely taken off what was left of the mask. There's almost no discussion of who Chabad is as an organization. There's no real discussion. Okay, so the alleged left wing in this country is like, ban the guns, how did they get guns, oh my god, guns are death totems, make them illegal, which the New South Wales state government is happy to go along with. They've been meaning to push restrictions on the number of firearms you can own for years. Now they've finally got an excuse. Meanwhile, the further right of the right-wingers are like, oh my god, it's a failure of the security services to notice this rampant anti-Semitism in Australia. All the protests were building up to, like, as if protests against genocide are actual, you know, fucking hate speech. So yeah, it's great. We're probably going to end up with the worst of both worlds, where you can't criticize my people, as much as it fucking shits me to be associated with them in any way, and you also are strictly limited in how many guns you can own, if you can even own them at all. Oh my god, Winston, aim! I forgot it was still on semi. Daff, can you sit still? I think she's getting a bit aggroed because I'm stressing out. Sorry, Bub. Yes, I know, it's a very stressful game, Bubba. You're okay. Oh, fuck. Yep, we just lost our gear. Ah, well. Shit happens. Now we're not chasing our equipment. It means that we can actually go in from the other side to start with. So that's what we will do. Yeah, I know, Daff Daff. I will just... We're spending money like crazy, though. I'll get all of my medical supplies into my backpack now so I can sort them out after. We'll get some food in there. We'll get some water in there. Need a cat. We need... to buy some stuff. Okay, let's go artisan, not artisan, let's go lab rat first. We'll buy 2 of those. Do I have any surgical kits left? No, I've gone through all of them because I keep getting shot like a dipshit. We'll get one of the suture kits. Actually, we'll get a couple of those just so we've got some surplus. We've got some cats still, so we won't buy more of them. Do we have any blood left? No, we'll buy 4 of them. Buy 6 bandages. Buy a couple splints. Well, 4 splints. Okay. Bandage, splint, blood, and then painkillers can go in there as well. So the one with the bandages we'll put, actually we'll just put both of these in our pockets, I think. No, bandages can go on there. That can go in the pocket. Got our surgical kit. Just double check I do have everything I need. Yep. We then need these. We'll do the Alice again because it's a good starting setup that isn't too expensive and has enough capacity. And it means that I don't have to get too sentimental about any gear I pick. Like, if I pick up better gear, I can just ditch this because it's cheap as chips and I don't really care. Okay. Yes, you're a little gremlin, aren't you? You're such a little gremlin. We'll get the adapter, we'll get the AK-100 brake. We will do the ungodly thing of putting a mag pull thingy on there again. Oh, we'll also get that. Can only get the Sesha 60, can't get a Sesha 68. I guess if I level up with her, I'll be able to get it. Oh, you can buy the OKP, the gamer's choice, because it's good in games for reasons that are totally not good in real life. It's like, remember back when I used to play Armor with 345th and everyone fucking hated anything with peep sights? Like aperture sights, like the fucking L1A1 or the RK62, everyone would ditch them for a standard AK with notches every chance they got, because gaming, right? You can't shoot with both eyes open in a game. It doesn't work. Or, you know, like, almost no one simulates it. It probably does work in VR. And most games don't really put any effort into simulating what you see through the sight picture when you are using irons. So, weapons that are, or you know, sights that are not great in real life turn out to be amazing in game, and vice versa. Oh, yeah, so the point I was trying to make before I sidetracked myself, many such cases, it was hilarious seeing all of the allegedly left-wing groups, including like the local Palestine Action Committee, like scrambling over themselves, like almost racing each other to be the first one to say, oh, what happened in Sydney is such a tragedy, and like innocent victims, and that's like, yeah, there were plenty of people there who, like, it's terrible that they were killed, but also, like, I'm not shedding any tears over a fucking Chabad rabbi who was very outspoken in his support. Like, the guy had photos posed of him signing fucking rockets and bombs and shit, right? Like, come off it. The fucking innocent victim shit. It's exceptionalism, right? It's Jewish exceptionalism. It's basically like what the Yanks do, where they think they're, you know, America's somehow special and different to everyone else, so they're not responsible for their actions. It's the same shit, just for us. It's a fucking cancer. But on top of that, it's fucking insulting. It's like infantilizing as fuck. Like, okay, I get that you know, in the broader community, anyone who doesn't support the fucking Zionist project is in a minority, unfortunately, a severe minority. People, like a lot of Western leftists will try and tell you otherwise, but they don't actually get it. Like, we are a tiny minority. You get unpersoned by the rest of the community, basically, as soon as you say anything. So yeah, they were all scrambling over each other to, like, not just say, oh, it's terrible, we don't condone violence and blah, 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 but, like, to go above and beyond, to be like, no one deserves to be subject to violence. This isn't Australia. It's like, this isn't Australia. Like, this country was founded on the exact same fucking blueprint of, you know, herd all the original inhabitants into fucking concentration camps and kill them, and, like, culturally homogenize the ones that were left, and then still treat them like shit afterwards because they're never going to be, you know, as good as you as far as you're concerned. That's not this country, really. Australia's putting more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids in fucking, like, juvenile detention under brutal conditions, mind you. We won't let UN inspectors in to check. That's how bad it is. We're putting more of them in there than what was taken away during the stolen generations, but that's not what Australia is, I guess. We're not about violence in this country. We're just a peaceful democracy. It does my head in, man. I don't want to sit here and say, oh, there's no hope for the Western left, but I will say, if it carries on its current trajectory, then yeah, there's not. Like, anyone who actually has principles, consistent principles that they stand on, either just self-filters because they just can't deal with it, or they get, you know, ostracized from the community. The level of gaslighting I've seen it directed at particular people, especially, is just insane. Like, actually insane. Like, even our local protests, the protests here, right? Most protests in this country they're standard liberal democracy protests where people seek police approval to protest in the center of town on a weekend. So it's like minimal disruption. It's more of a social event than a protest. Like, the main reason I go at this point is just in the hopes of meeting people that actually want to do something and give a shit. But, like, our local protests here, the majority of speakers that they have are salties, or they're, you know, of similar politics to Salt if they aren't part of it. And they really harp on the whole, like, they act as though Australia isn't an ongoing colonial project. They're like, oh yeah, no, we've already done that here, it already happened here, so let's just focus on, you know, going forwards from there. There's no interest or willingness to engage with problems at home, because the majority of them are, you know, reasonably well-off white students from, like, you know, middle-class families. They don't want to attack their own privilege, right? They whether consciously or not, they know where they sit in terms of material interests. We have one guy who speaks at the events here consistently, who is like rock solid in his principles. He will call out what's going on in Australia every single time. Like, he will not beat around the bush with it. He will say it up front. He will say what is happening in this country is what is happening in Palestine, and if you want to see what, you know, Israel will look like in 100 years, just look at Australia. And of course, they would never admit it, but your average SALT member or whatever hears that sentence and they're like, oh yeah, well that's not so bad then. But yeah, there's just such a lack of principles, let alone consistent principles. It's fucking depressing. Of course, I've had multiple people now in the States basically lose their shit at me, sometimes in public, because, you know, I call things as I see them and I don't really mince my words. So when I say, hey, like, you guys need to actually get off your ass and do something instead of having these ridiculous, like, fucking the no king shit, right? Like, it's so compatible left. It's not even left, really. It's mostly Dem voters turning out to it. And the DSA, which of course is just a recruiting organization for the Dems at this point. Always has been, really. So I'm not saying that because I want to shit on Americans. I'm not saying that because, like, I don't care about my friends. I'm saying that because they need a fucking wake-up call. You know, joining the DSA and campaigning for free for a Democrat candidate who has, like, billions of dollars worth of private consultancy behind them, only for them to immediately, you know, flip once they're elected, if not beforehand. Entryism doesn't work. And as long as they keep pretending entryism is doing something, they're never going to achieve anything. And they will continue being useless, for want of a better word, to everyone else on the planet who is vaguely left of center, because unlike a lot of people in the West, like, even a lot of people in the US don't have time for this shit, right? Like, there's a lot of people in the US being snatched off the streets and sent to fuck knows where. Even they don't have the time to wait around for these kids to get over themselves, like, let alone people in the rest of the world. But, you know, if you have principles and you're consistent in applying those principles, you get ostracized so fucking quickly. That's one thing, right? Like, you guys have seen some of the arguments I get into in my Discord, because I'm pretty uncompromising on stuff. And I also do, you know, have a mouth that operates ahead of my brain, so sometimes I do say legit dumb shit, or, like, I'll say provocative shit just because that's the first thing that comes to mind. But one of the things that I thought was, you know, kind of a badge of honor almost was, I got into an argument with Envy about something, and he was like, I don't always agree with you, but at least you're consistent. And it's like, yeah, if I can be one thing, consistent is what I'll take. Rather than flip-flop based on which direction the wind's blowing, which is what most people do. Fuck. I can't see him, it's too dark. There he is. I think I dropped him. I didn't drop him. Yes, the MiG-21 is an interceptor. We're going to come in from the other side rather than run all the way around. That's just too risky. I think we'll do one more run here. Hopefully we will find the Epstein fucking villa. We can get this mission knocked over and out of the way, but I'm going to have to grab myself some lunch then, and we might try some DCS after. I have to rebuy all this shit. Okay, Alice. Yeah, famous last words, I dropped him. Still got a couple grenades left, but we'll grab some more. Maybe I won't take the AK. Maybe I will take... These things are easy to build, so I may as well take my... Not sell it. May as well take my CAR 15 OID. We got 4 grenades there, so that's fine. We'll take a suture kit. We need another... two of these. We also need some more painkillers. Splint, bandage, blood, painkiller, surgical kit. Yeah, we got everything. Okay. So, bandage, splint, blood, painkiller. Wait, which one's that? That's blood and painkiller, so that can go in there. That can go there. It's soft point ammo, so it's not that good. We did have some 855 somewhere. Although I might have already used it to fill a mag. Yeah, I probably did because I don't see it. We'll take some FMJ. It's not very good ammo, but it's better than soft point. Oof. It hurts, man. I had like 80,000 this like last night when I was playing. Now I'm down to 42. We're burning through it quickly. I need to stop dying doing dumb shit. Okay, we need some water. We need some food as well. We'll grab some more water while we're at it. Yeah, good enough. Okay. That should do it. We don't have a light on this thing. You know what? I don't think we need a light. I'm not sure, like I said, I'm not sure if the AI actually reacts to flashlights. But it's kind of bright enough out that I can usually see them silhouetted against something, so we'll go a little sneakier. Hello. You're on my desk again, are you? See the weight difference just with the Alice and the fucking 3A plates or vest, whatever. Significant weight difference, and it makes a huge change to your stamina drain. There's a friendly in the actual resort itself. There's another up at Argos, so we will go Foxtrot 1, work our way around the north, same as before, and then we'll hit that up. On that note, I was trying to explain to a friend what realpolitik is and why incrementalism just does not work, but then what do you suggest, brother? I'm weak for this shit. It's frustrating because if you don't educate people, then we're not going to get anywhere, but also, like, you get so fatigued from doing it. This is the other thing, right, with a lot of the compatible left kind of orgs, is... like, you talk to Salt or anyone of that vein, like, basically, in any given Western country, any organization with more than a handful of people in it is probably going to be trots, because that's just what flourishes, because they're tolerated, because they are ineffectual. If trots actually got results, they would not be recruiting people with zero vetting processes and out, you know, advertising their presence or their membership. Like they would be doing actual real shit. But like a lot of them have really even surface level contradictory views. Like, you know, they're like, oh yeah, we're all for revolution. We're revolutionary socialists. You know, that's a quick way to spot a trot, is they won't use the word communist to describe themselves, they'll say socialists. Oh, we're revolutionary socialists. Okay, so you're in favour of not having stricter and stricter gun laws every couple of years? Oh no, but why do normal people need access? Like, are you serious? Who do you think is going to... Where do you think we're going to get weapons if we have a revolution? Oh, we'll take them from the cops and the army. Like, are you real? What do you think this is, the 1920s? Like, that shit don't work no more, brother. Like, they just... It's LARP. It's LARP. They think it's still 1917, and the shit that worked back then will somehow work now. While also having a completely, like, hideously oversimplified understanding of what happened back then in the first place, so they aren't even right on that count. But again, like, they've all come, you know, racing each other to say, oh, this is so terrible, like, there's a huge problem with anti-Semitism in Australia. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, there's absolutely zero issues. Because you guys have heard me bitching for the past how long of that time when I lived in Bathurst and there were, like, Nazi posters going up at the end of my driveway. They exist. Like, they exist. They've always existed. The difference is, how many times have they actually acted on something? Like, if we set aside Bondi, which wasn't Nazis, by the way, it was allegedly some guys that are, you know, ISIS sympathizers. But if we set aside that, how many of the actual Nazis do anything? The NSN just do fucking publicity stunts and occasionally beat people up. I think a couple of them are implicated with murders, but they're usually because they're criminals, rather than, like, they're not death squads. Certainly not yet. Maybe one day they'll get there, but they're not anywhere near there yet. None of the real Nazi orgs in this country are... They're organised, they're well organised. They are a problem, and they're not being dealt with, but they're all way off of being able to do what they want, right? They're still trying to build strength and suss out the, you know, get a feel for the waters. The number of actual legit anti-Semitism motivated, like, hate crime fucking murders or whatever, or serious assaults, for the past couple of decades in any Western country, it's not very high. It really is not very high at all. Like, well below what you would expect, considering, say, like, you know, the Jewish population in New York. You know how bad New York's fucking crime rates are, how much worse they were in the 70s. Like, it's not all that. It's not that there's nothing, but in comparison to all of the actual problems, why do we deserve special attention? Like, why do we deserve all these fucking half-assed or half-baked draconian laws being rushed through? Nothing's being done to stop, you know, to curb hate speech against Muslims, and it's getting worse and worse here by the day. It's always been bad, but it's getting really bad. What's being done to curb hate speech against, you know, the LGBT community? Like, there's not really a whole lot being done, but the second, oh, the victim, you know, the victims were Jewish, or they were connected with, you know, a Jewish organization in some way, it's like, pull out all the stops. Enact, like, the most insane shit you would never get through Parliament if it was anyone else. And it's not because, oh, the Zog controls the world or whatever. Like, that's a dumb, simplistic take on things, right? Even if you want to view it through the lens of Israeli influence in Western countries, they're allowed to do that for a reason. It's not like they have some, you know, magical aura that allows them to mind control people. Like, please, do you think I'd be streaming, like, sitting here in a one-bedroom flat streaming if I had mind control abilities? It's that it's convenient to allow it to have that influence, because then you have plausible deniability. The tail doesn't wag the dog. The dog just doesn't want to be associated with what the tail's doing. So the dog pretends that the tail is doing the wagging. You know, it's the most simplistic shit. A child could figure this out if they actually wanted to, but a lot of people don't want to figure this out because simplistic shit, you know, it suits them better. Is that someone shooting at me? No. We'll just follow this guy. He'll clear out the area ahead for us. But yeah, like you see SALT and all these other movements like tripping over themselves to say, oh, we condemn the rise in anti-Semitism in Australia. Like, first of all, it's not as bad as it's being painted. Like, one freak event, which the security services should have stopped if they were good at their jobs, whatever. But painting it as like this odious systemic thing that's it's been growing and growing and now it's out, like, come on, be real. Doing so just appeals to, like, this is the thing, like, a lot of these orgs, they supposedly are in favor of the Palestinians, they're supposedly anti-imperialist, but you listen to their talking points or you see their reaction after something like Bondi and they're literally just liberal Zionists. They're just liberal Zionists. Like, some of them are still stupid enough to think a two-state solution would work. Some of them still think a two-state solution was actually, like, proposed in good faith, as opposed to just something that would be used to kick the can down the road forever. Until it would be an impossibility, which is exactly what it was designed to do. And what we basically arrived at now, by the way. But, I don't know, man, if the Western left doesn't pull its fucking finger out and quit being so hung up on treats for its, if we're not so hung up on treats for ourselves and avoiding undermining our own material interests, which we're going to have to do if we want to do something, then it kind of leads to the conclusion that maybe the happy grandpa moustache, not that moustache, not the Austrian painted, the other moustache. Maybe Papa Stalin was right about some things. He was wrong about plenty, but maybe, the whole social fascism thing, maybe he was right about that. Maybe, and it's ironic too, because, he was the leader that brought in he reversed Korenizatsiya and brought in a lot more of the, like, sort of Russian chauvinist tendencies in the Soviet Union. But maybe we should start viewing a lot of the Western left, particularly this compatible left, maybe we should start viewing them from the perspective as supposedly socialist, but with strong nationalist tendencies. I hate to say it outright, because libs will be sitting there going, haha, I knew it, horseshoe theory was right all along. It's not, by the way. But you can't really mince your words much further if you claim to be a socialist, but you're only interested in benefits for your in-group and don't care about the horrific impact it has on others, just so you can have a nice, cushy life. Kind of has to be said. There was a book, fucked if I can remember the title of it, but it was by a guy called Götz Ali, and it was an analysis of basically how the Nazis came to power from the perspective of acknowledging that there were material interests involved. Not that the Nazis came to power because they were, Hitler was an amazing orator and he manipulated people. That's not what happened. I mean, it helped that he was a good orator, but it wasn't what happened, right? The Nazis didn't come to power against the wishes of the German people. The Nazis came to power with the explicit consent of the German people, and that consent was bought through the furnishing of treats to the German population. When the Nazis conquered somewhere, they would give the spoils to the German population. When the Nazis killed my fucking, distant relatives en masse, when they stole their businesses and then killed them, all of those benefits went to the German population. They were bought out. And a lot of these organizations, like, they won't even look at something like that, but if they did, they just look at it and go, it doesn't look like anything to me. They don't recognize themselves in a mirror. They really don't. It's fucking terrifying. And it makes you realize, like, obviously there's a great many reasons for the very drastic rightward swing that's going on in the West. Again, like, the West was always very, very right-wing, and honestly fascist, by any reasonable definition. That's a player. Yeah, okay, that's a friendly. But you can really see how that kind of just seamlessly happened with no real opposition now, because the people that should have been opposing it were already bought out, because they don't recognize that they're benefiting from someone else's oppression, or they don't want to acknowledge it, at least. We're going to switch back to the AK. If I can stop fat fingering the menus. And switch back to the AK-12. I hate saying it because, like, obviously it's not my vibe, but the AK-12 in this is a really good weapon. I'm quite keen on it. Yeah, I do. Which will probably get me unpersoned by various supposed friends because, like, honestly, this is the thing, right? So for those that aren't up on who Cotty's referencing, it's Bad Empanada. He's a Greek-Australian that moved to Argentina, lives over there. Now, when he's doing live streams, he's very abrasive. I get why people don't like him. He's abrasive, he calls them out when they are, you know, not being consistent in their principles. There's our Tam Tams, our off-brand Tim Tams. I get why people don't like him. You don't have to like him. But to throw the baby out with the bathwater and, like, just because he said something, it's automatically incorrect and you're evil if you even suggest that maybe he had a point, it's ridiculous and it's also very telling. Like, I'm not saying you have to like him. I'm not even saying you have to agree with him on everything. I don't 100% agree with him. There's various issues where I disagree with him. But having somebody who's got principles and is consistent in those principles these days is like fucking gold. Like, again, Parenti was one. Parenti had principles which he was consistent in. I mean, still is, but he's not, you know, not really active anymore because he's like 90-something. That's really all there is to it. Consistent principles versus me. I think I've said this on stream before, like, obviously I don't live in the lap of luxury, right? But I don't live a terrible life. I live, compared to the vast majority of people on this planet, I do live in luxury. You know, even if I didn't have a computer and a smartphone and a TV, even just having this apartment with constant running water, most, like, internet that's usually reliable, at risk of jinxing myself, we haven't been disconnected yet. Like, that already puts me above the vast majority of people on this planet. I'm aware of it. I know it. And it's why whenever you see people like, oh, if you love communism so much, why don't you go to North Korea? If you love this so much, why do you have a smartphone? I mean, aside from all the other faults in those arguments, you know, if I had to sacrifice having a PC and a fancy TV and a smartphone and that to have the quality of life that your average Soviet worker had in, like, I don't know, the 70s or something, I'd trade it. Happily trade it. You know why I have this, like, you know why I spend so much time playing games? To distract me from how much everything else sucks. Like, maybe if things didn't suck, I wouldn't need a computer. I don't know, I know not everyone's able to look at their current life situation and let go of their little luxuries, but it'd be nice if more people would even just consider it. Can I climb this? Probably not. Slightly too tall, I think. Answer isn't unions or treats, but professional Vanguard, if anything. Yes, but the Vanguard still has to be able to equip itself from somewhere, and that ain't going to be from just politely disarming the cops of the army. Like, legit, people who are still stuck in the 1917 LARP, and it's not just trots, there's other groups that are like that too. They legit have not factored in the past 100-odd years of advancements in technology. Like, even the past 10 years of advancements in technology, drones are a fucking nightmare. Drones are an absolute fucking nightmare. I mean, we can use them. Like, this is the thing. It's not just a failure to adapt to the other side's tools, but it's a failure to adapt to what we could do with those same tools, even the ones that are freely available, like drones, right? Player up ahead. He's probably cleared this for me. If you look at I like to look at changes made to the Mental Health Act in response to such incidents as a signpost of serious change. Spoiler, it doesn't get changed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The other thing is, so these guys... Here it is. This is the Epstein one. So these guys, hopefully he didn't take the only copy of the quest item I need. They supposedly are ISIS stands, right? Like, I don't for a second believe that they actually have material support from ISIS, because I think this is a lesson that, you know, obviously manufactured consent and all that, but like, people should have learnt this from Afghanistan, Iraq. Like, we should have learnt this no later than the mid-2000s, when the wool had already been pulled over our eyes twice through this. There isn't some great big global, fully coordinated, shadowy cabal of beardy men up in the mountains. Like, that's not how it works. There are, you know, various ideologues. In the case of, you know, something like ISIS, which is a religious extremist movement, they're usually like religious figures, so imams. For Zionism, they're rabbis, right? And, you know, you've got your fucking Christian fundamentalists in the US, same thing. So you've got those. They're not necessarily taking orders from the chief ideologues. They're probably not even that frequently in communication with them, if at all. Like, a lot of them are really just independent. They either arrive at the same position through first principles, or, you know, they may have had contact way back, but then, you know, they're not strongly affiliated anymore. So this sort of view of terrorist organizations, or, you know, any organization like it, as being this monolithic structure where the chain of command extends from, I don't know, fucking old mate in a cave somewhere in Afghanistan, or, you know, out in the desert in fucking Syria, with a direct line through to an imam in Western Sydney, and then a direct line from him through to people like the ones that carried out that attack. It's not how it works. If you want to know why the intelligence services keep failing to fucking do anything about this shit, it's partly because they just don't talk to, like, agencies don't talk to each other enough. They never have, for various reasons. You know, some more understandable than others. But it's not just that there's a lack of communication between agencies. It's that there's this overarching idea that it's this, you know, monolithic thing, that someone over old mate in Syria is pulling the strings behind this, and it wasn't just an extremist cleric who may or may not have any connections to them at all, even, you know, got a couple of, I bet it spawns in there, old mate probably took it, he's probably on the same mission as us, a couple of, you know, people who are amenable to that kind of thinking, and over time, you know, just because somebody waves around an ISIS flag doesn't mean that they're part of ISIS. It means that they see ISIS as something that they can get behind. It's the same, you see fucking plenty of people, like, just the other day I went to a thing for, about, you know, the incoming US fuckery in Venezuela. Well, the existing and soon to worsen US fuckery in Venezuela. And there's certain types of people that turn out stuff like this, and I'm not going to pretend to know how to psychoanalyze them all or whatever, but you get people that turn up wearing, like, Shay t-shirts and, like, hammer and sickle pins and stuff. Like, I've got enough Soviet memorabilia here that I could turn up looking like a North Korean general if I really wanted to, but there's no point. It's performative. It doesn't achieve anything, right? All it does is signal to people, I believe in this set of things. It doesn't even mean you necessarily know what you're talking about. It just means that you see something that you identify with, whether it's accurate or not. So attributing, like, these guys seeing something in ISIS that they agreed with as being, oh yes, they're totally in with ISIS, they're part of ISIS, like, it's... be serious. Like, please, for once, be serious. That's not how it works. It was a couple of guys who were already known to the security, or rather, the son was already known to ASIO, I believe. The father was, I don't think he was, but the father had a legal gun license and, like, 6 guns. So, you know, and the cops know that he has those guns. The cops know where the guns are stored, so presumably it would have been in their place of residence, so the cops would know that. Like, there's all these opportunities for someone to sit up and go, hang on, this guy's son is on a watch list. We know his son is trouble. He has all these guns. his son resides with him. So we have a known extremist, terror threat residing in a property with a bunch of legally owned firearms. So, I mean, even if the dad wasn't also, ideologically aligned with the son, you have to look at it from the perspective of, okay, well, what if the son just, like, ties up his dad and takes the guns or something like that? That happens. That does happen. But it just never happened, apparently. Never happened until it was too late. And then instead of trying to come up with ways to avoid it happening again, or seriously, self-analyzing and figuring out where things went wrong and why, I'm sure there'll be a royal commission, but it'll take years to come to any conclusions, and probably 2 of them will be enacted, the rest will be binned, same as most royal commissions. Still waiting on justice for Robodebt, by the way. There's no desire to actually engage with it. What there is a desire to do is pass through a bunch of new, sweeping, completely obnoxious laws, because they know it'll be an easy sell in Parliament. They know that the majority of the public won't oppose it, especially because the majority of the public still buy the idea that, like, this is somehow part of a rising tide of anti-Semitism, which the anti-genocide protests have been, like, a telltale sign of. Like, it's a wet dream for all the worst kinds of people in society. Absolute wet dream for them. And nobody's really stopping to seriously engage with that, because all of our supposed left-wing movements in this country are, again, scrambling over each other to put out performative denouncements. Like, it's one thing to say, we denounce what happened, or we denounce ISIS. It's another entirely to say, oh, we denounce any violence, this isn't who we are in Australia, we think this, we think that. Like, my brother in Christ, you're a supposedly revolutionary organisation, and you're saying that you don't condone, any kind of violence, or that, it does my head in. And again, this was an event organised by Chabad, and the rabbi that was killed literally was photographed signing rockets and bombs and, various munitions that were then used to blow up Palestinian civilians. Like, don't come at me with that shit. The fact that it was a Chabad organised event that was targeted, and not just, go down to the local synagogue or whatever, it makes me wonder if it was just genuinely that was the first target that came to mind, or if it was an actual attempt at, like, hey, let's go for the guys that are actually materially impacting the situation, rather than just a bunch of random Jews who may or may not even be on our own side, right? Because that's a risky run. There's not many of us, but the risky run if you go shoot up a random synagogue or whatever is you cop someone that's on your own side, in terms of, not wanting a genocide in Palestine, not in terms of ISIS, obviously. And that's even before we get into I don't know how long it takes for this objective to respawn. We might just run off into the bush for a while and wait, and then come back. We'll do one more search through the place just to make sure I haven't missed it, but I'm pretty sure this is the one we need. There's a whole other conversation to be had about the origins of militant Islamism, at least at the scale it's seen these days. If you want the extremely Cliff Notes version of it, modern political radical Islam wasn't a product entirely of the West. It did exist already. Whitey doesn't invent everything, as much as he likes to believe so. But it was a very convenient movement to co-opt, because it gave the Western bloc a direct competitor for, like, the hearts and minds, if you will, of people across the Arab world and more broadly the Muslim world. Of, like, how do we fix the world? Like, how do we stop our enemies from bombing us every couple of years? How do we right all these wrongs in the world? It's a very simplistic kind of perspective, right? But that was exactly what the West needed, because around the time that radical Islam started coming to the fore, particularly places like Egypt and Syria, there was this little thing you guys may or may not have heard about, called the United Arab Republic, where, under the leadership of Gamal Abdel Nasser, who was an extremely charismatic and effective leader. You know, not right on everything. I've got plenty of disagreements with him, but you know, he was an effective leader. He brought together Egypt, which he was, you know, the ruler of at the time, and Syria, which had just fought off French colonial rule and was in a bit of a shit fight, bit of a power vacuum. Nasser brought together two very large, very, for the time, strong and quite, you know, populous Arab countries into a power bloc that was explicitly anti-imperialist. Like, you know, whatever ideological quibbles you may have with the Baathists, they weren't against Western imperialism. You know, as if you wouldn't be. It's a matter of self-interest. So to try and counter this growing sway, you know, the genuine, like, proper leftism never really took off in the Arab states the way that a lot of us would have liked. But this was kind of the next best thing, in that it was the next big threat to Western chauvinism. That was kind of what sealed its fate. So over the course of, I mean, it only lasted less than a decade from memory. It was like 58 till 62 or something. Didn't last very long, but Syria's flag, until very recently, was the old UAR flag. The red, white, black tricolour with the two green stars. The two green stars, Egypt, Syria. So they kept the original flag. Now, this is also bearing in mind that there was a very strong Ba'ath party in Iraq. You know, that's the party that Saddam Hussein was the head of. So there was a very strong Arab nationalist tendency in Iraq as well. And around the late 70s, the West lost the Iranians because, you know, they had their revolution, and suddenly they had a not like super incredibly fundamentalist, but a relatively strongly conservative Shia run state in the region as well. And so you end up with this situation where the most effective way to break this power base, right, is to come up with an answer to pan-Arab nationalism. Like, same with how a lot of Eastern European like pan-Slavic movements got broken up by the introduction of other ideologies. It's a similar thing. I know I'm just walking around in circles while I talk. Deal with it. It's a very similar thing. Religion's a very powerful motivator. Very powerful motivator. So by coming out with, you know, a particularly firebrand, allegedly, you know, we don't like outsiders interfering with our shit brand of religious, oh, I haven't seen one of these before. Like religious ideology. You then have, thank you very much. You then have an effective counter to the upswing in Arab nationalism, and therefore, you know, the threat to the West. Now, where I'm going with this very long-winded, circuitous, I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying half the time, ramble, is look at ISIS in terms of their actual actions in the region. ISIS were a significant contributing factor to toppling the Syrian government, a significant factor to toppling a number of governments, but particularly in Syria. They never really attacked Israel, despite supposedly being completely opposed to Israel. In fact, the Israelis were at times providing medical treatment for guys aligned with ISIS who had been wounded in Syria. This also, you know, is considering that fucking Al-Jilani, whatever his name is now that he's changed it, he came from first Al-Qaeda, then ISIS, you know, because the Al-Nusra Front was this is so getting fucking blocked on YouTube and Twitch probably, but Al-Nusra was an offshoot of Al-Qaeda. They distanced themselves from Al-Qaeda eventually, and then he formed, I think he formed a new movement from there, which was, you know, more distant from Al-Qaeda, because Al-Qaeda's been left behind in this scene, right? Like, Al-Qaeda hasn't really been relevant for a good fucking 20 years at this point, 10, 20 years. And then he ended up with ISIS. So he was legitimately an ISIS terrorist for a while. And then he was handpicked as the new leader of post-Assad Syria. You don't have to agree with, you know, Bashar al-Assad or his dad. You don't have to agree that, you know, they did good things for Syria. They did plenty of bad things for Syria. But what you have to acknowledge is that as very imperfect as as Syria under them was, it was still very much, you know, pan-Arab in its outlook. It was opposed to Western interests in its outlook. It was not the kind of entity that would, say, cooperate with the Israeli military to allow them to overfly its territory. It was not the kind of entity that would allow the Israelis to put boots on the ground within its borders and just not react. So, like, there's this whole thing, like, again, to go off on trots, if this doesn't stop them trying to recruit me, then I don't know what will. It's like they have no concept of critical support. Like, you can provide critical support to someone because you don't agree with everything they do or their full ideology, but you understand that their interests and your interests, at least for the time being, are aligned, and so it benefits you to not tear them down. You can, you know, if you want to tear them down, you can do it later once they've helped you get whatever it is you need. So you can have critical support for, you know, regimes that you don't like. It's not rocket science. But there's no concept of that. So the overthrow of Assad, that was a, you know, popular revolution of the Syrian people. We have to support it unreservedly. So people have been turning up to pro-Palestine protests here with the new flag, which is, you know, green, white, black tricolor with the what does it have on it? Is it 3 stars or is it the Shahada or something? I don't remember. But I think it's 3 stars. It represents something different. Like, just this unthinking, oh yep, we support whatever is supposedly a popular uprising. It doesn't matter what where it came from, as long as maybe this is the right one. No, this is just a garden. Okay, it is that building. We'll just have to wait for the safe to respawn. There's no questioning of it. It's unreal. You have people that are supposedly leftists and supposedly revolutionary leftists at that, just uncritically, unquestioningly accepting the same narrative that's being pushed by the people they supposedly oppose. Like, it just never occurs to them that maybe they're being pulled along for the ride, unless, you know, they were controlled oppo from the start. So yeah, if you want to know the roots of modern, like, political Islamic terrorism, ask the Americans. Because it got its earliest successes came in Egypt around the time that first Nasser and then Sadat fell. And Egypt has been, you know, fairly central in terms of, like, the Brotherhood. Other organizations too, but the Brotherhood's, like, the most well-known one. We're not too badly hit, so we're just going to run. This was a mistake coming in here. Oh, we have grenades, don't we? So, as usual, it's all just blowback. It's all blowback. What happened in Sydney, you know, yeah, it's shit that that kind of thing can happen, but first of all, look at what the target was, you know. Second of all, it's blowback. If Australia wasn't so tightly in bed with the US and the US's genocidal little lapdog, why would that have any reason to happen here? If the US and its allies hadn't, basically helped get radical Islam off the ground as a political force in Egypt in the 60s and early 70s, we would be in a completely different world. None of this shit would exist. Or it would at least be in a radically different form. It's the very liberal worldview of we don't do materialist analysis of things because that's from dirty evil Marxist commies. We just run off vibes, and so liberals are forever confused about why things happen. Like, things just magically happen in the world according to them because they have no firm basis for understanding events. Where was the safe? It probably hasn't respawned yet. I don't know if it even will respawn while I'm still in the building. Probably not. I hear footsteps. We'll clear this building again and then we'll patch ourselves up. It's depressing to live in a world where you can see why things happened and you can see what's going to happen and you feel like you can't do anything about it because you're grossly outnumbered. But to an extent, it must be fucking terrifying to live in a world where you just don't know why things happen. Like, these things just, some horrific thing pops up, on a random day and you have no way of understanding why it happened or how it happened. So you just live in this perpetual fear that, maybe something like that happens again. Very easy way to control a population, keeping them in perpetual fear. Very easy. Oh, he's a player from a different faction. Unfortunately, a smartphone's not the objective, specifically the USB drive is. Smartphones are just items we can sell. Ooh, this is worth a lot of money. Yeah. And then it was, not so subtly equated to Nazism. Which is probably the exact same trajectory we're going to have here for, any criticism of Zionism will be construed as just default anti-Semitism, which will mean if you criticize Zionism at all, you're Hitler. And it'll be the same as what happened, I think we're clear outside, it'll be the same as what happened over there with communism. Meanwhile, over in Canada, the supposed memorial to the victims of communism they were building has been shit-canned because after they got done taking all of the Nazi collaborators' names off of it, there were basically no names left. Funny that. Funny how, as well, if you read biographies of Castro, even by, Western liberals who did not like Castro, but funny how if you read those biographies, whenever Castro had someone killed, not in combat, but like actually straight up executed, the reason given was always something like they were a bandit that was just, terrorizing villages. Not, oh, this guy had like 1 acre too much land, so we killed him. It was like, this guy posed as one of us and terrorized this group of villagers for his own benefit. And if that's your victims of communism, then fuck, there weren't enough. Like, frankly. Remember seeing an alarming amount of M4 carbines being utilized by ISIS guys on Live Leak back in the day? Oh yeah, they had plenty of good Western gear. Some of it, well, actually a good chunk of it would have been taken from the Iraqi army. Because remember, the Iraqi army basically folded like a house of cards in front of them. Which, not to... The poor fucking Iraqis have had such a bad fucking run of, like being basically the French of the Middle East, right? Like, they can fight very competently when they want to, but particularly recently, things have been lined up so against them that you can kind of see why they've fallen apart. Like, Desert Storm and then the 2003 invasion was such a fucking curb stomp. Like, it's ridiculous the amount of force that the coalition went in with. I would be surprised if Iraq didn't fold within a couple of weeks with that amount of force going in. And remember as well, during Desert Storm, even the Soviets were against the Iraqis. The Soviets and the Americans were on the same side. Like, the Soviets weren't really doing much. I think they were just providing minor support, but, like, against the Iraqis. But, that's a detail that most people don't really know. Is, like, they had genuinely everyone against them, and they'd just come out of, you know, a 10-year fucking war of attrition with the Iranians next door. So it's no wonder they folded like a house of cards there. And then when ISIS comes along, you have an army that... The Iraqi state, after the 2003 invasion, was hollowed out completely from the inside. It's what we're seeing happen in real time in Ukraine. Like, whatever, you know, your perspective on Ukraine, whatever your reasons are, I get it. Like, I don't support Russia, but I also don't really support Ukraine in its current state. I think Ukraine should be entitled to its territorial integrity, but I don't think the vast majority of what you hear coming out of the pro-Ukraine camp is, like, legitimately fucking insane. And also, you know, within probably 6 months of the war breaking out, pretty much every tankie I know had concluded that Ukraine would lose through attrition, and look at what is happening. Meanwhile, the US has used it as a smash and grab exercise, exactly like they did in Iraq, where... And they did this in Vietnam too, by the way. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam had to take on and honor the war debts of the Republic of Vietnam. You're hearing me correctly. The Vietnamese, after their victory in reuniting the country, to get out of like an ungodly amount of US sanctions, had to then take on the war debt that the South had accrued, because the US doesn't do anything for free, obviously. They had to honor it, and they had to pay it off to get sanctions lifted. And of course, that also came with conditions. They had to take out loans to do it. The loans came with IMF stipulations, so they had to liberalize their economy, and we're seeing the results of that in real time. But yeah, it's a smash and grab, right? The US goes in, trashes a place, racks up a massive debt, which whether you win or lose, you're having to pay that debt regardless, because if you don't, you get sanctioned to oblivion. And so in the process of doing that, most places are going to do one of two things. They're going to take out IMF loans. The IMF loans, to be taken out, require you to introduce market... Like, you have to liberalize your economy. You have to introduce some much more liberal market reforms. Which is also a huge part of what fucked Yugoslavia, by the way. Because they had a serious addiction to IMF loans, and it ended predictably. You either do that, or you do what Ukraine and Iraq did. Iraq couldn't pay off its... Like, they just couldn't. So, what happened? The US came in, didn't give them a choice in the matter anyway. US came in, took over everything, broke it up, privatized it all, sold it off to BlackRock and Halliburton and fucking Chevron and whoever the fuck else. Same shit's happening in Ukraine. Ukraine can't pay its war debts, so I'm actually just going to go back to my fucking hideout and dump off the loot that I've got, so by the time we get back here, hopefully that thing will have respawned. Yeah, Ukraine couldn't pay off its debts. It will never be able to. So what happened? Just privatize everything, give it to US private equity firms, massive amount of profiteering. It's literally just colonial plunder. It's identical to what the Brits did in India and various other places in the world. It's colonial plunder. And ironically, the reason why the non-Soviet allies fought the Nazis in World War II wasn't out of some special concern for the Jewish people. They didn't care. They never do. Even now with this supposed, oh, we've got to fight anti-Semitism, it's not because they give a shit about Jews. It's because they understand Israel is, you know, such a huge part of their empire, both in material sense, like as a jumping off point, and as a provider of it's the lab of empire, right? Australia used to serve the same role back in the day. It's the lab of empire. Because you can basically test all your fancy new weapons whenever you want against a population that can't really do much about it. So on the one hand, there's material interest in propping it up. On the other hand, there's ideological interest. If you allow the sort of purest strain modern settler colonial project to fail, that then brings into question a lot of other Western countries, like Australia, for instance. Australia was founded on the same shit that's going on in Israel, and then a number of legal fictions, like Terra Nullius was a legal fiction. Fucking Torrens land title, which is used around the world, by the way. It was widely adopted over the past century or so. All of that's legal fictions. If you let people start questioning Israel's right to exist, they might start questioning Australia's right to exist, Canada's right to exist. At the moment, even on the supposed left, in colonies like Australia or Canada, holding the position that you live in a colony, holding that position is viewed as like insanely extreme. I've seen people get like unpersoned so hard by the mainstream left. Like, people who are already considered radicals were unpersoning them because, like, no, dude, that's too radical for us. So if you allow, you know, the basis that's built on to be brought into question through allowing Israel to be brought into question and allowing it to fail, then that opens up a whole bunch of big problems. I mean, they got enough popular support to make themselves legitimate, but even then, most people just did not care about ending it. You have liberals or some other denomination of liberal democracy here today calling our support of Vietnam a dark spot of our history. Oh, fucking god, yeah, of course you would. I know people who fought in Vietnam and have been back since. And in one case, he has outright said he's glad that things turned out the way they did for them, because he said, like, it's not perfect, but clearly they're doing pretty well these days, and they're doing a lot better now than they would have under, you know, say if the RVN had won. Like, it's just... The line for being an actual leftist, there's two things you have to be an actual leftist versus a fucking LARP, like LARPer, fucking LARPing trot, or, you know, whatever, or a social fascist. It's... You have to be anti-capital. You have to be anti-imperialism. Consistently. Consistently. If you aren't consistent, then what are you even doing? Just admit you're a liberal. And it's uncomfortable because, like I was saying earlier, people don't want to undermine their own treats, right? Like, you have people in the West who are, you know, to varying degrees of consciousness, do acknowledge, like, oh, you know, if we aren't able to go bomb brown people and sanction them into oblivion anymore, then I can't import cheap garbage to live my current lifestyle. And, you know, ultimately, given the choice between them or somebody they'll never meet, they'll choose them. They'll choose themselves. Fuck, a lot of the time, even somebody they will meet, they'll still choose themselves. It's another player? No. Unless he's from another faction. Oh, do not tab out now. Yeah, no, it's another player. He's got his inventory open. Oh, I've got a surgical kit myself too. Just casually been mouth breathing like crazy for the past how long? Sorry you've had to put up with the audio from that. we can put the 556 back up here since we are not going to be needing it. But yeah, a lot of ISIS's equipment was captured off the Iraqi army, but they would have had some source through back channels, some probably from Turkey, some would have come from Israel. Like, it's funny, people look at the, you know, the Soviet-Afghan war, and they see the channeling of weapons through various regimes that the West is supposedly not friendly to. China, for instance, China was a major supplier of weapons to the Mujahideen through intermediaries like Pakistan and Israel. People will look at that, and that's out in the open now. That's known history. Like no one's. It's not up for debate, right? Oh, what am I doing? I need a splint, not surgical kit. It's not up for debate. No one's questioning it. Yet there's an assumption that that was a special case that hasn't happened since. Why? What makes it any different now? Why should we assume that there would be any difference now? It makes no sense to assume that. And again, ISIS, you know, for all the other shit they did, point to me all the times they actually made serious attacks against Israel. I don't think they made any against them, certainly none serious. Like, does that maybe not suggest something? And it's then convenient, of course, every time some, maybe not necessarily lone wolf, frequently they were, but not always lone wolf attack happens in the West. It's convenient to then say, oh, they're connected to ISIS, it's ISIS. They might identify with ISIS ideologically, but are they connected though? Are they linked to it? Are they part of it? Is there like a bigger ISIS club that they're a part of? Or are they card-carrying members? Like, let's be honest with ourselves here. What do we got for optics? I might chuck an optic on this thing. The irons are pretty good, but we might just chuck an optic on. If I could buy Elcan Spectres, I would put one of them on, but unfortunately, I can only get low-level stuff, so maybe I'll just stick with the irons. Can't get anything better from Artisan, can I? No, not really. Not really. We'll stick with the irons. They're plenty good. People still looking for John at Antifa? Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. People don't... It's just... It's the simplified narrative, right? Oh, Antifa is a monolith, ISIS is a monolith, Al-Qaeda was a monolith, this is a monolith, that's a monolith. It's not. It's a comforting little simplification that people make because understanding the world would require too much time and energy otherwise. And also they might make some discoveries they aren't comfortable with if they looked into the details of something. So we just make these little simplifications to lie to ourselves with. You're being remarkably well behaved, Daphne. Thank you, sweetie. So, the past how many hours of rambling, I'm about to lose my voice. It's nearly 3:30 PM and I still haven't eaten lunch, but to sum up to where not where I started from, but where this tangent started. Recent events, I would prefer they didn't happen, just because I prefer it when, you know, people not get shot. You know, especially at public events where even if you pick a specific target, you don't know who gets hit in the crossfire. So, obviously, it was a bad thing. I would have preferred it to not happen. However, I think it's extremely reductive to just view it as, oh my god, it's an anti-Semitic terrorist attack by ISIS-linked terrorists. I think if I was an ISIS-linked terrorist and I wanted to do some basic bitch anti-Semitism, there are much easier targets, probably much more convenient to those guys. They were from, what, southwestern Sydney? There to Bondi is a long drive. There's plenty of synagogues between them and Bondi. So the logic then follows that it was specifically targeted to that event. Was it targeted just because it's a high visibility event and they didn't actually understand the connections? Maybe. Or maybe they did understand the connections because it was organized by Chabad and, you know, fucking Schlange was there, amongst others. And so, it, you know, whether or not they're fans of ISIS, it seems to me it was a targeted attack, and it was targeted for a reason. So painting it as some horrific random act of anti-Semitism is a terrible idea. It's exactly what you would want if you were trying to force through a bunch of absolutely onerous legislation, not just the you know, the firearms legislation. That was inevitable the next time there was the big shooting anyway. That was, the government's been trying to push that for ages. The New South Wales state government's been trying to push limitations on numbers of firearms for fucking at least a decade, probably two. I think the last time they made a big deal out of it was after, like, a domestic situation that went horribly wrong, like a siege in Sydney or something. But it didn't get through that time. It will this time. It will this time. Because, you know, they brought out the big hammer. Oh, hello. So, it's bad on that front. It's bad on the front of it will have a chilling effect on any protest or pushback against Zionism, which is already happening. The so-called anti-Semitism envoy, or like literally the bodies weren't even cold yet. Same day it happened, she was already claiming that it was evident that this would happen from all of the marches in Sydney, and now the Liberals are taking the tact, Liberals as in the Liberal Party, they're taking the position that, oh well, Labor politicians, you know, like former Premier Bob Carr, Labor politicians went to these marches, so actually Labor are directly implicated. It's Labor's fault that... I should have got rid of those Stan eggs in my stash. Oh well. You know, Labor are to blame for this because Labor didn't do anything about it. Labor turned up to the protest. Like, it's just... They're weaponizing it. It was obvious they were going to weaponize it, but... So it's a shit event. It was a preventable event. Very preventable event. But... sometimes, I'm not going to say, oh, it was a false flag. Some people have made that connection. It may well be. Wouldn't be the first time, particularly for Mossad. But I'm not going to say it was a false flag. What I am going to say is, just like a certain other paradigm-shifting event in our, well, most of our lifetime, some of you guys are probably a bit younger, it was more convenient to just let the thing happen and react to it afterwards than to try and proactively prevent it in the first place. Oh shit! Please miss me. Please miss me. Come on, come on. Why do you think 2026 will be worse? Because it's a trend. Everything has been getting worse already. Everything will continue to get worse. There's no reason to think it'll get better. The forces that have pushed all of what we've been dealing with in 2025 have not been dealt with in any way, shape, or form. They are still there, and object in motion will remain in motion. Oh my god, I think that's the first time I've ever passed out briefly in this game and not actually died from it. Hopefully we don't get pushed by that guy. I don't think we killed any of them with those grenades, but hopefully we just don't get pushed. Oh, no, we don't want that. We want a drink, not food. We're going to have to go back to the stash. We've at least cleared part of this area out, but we're going to have to go back to the stash. I'm too fucked up. I don't have enough supplies to unfuck myself. Oh. Actually, no. We're short on blood, but we might be able to get away with it. It's going to fuck my vision up, though. No, you know what? We are going to go back. We'll get some more blood into us, and then we'll come back to this. Telling me there's no monolith? No, the monolith is all an illusion. Illusion. I can't speak today, apparently. What did I stop for? What did I stop for? What did I stop for? To repack my mags. Also interesting seeing current day Vietnamese talking about the war outright considering RBN a fascist regime. Yeah, it was. It was. Like, it actually was. You look at its actions while it was still a thing, and it's very patently fucking obvious. It might not have, like... You know, this is the problem, is there's often a sort of veneer or a mask covering things. I'm so gonna get cancelled for implying the RAF were right, but the RAF were right. You have this mask of civility covering it, but look at the behavior of any of the major Western aligned countries when shit gets difficult. They reach for the same toolbox. The old scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. That saying exists for a reason. The way that liberal societies just seamlessly shift into fascism whenever capitalism faces a crisis, yeah, that doesn't just magically happen. There's a reason for that. They exist along a continuum, that, you know, a spectrum of the same basic, you know, same basic structure. One is the good times version, good times for your in-group, and the other is the bad times version. But that's why you can see supposed liberal democracies shifting into and out of outright, like, no shit, even self-admitted at times, fascism, without really... There's no clear cut over it, because why would there be one? Dude, we've gone into it many times on this stream because it's a pet hate of mine when people do that shit, but man, the Republic of Korea, as in South Korea, it was, I mean, it still is a very troubled society, even now, but fuck, through till the 80s, they were under a military dictatorship which frequently gunned down its own people. They committed, essentially, you know, I don't know if you could term it as a genocide, it was a politicide, but, you know, genocide scale kind of mass killings against left-wingers of any stripe across the South, particularly Jeju Island. They basically fucking cleansed the place. It was not a good regime. It still isn't, but it really wasn't back then. Like, trying to defend the so-called democratic South, are you fucking real? During the time of the Korean War, obviously North Korea's had issues since then. I'm not going to sit here and say it's, you know, everything that we hear about it is a lie. I'm going to say probably a decent chunk is a lie, and some of it's probably very true. Some might even be an underestimation, but again, you know, critical support is an idea that's lost on a lot of people. But at the time of the Korean War, like, it was, unless you were genuinely that deep in the fucking paint, the North was the less shitty of the regimes. Like, just flat out the less shitty of the regimes. We might take a large blood kit, since we're probably going to need it at this rate. But you don't see that mentioned. No one really discusses it. It's like, look at fucking the shit that, what's her name? In, you know, the Guaido version 2.0, she's campaigning on a platform of America, please bomb us and come take all our oil. That's genuinely, like, she's outright said, oh, I can't wait to get in government, you know, we need a regime change, and then I can get into government. Just, isn't it weird how these types just, like, take it for granted that they will become the leader once the current leader is usurped? That's weird, isn't it? But yeah, once I'm in government, you know, I'll liberalize the economy, I'll open us up to foreign investment, which I'm sure sounds really good if you don't understand, like, how anything fucking works in the real world, or if you're, you know, are part of the business class. And we'll, you know, we'll give the Americans all the oil that they allege we stole, because nationalizing your own national resources is theft as far as the Yanks are concerned. Which is going to be great if we ever get, say SALT ever get off their ass and actually do something, and we end up with an actual socialist government in this country. We won't, and SALT are Western chauvinists anyway, so it doesn't matter. But theoretically, if we had a movement come along that came to power here, democratically or otherwise, because remember, a lot of these supposed bad regimes, particularly in Latin America, were democratically elected with little or no question over the veracity of the voting process. And we decide that we want to fuck the Americans off of our rare earth minerals, which we've just signed over to them basically without a single fucking squeak. We'll be in for the same thing. It'll be like Whitlam, except worse. Although, Cotty, speaking of man of vaguely ethnic appearance, the man of international mystery, running from various alleged undisclosed crimes, clearly, his fucking interview he did with Black Red Guard, fuck, that was illuminating. It was so illuminating on so many levels. Like, it really... I think the funniest part of it, and the part that really grabbed my attention, because a lot of it I already kind of knew, I'd arrived there from first principles, so to speak. The part that really lit my brain up was when he asked about how people joined the DSA and what the vetting process was. And, like, to his credit, Black Red Guard didn't say there wasn't one, but he was so intentionally evasive, it made it very obvious there isn't one. And B made the point that, well, if you're running supposedly leftist, supposedly revolutionary, although it's not, DSA, it's mostly reformist, if you're running a supposed leftist organization and you have no vetting process and people can just fucking join with no vetting and they have a vote as soon as they joined with no vetting, like, the fuck are you doing? Clearly, you know, the powers that be have arrived at the conclusion you're no threat to them. You know, if you feel you don't need a vetting process and you think it's weird to ask about a vetting process, clearly the government doesn't think you're a threat because you're not having to worry about infiltrators, or, you know, you're not worrying about your movement being co-opted by people coming in and then voting for dumb shit and getting it passed. Like, you know, you're not worried about entryism coming from the group that entryism does actually work for, because they're the majority. And when he brought that point up, it immediately made me think about various, not just movements here, but the socialist parties that have started up in all the capitals. Because it's the same thing. There is literally no vetting process. It's pony up, what was it, $10 or something, and you're now a voting member. No vetting, no nothing. $10 and you can influence their policy. It wasn't much of a debate, to be fair. It was like an hour and a half or something of BRG rambling about stuff that's not really related to anything, and like the equivalent of human interest stories, just to try and justify the DSA being what it is. It was embarrassing for him. I don't think he had the self-awareness to be embarrassed, but it was embarrassing for him. I would still say it's worth listening to, but there won't be any big surprises in there, put it that way. Okay, we will try this again. Hopefully our USB drive's there. And once we've done that, whether it's there or not, I'm going to head back and jump into the safe zone. Jump off of this, have myself a bit of a break to have a drink and some food, and Daphne will probably want some playtime. And then we'll fire up DCS and see how that's going. If it'll cooperate with us. Actually, I will take those painkillers. Thank you very much. F1. Oh, it's the pocket nuke. Hell yeah, boy. We got plenty of ammo. I can stop scavenging 545 off of these guys. Someone's already clearing the area, which probably means they're on the same mission as me, which probably means that they've already taken the fucking thing. Or are about to. The fucking Sisyphean task of getting the Epstein USB may have to continue into the next Grey Zone sesh, which will probably happen off stream. I've been playing this a lot lately. There is another player here, they're not from our faction. Hell yes, that's the key for the other one that we didn't have. I'm not going to go over and check it out this session, but we've got the key at least. And yeah, this guy's probably cleaned the place out already. Might grab a second AK-12, just so we can stick it in our stash for later. It's a player. Chill, brother. He's taking it. Womp womp. I'll have to come back on after the stream and see if I can get this fucking thing. I don't think I've ever actually been in competition with other players for the same objective before, so it's a little frustrating, but like on the plus side they clear out the oppo for you. On the downside, you've got to wait God knows how long for the thing to respawn, and by the time it does, so have all the enemies. It's worth noting as well, particularly from the perspective of the US and Europe, or the US and Ukraine, or, you know, like, whitey on whitey colonialism. Again, you know, when I was talking about, that's the same thing that the Western Europeans went after, and the Yanks went after the Nazis for doing, was doing colonialism on whitey. That's now where the West is at, that's now where the US specifically is at. So if you want a barometer of how fucked times are, the fact that there hasn't been any real pushback against. In fact, there's been widespread fucking support for the US's efforts in doing colonialism on Europe. Most noticeably, and first of all Ukraine, but also they're just deindustrializing Europe in general. So anyway, pertinent point to that. A lot of people there's a lot of very simplistic sort of reductionist arguments out about colonialism. One of the arguments you'll hear from people is colonialism wasn't profitable, it ran at a net loss, so why would you do colonialism if it wasn't altruistic in some way? This is wrong for a number of reasons. So first of all, even if we work on the assumption, which is generally incorrect anyway, that the extracted wealth was lower than the wealth that was invested into things like infrastructure. Even if you buy into that, a major element which just doesn't get spoken about is the importance of going in and essentially taking control of the competition. So one of the good examples of this is the Brits in India. India was well known as a source of high quality textiles, for hundreds and hundreds of years. India, it was relatively well developed for its time, and within the region, it was a powerhouse. It wasn't some backwater podunk fucking shithole. It had problems and it still had the caste system and stuff like that, but it wasn't starving children on TV, please give money to World Vision level of fucked. And for that matter, neither is Africa. Neither are basically any country you care to name in Africa. You see the worst parts on TV. You don't see the parts that make that kind of narrative inconvenient. So anyway, India was a burgeoning, not industrial in the sense of what we recognize as industrial, because the Industrial Revolution hadn't happened yet, but it had plenty of textile industry, the more typical sort of distributed cottage industry that even the UK had before the Industrial Revolution. The Brits went there. The Brits colonized it. They basically trashed the place. They did something very similar to what the Americans did in Iraq. It's the old smash and grab. You go in, you destroy the local industry, you take control of the resources, you export the resources, so then you can build up your industry off of their raw materials. You can then dominate the market because you've just destroyed your biggest competitor. India went from being, one of the, if not the major player on the global textile market, to being a literal who, because their own industry was gone and all of the material was being taken over to the UK to feed the Industrial Revolution, which was forming then. Because the Industrial Revolution didn't just magic itself out of fucking nowhere, right? It required specific material conditions to come about, one of which was something like that. So this idea that, you never get out as much as you put in, it's false, because even on the face of it, the fact you've just eliminated a major competitor and you're now benefiting from all of their raw materials and sometimes their finished products, because you now control the flow of materials and products in and out. It's huge. It's fucking huge. No one's gonna go and build railways in some fucking far-flung corner of the earth just out of the goodness of their heart. Nobody. You could maybe make the argument the Soviets did sometimes, but a lot of the time, even when they supported someone, it was because they had material interests in the area. Having said that, they were also at least consistent, usually, on their principles. Letting Israel be formed in the first place instead of vetoing it was a fucking huge L. But by and large, countries are looking out for their own interests. I'm not going to sit here and say China's going to save us or Russia's going to save us, because they're empirically not. They're absolutely not. China is looking out for its own development. They're not stupid. They've realized the carrot works better than the stick. So they're a lot less brutal about it than the US has been, or than the Brits were. But let's not pretend that they're in it for the love of humanity or the love of the game. They're in it to develop their own country and come out on top. See my earlier notes on treats and who gets them. So and again, this is where the idea of like critical support comes in. I critically support people who I think are in it for themselves, as long as they're benefiting what I think needs to happen. As soon as that's over, I guess what, buddy, we're not on the same team anymore. That's how it works. That's how it should work anyway. But yeah, like, China's not going and doing Belt and Road out of the goodness of its heart. It's doing it because they want to open up trade for themselves as an alternative to trade with the Western bloc. China, you know, being involved in something like BRICS as a founding member, same with Russia, it's not out of the goodness of their own heart. It's because they want to open up more markets for themselves. It's because they want to have more influence in global trade. For those that aren't familiar, the reason why US dollar hegemony is such a huge deal in the world, it's fading but it's still there, is because everyone trading in the US dollar and everyone using the, or not everyone, but like a lot of people using the US dollar as their reserve currency, has the effect that the US can sanction. Like, the reason the US can apply unilateral sanctions, which is its favorite thing to do, is because they have that much control over the global economy. If it was anyone else, if it was China, they'd be able to do the same thing. If it was Russia, they'd be able to do the same thing. Once you have that degree of leverage over the global economy, you do whatever the fuck you like and no one can stop you. Now, China and to a lesser degree Russia profess to be interested in a multipolar world instead of a unipolar world, which is just by default better, but it's not, you know, it's not all milk and honey, right? They're still in it for themselves, but they think that the world works better when you have at least a few different people in it for themselves, because then you can counterbalance out the absolute worst excesses of a power like the US, which has gone completely... Like, the US was never good. The US has always been a horribly evil entity, both within its own borders as well as without its own borders. But it's gone completely, like... It jumped the shark after the end of the first part of the Cold War, right? Because there was nobody to stop them. There was no counterbalance anymore. The number of times the Soviets in particular put themselves between the US and its lackeys and someone else, like the genocide in what became Bangladesh, the Soviets sent their navy to try and make sure that the Western powers, who also sent their navy, couldn't just aid Pakistan in winning that war. The Soviets act as a counterbalance. They put their navy between the US Navy and British Navy and the French and whoever else went along, and the Bangladeshi people. In the same way the Soviets put their own navy between... Well, they sent, you know, they sent ships down to Southern Africa to provide some sort of air and artillery cover between basically the South African apartheid regime and the puppet Namibian administration, or, you know, Southwest Africa, what became Namibia, and the people who they were bombing the living shit out of. Like, China doesn't even do that, which really sucks. Like, the one thing that a lot of people did see coming, but you kind of hope, was that China and or Russia would veto this Gaza reconstruction shit, which is just patently fucking evil, like, fucked up. But they didn't. They just, hands off, let it play out how it'll play out, we're playing the long game. Which I'm sure is a good strategy for them, but it's a fucking horrible strategy for the Palestinians and various other groups of people who are going to be next on the chopping block. Yep. Which is the same thing that we Westerners have been doing for a long time. Actually, the Chinese, even though they are doing something similar, they're doing it to a, like, much less blatantly obvious degree. Like, their loan terms are still better than anything that these countries would get from the IMF, which really says a lot. Really fucking says a lot. Alright, we have successfully made it back to our place. I need to just sell this necklace before I forget. And then I'm going to take a bit of a food break, probably like 20 minutes, half hour or so. Just make sure there's nothing else in here that needs putting away. No, we're good. I'll chuck some water in my backpack though, because we need water. We need more food too. Oh, and we need That was the little blood pack, wasn't it? Do I have any little blood packs left? I think I've used them all. Yeah, I have. Okay, we'll just chuck some extra bandages in there. Actually, no, splints. Splints, because if I end up taking a nosedive off a fucking escarpment and break both legs, that's my splints gone. So, there we go. We're primed for a play session later. Didn't have a single disconnect the whole time. Fuck. First word to learn is Tongji. Okay, I'll set up some music while I am off grabbing a snack. Bear with. You know what, we're going to have a repeat of the song I started the stream with. I didn't intentionally start the stream with this song, it just by sheer luck came up on the auto shuffle. But and this is probably going to be classified as hate speech now, even though it is a Bundist song by our people, about our people. But you know, you can't criticize a specific political alignment anymore. Even if you are part of the same club. It ain't gonna stop there. For any weirdos wondering what the eats are, I have some reheated enchiladas I made the other night. They came out mostly okay. I didn't set them on fire this time, so that was a plus. Wait, I assume it's pronounced enchiladas. I'm too French-brained. EN becomes on. Which is ironic considering I barely speak French. You know what? We may as well just own it at this point. I'm going to make a quick edit to this screen. Also, something that's worth noting, in addition to all the stuff I previously said about having, you know, special privileges afforded to us, point out to me any other group, ethnic, religious, national, don't give a shit. Point out to me any other group within Australian society that is it's tolerated that they have their own essentially their own armed guards. Could you imagine the fucking shit fight if there was a Islamic version of the community safety group? Even if they weren't like hardcore fucking Salafis or whatever, if they're just moderate, normal people, right? Imagine the fucking foaming at the mouth people would be doing. Just a thought. It appears the vast majority of DCS servers haven't updated to the new version, so we'll see what we do once I'm done eating, but might end up being some single player, just tooling around in the 29 or something. Oh, never mind. It was just the server browser being dicky. This one would have been topical for what we were playing before. Hey, hello, Fox. Good to see you too, man. Stand by. Let me finish my mouthful. Lunch break at 4:30 p.m. The usual. Okay, so this is going to be the last one for the year. So I'm going up to stay with family for a little while. Probably be another stream like maybe mid-January, late January, early Feb at the latest. And I'll try and get back to doing them at least, you know, once every month or twice a month or something like that. At the same time, I'm trying to find a new job. So we either may end up with a lot more spare time soon or a lot less spare time, depending how that goes. Something, something, consistency of principles, something, something. Just finishing off my lunch and a cup of tea. Then we'll get into some DCS for a little while. My little co-pilot's giving me a look. I think she wants outside, but give it maybe another 2 hours, maybe more. Depends how much DCS pops off. It's probably a good idea waiting until closer to sunset anyway, since it's been quite hot here the last week. We've had a huge heat wave come through. And neither of us deal well with it. Alright, let's see how this goes. Hopefully this thing's actually charged. I keep forgetting that it's wireless now. So more than once I've gone to use it and found out the battery's dead. Yeah, it's charged, at least a little bit. There's not really much going on. Catch me if you can. I love that mission. There is AI on. I think we'll jump on contention. We'll fly the F5 for a bit. I still need to learn the startup for the Phantom and then learn how to use the radar. Like, I want to learn to use the radar from the back seat, but it'll also be handy to figure out how to get Jester to be useful. Mind you, on contention Cold War, because they're running a, like, AIM 9B / R3S only weapon set, the Phantom's essentially just a big fat F5 anyway, so... I think it's really frustrating, right? ED did this whole overhaul of the F5, and they seem to have done a pretty good job with it. But, like, one of my biggest complaints about the F5, the radar, like the actual graphics on the radar scope, the visual display of what the radar is seeing, it still looks like arse. It looks like War Thunder. Like, it looks like somebody just drew some gradient-colored alpha map boxes, and that's it. I don't understand why. Like, there was that radar mod that used to make it look not perfect, but a lot better, that I used to use. So, like, you've got the sweepy jizzle band and the fucking contacts are a little less clearly defined. I don't know why ED didn't do something akin to that, or even, like, actually fundamentally improve the way that the radar renders onto the scope. Maybe that's planned for later, but I haven't heard anything about it, and it would be good if they did do that, because it makes a huge, like, difference to the jet, right? Maybe not a big difference to the gameplay, but it's certainly a lot more immersive. We'll fly blue since they're a bit outnumbered. I'm feeling merciful today. No Skyhawks? Oh, I guess this server probably doesn't use the Skyhawk, hey? Otherwise I'd fly that. Could fly the F4U. Do some ground pounding with it, but I don't trust myself to even spot ground targets on this server, let alone hit them. I haven't done any ground game stuff on this server. It's just been pure air-to-air so far. So I don't know how easy or difficult it is to spot ground targets in contention. It's also annoying trying to find an airbase with actual fighters on it. What Daffy Daff? Security out got fighters. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. No, we don't want to fly the A10. No. No. Select roll. Where the fuck are their fighters flying from? Tala? No? King Hussein? Yes, okay. We could also do Ramat David. Yeah, let's do Ramat David 303. I've got to get some more liveries for the F5 now as well, for the reworked one. Also, I'm going to have to restart my very funny project I was working on, which, like, a handful of people... Oh, they've got 9Js now? Oh, thank God they've added more expanded weapon sets. I was tempted to go red then, but we'll stay blue. Yeah, so I was working on a very funny project, which, like, maybe 5 or 10 people in the DCS community know about for the F5, and now I'm going to have to start over. FS on the airfield means fighter spawn. Ah, okay. Thank you. No point taking chaff. If we get shot at by an R3R, just pull. Just pull, lol. We don't need to remove those. There's nothing on those pylons anyway. Daphne, settle, baby. E2 versus R3 and EM. Oh, fuck, I should have flown the Mirage then. Maybe we'll do a bit for blue and then we'll swap over, if it lets me. I don't know if you can swap mid-campaigning contention. I'll have to keep an eye out for that in future because I really want to get some torpedo kills in with the 530. Okay. Gotta remember what I'm doing here. I haven't flown this much for a hot minute. I'm not going to bother setting up the TACAN, I can visually navigate Syria pretty well.
Chief, connect ground air supply. Chief, complete the wheel chucks. Chief, apply ground air supply. Ground air supply is now connected. Copy. Wheel chocks are now in place. Copy. Air is now applied. Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
I noticed as well the F5's gyros still seem very touchy. Oops, that's the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to... There we go. Crossbleed start for those that haven't seen it before. Yeah, the Hoggett load, as usual. Classic stuff. Oh, I gotta tell him to get rid of the wheel chocks. Rather have him put the chocks on than me have to stand on my fucking toe brakes while I run the engine up to crossbleed. Especially with Daff sitting on my lap. Hell yeah, 9Js are good. I wasn't paying attention. Did he have a centerline tank? Game just lost connection. I'm gonna have to restart. Fucking jet over again. Did he have a centerline tank or did he have the SUU? If he had the SUU, it would be even funnier. It would be peak comedy. So now that we're done playing Grey Zone, my internet's shitting its pants non-stop. Love it. It is good though that we got some uninterrupted Grey Zone in. I'm pretty happy about that. What I would love, it's probably very unrealistic for how DCS is architected, and it's kind of a niche feature anyway, and people would find reasons to complain about it, but it'd be nice if, when you're playing multiplayer and you get disconnected because your internet sneezes like this, if it would just temporarily let AI take over the aircraft, and so you can come back in and reslot into your own aircraft and take back over from it. If you're disconnected for like less than a minute or something. That would be really nice. Really, really nice. I don't expect it to ever happen, but God, I wish. I mean, it'd still be frustrating to get disconnected, don't get me wrong, but it'd be far better. Because at least you wouldn't have to start the jet back up again and go all the way back from the runway. Oh, I did remember my loadout, which is nice. Nick Gray says no, yeah. Yeah.
Chief, place the wheel chocks. Chief,
Copy.
connect ground air supply.
Wheel chocks are now in place.
Chief,
It's such a shame, man. There are a lot of people,
Ground air supply is now connected.
I can't name names obviously, but there are people in ED who are really, like, they've got good ideas, they really care about the multiplayer game, but if the money and the higher direction isn't there, you know, what can you do? Hot start. Need a little more crossbleed. It's like 86, 87%, something like that. Really? Okay, we give it more. There we go. Maybe it was 92%, I forget. Anyway, we've got a good start now. We keep the power up to keep the engine spooling.
Chief, remove the wheel chocks.
Copy. Wheel chocks are now removed.
Okay, I think everything is good. Close the lid. Trim. Okay.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, I forgot to disconnect the air. It's fine, I'm taking the cart with me. We're returning to tradition. Pop the air brakes in before I forget. Dump the flaps out to auto as well. Oh, do not. It just disconnected again. Fucking seriously. We'll try one more. If this doesn't work, we'll just buzz around in single player for a bit, I guess. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Several hot minutes, in fact. I've flown it a couple times since the big overhaul, but not very many. I mean, there's not really that much difference, honestly, but there's enough. It is good at least that it remembers your loadout. It'd just be nice if I didn't have to constantly fucking reconnect. Or, you know, like if I would at least connect and be able to take over the aircraft in the air. Not that much permanence. Video down a bit. Cursor down quite a bit. Pop that over to electric. Get that ready, get that ready. Remember the flaps this time and the air brake. Stand by the radar.
Chief, place the wheel chocks. Chief,
Copy.
connect ground air supply.
Wheel chocks are now in place.
Chief, apply ground air supply.
Copy. Ground air supply is now connected. Copy. Air is now applied.
Unfortunately, my friend, I think we will be stuck with it for a while longer. Come on, there we go. Now it'll stick. Just complete vibes-based startup. I'm probably doing all sorts of shit out of order that would break the real plane, but I am a creature of habit. I love the skill issue time that this and various other servers have for startup. I mean, there are some jets where, yeah, you need like a couple minutes to get them started and off the ground, but if you're in an F5 or a 21 and you don't have it off the ground within 2 minutes, especially if you're not autisming out over your IFF code and shit like that, like I do, so you don't have all the extra steps, what are you even doing? We'll run the trim out now while we wait for the engine to kick on.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Chief,
Copy.
remove the wheel chocks.
Ground air supply is now disconnected. Copy. Wheel chocks are now removed.
I'm usually racing the countdown timer on this server with the 21. And again, that's like with extra steps that I do because TISM. Oh, we're at the other end of the runway to what I thought. We're way out on the corner of the base. It's a right turn, not a left turn. Unless I want to take off into the approach lights. Which I don't. I don't mind the long, like, engagement, or like the long flight to an engagement on this server, except for the fact that because my internet dumps out so often, I have to reconnect and refly, like, 60, 80 miles constantly just to get anywhere near action. There it goes again. Fuck's sake. I don't know if it's just my internet or if it's contention or both. We'll just do some single player F5 stuff for a bit and then we'll switch over to something else. Just to get back into the swing of it. I don't know if this is a ground start, it's probably not. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. It is indeed. And Daphne, who is asleep on my lap at the moment. Yeah, the background. I just want my 23, man. I want a Su-15 as well, but I really want my 23. Likewise, good to see you too. Doing a cheeky last stream of the year. I'm gonna head up to stay with family for a couple days, a few more than a couple days. So next stream will probably be like January or February or something. I'm going to attempt to find a new line of work. We'll see how that goes. Maybe it means I'll end up with more free time. Probably it means I'll end up with less for a little while. I settle into whatever I end up with, but 2026 is going to be interesting, so I'm hoping at least I can make an alright run at it. Considering the amount of shit I had thrown at me personally in 2025, let alone the general world situation, I could have done a lot worse. What head track are you using? I've got a Track IR5. This is called a Track NP, this head clip. It's not an official natural point one. I got it just because the official ones break so often. Yeah, this is not a ground start mission. We'll just do the free flight mission so I can buzz around in the F5. Get it started, get off the ground, get the feel of flying it again. Because yeah, I think all of these are, all the combat ones are air spawns. Haven't really flown on Iraq yet, so let's do that. Yeah, so I've had the Track IR for close to 15 years at this point. Actually, yeah, about 15 years. I'm still on the original Track IR camera that I got, but I've gone through like at least 4 or 5 of these, like the original head clips. Usually the wires fray or like the plastic snaps up here. So I just gave up and got a third-party one, and this is wireless. I prefer not having to remember to charge the battery, but this has just generally worked better in almost every way. The only thing is you can probably see that there's like yellow around it. That's masking tape, because the LEDs in this are so bright compared to the default, like the, you know, the official natural point head clip, that they reflect off the black plastic and confuses it when there's bright light. So because I don't play in a dark room, right, and I do have a window near me, I've had to make sure I got the curtains closed when I'm playing, and I've also got to I put that tape on as anti-glare essentially, so that the light's not bouncing between the arms of the thing and confusing itself. It's a very similar design. It's essentially just a wireless version of the same thing, but it doesn't have the stop. Like the official one only rotates through, I think, like 270 degrees, the actual arm. This one does a full 360. It's just a slip ring kind of joint. Makes it a little more durable. And it feels like it's built out of slightly chunkier plastic. Gotta go, have fun, happy holidays, happy new year. Likewise, man, have a good one. I will see you around Discord anyway, but hopefully we'll be able to get some more streams in nice and early next year. Also, do some more work on the Su-15, please. Finish the cockpit, man. Just load up a pair of 9Js. And 150 gallon.
Request rearming.
Copy. Rearming complete.
Chief, place the wheel chocks. Chief,
Copy.
connect ground air supply.
Wheel chocks are now in place.
Chief, apply ground air supply.
Copy. Ground air supply is now connected. Copy. Air is now applied.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply.
Copy. Ground air supply
More
is
often
now
than not, I do
disconnected.
the crossblade start in the F5 these days. It's just that tiny little bit quicker, it feels like. And one less layer of having to fuck with the ground crew menu. Plus, it's a neat little bit of deploy most people don't know about. I was flying this thing for years before I found out it could crossblade start. For those that don't know and want to know how, once you get the left engine started, which you will have to do off ground air, make sure you've either got the wheel chocks on or you're holding the brakes. Run it up to about 90% on the left. Press and hold the engine start button for the right engine. Watch the needle. Once you hit about 15% RPM, advance the right throttle into idle, so it's got gas to the engine. And then just hold the left throttle at 90%-ish until the right engine kicks to idle, and then once you've done that, you can bring them both back, link the throttles, tell the ground crew to fuck off.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply.
Get the stab orgs running, get the countermeasures armed,
Disconnected.
flaps set autos, air brakes in, there we go, happy days. And then we just need our nose wheel lift and 6 units nose up trim. More than that if you're running heavy loadouts. My standard air-to-air, 2 missiles and a 150 gal tank is 6 units, give or take. Did I tell them to get rid of the wheel chocks? I didn't, did I? Are they on the intercom?
Chief, remove the wheel
Or am I going to have to
chocks.
open the lid? I'm going to have to open the lid, probably. Oh no, they're on the intercom. Okay.
Wheel chocks are now removed.
Of course, it's an American jet. It's luxurious. It has a separate intercom. On the same control head, I think. Nose is up. That's all set. Okay. Let's just arse blast ourselves with cold air. Not that it actually does anything in game. Just looks cool. Okay. Oh, straight into a headwind. Nice. almost like they set the mission up specifically for that. Nozzle steering off, center it up, full throttle, a little bit of rudder to compensate. Gentle back pressure on the stick. Oh, hiccups here and there. Interesting. Okay, up we go. Gear up. Flaps will come up automatically. Get the trim sorted, since 6 units nose up rapidly turns into a stall hazard once you're off the ground. Off the burners at 280. The gyros are already fucking tumbled, are you serious? Why? Why is it like this? Maybe that's realistic, I don't know, but it is frustrating. I can see why people bitch about it so much. Let's just chuck the radar on. Like I said, I really wish they'd change the radar graphics to be more, you know, authentic. More like that old F5 radar mod that I used to use before the rework. But for now, I don't think that's compatible with the rework, so we're just going to have to slum it with the War Thunder graphics down here. I'm assuming we're up in the north somewhere. So this is something contrailing above us. We're not going to pick it up from directly below with the radar, but bring the power back a bit from mill. We're about 92%. Get on top of the trim again. Yeah, where are we? Bashur. Oh, we're near Erbil. Cool. So we are up the north. Let's go see what that is. Punch the burners on and climb. Now, as far as I'm aware, they did fix some aspects of the F5's radar. I'm not sure if it still detects stuff low to the ground and it's just, you can't visually see it as easily anymore. But it seems they did fix the bug where the 2 bars of the radar scan weren't actually rendering clutter. Was it 1 bar or 2 bars? No, I think it was 1 bar, because I'm pretty sure this is a 2 bar scan. Most of the plane autism has left my head over like a year of being a normie, unfortunately. I think it was this is like a 2 bar scan, and then it was only displaying clutter from one of those bands, or one of those bars. I forget if it was the top or bottom. But you used to be able to do some 500 IQ trigonometry and point the antenna at the ground at just the right angle that you could see over that, so to speak. There goes our belly tank. One of very few times you'll ever see me use the actual fucking stores jettison instead of just the emergency jet. Thing is, the emergency jet takes the pylon with it too, so if you are going into combat and you want to be as slick as possible, you actually want to hit the emergency jettison, not the selective. There we go. We got a very faint target because I've got my gain turned down a little too far. Just outside our lock range, so it's about 10 miles out. Got it acquired. We got our steering cue. It's probably either an airliner or a tanker. Probably a tanker. Maybe AWACS. We'll go say hello. Just in case. Looks like it might be a KC-135. Hey Spooky, good to see you. We're constantly getting disconnected from contention without even getting off the ground, so I'm assuming my internet's having a shit fit. It behaved itself all morning while I was playing Grey Zone, and then as soon as I launched DCS it decided I could go fuck myself. So we're just reacquainting ourselves with the F5 briefly, and then I might hop in something else. I have flown this a couple times after the rework, but not many. I don't remember if I've flown it at all on stream since the rework, but I have done it off stream a few times. Okay, we can start dialing back the power a little. We'll come back to mill. So we don't want to overshoot too badly. I'd say it's a 135. Oh no, it's a E3. Same airframe, just this one's got a big dome on top of it. Little bit of wake turbulence there. That actually, I don't know if you heard and saw what, heard the engine and saw the needles, but that actually briefly caused the engine to hiccup, or engines, going through his turbulence like that. They really didn't like it. Been hitting up IL-2 Battle Stalingrad a fair bit. I need to get that updated and get back into it a little. Pretty keen for Korea. Don't know if I'd say I'm hyped, but I'm keen. Still carrying a little too much airspeed. I don't think we're going to have much like formation flying off him, because my formation flying skills were always bad, and now they've been without any practice for probably close to a year, so... But there's definitely an E3, and therefore friendly. There's quite a nice view. Let's break off of him. I'll just check our Do we have TACANs? No, not on there. Do we have TACANs in the mission briefing? Nope. That's alright. We're probably not going to stray too far from Bill. Got my pitot heat. That would be a good thing to turn on, wouldn't it? Hopefully we haven't already frosted it up. I usually turn it on while I'm starting the aircraft, which would be a bad habit in real life because you don't want to burn the heating element out. Or, you know, for somebody to come up and touch it and burn themselves. But on the other hand, if I leave it until I'm off the ground or about to take off, ADHD brain forgets. Particularly in the MiG-15, because the pitot and clock heat switches are quite well concealed. You have to kind of duck under a panel to see them. And so the number of times I've had to fly the MiG-15 just based off vibes, because I've got no airspeed or altitude information, is a little embarrassing. It's a Track NP headset, but it's still using the camera and software from my Track IR5. I got sick of the natural point clips breaking. The most recent one, the cable frayed in such a way that it shorted out the whole thing. So I figured as much as I prefer having a wired connection so I'm not having to remember to charge the thing, couple problems there. One, Daphne will get tangled in it. Two, I'll get tangled in it. Three, the wires inevitably snake around my headphone cable, and one or both of them gets wrecked because of it. But most importantly, the actual official Track IR head clips are really flimsy. Like, they're not very well engineered, in my opinion. This is the same design, but it's a little better. Like, they've worked out the kinks, basically. It's a bit chunkier, the plastic feels better. The clip is just a heavy spring, so, like, with the official ones, it had like a tiny little plastic snap that would like lock over the back end of the thing, and if you've got chunky headphones like I do, the band on these is quite thick, over time it would just snap that piece off, so they wouldn't, you know, they just fall off your headphones. You couldn't clamp them anymore. So this bypasses that problem, it bypasses the whole wire problem, and the battery does last quite a long time. I think it's like 5-6 hours minimum constant use, and it doesn't take that long to charge. And you can plug it in and use it as wired if you want. I just don't have a spare USB port for it. And also the LEDs seem a bit brighter. They actually are a little too bright. They reflect off the frame of the thing, so I had to masking tape it to stop that from reflecting in too many places and confusing it. I'd guess probably their, you know, whatever Track NP uses for software, or like their camera, because I think they've got their own version of it. I would imagine it's probably a little less sensitive than the official one, so that wouldn't be a problem, but because I'm using the official camera, it is. Easy enough solution, just masking tape. But also the actual claw, it just swivels through 360. It's on like a kind of slip ring type thingy, whereas the official one, it only pivots like, I think 180 or 270 degrees. So there's a little stop that snaps off, and once that stop snaps off, the whole thing just falls apart. Happened to me a couple times. Have the eBay link for mine if you want me to link, go for it. Yeah, post the link in chat by all means. The other thing is, for me to get a replacement official natural point head clip these days, the head clips themselves are like $30 US, which is expensive, especially for what they are and how often they break, but, you know, whatever, $30. The postage from the US for it, on top of the $30, is like another 100. I saw that and I was just like, no, get fucked. I'm gonna buy the Chinesium version, which works as well, if not better, and cost me a fraction. So there's a thing with, it's like Thrustmaster, right? Thrustmaster versus Virpil, VKB, and Winwing. There's a lot of products in the sim market in the West that they're just kind of, they've been riding their laurels for 20, 30 years. Like, as far as I'm aware, Natural Point haven't changed the design of any of the Track IR system at all for at least 20 years. And that's not a bad thing for the camera or the software. They both work. They work really well. Why change it? But for these clips, it is a problem. They really ought to redesign them if that's the kind of price they're going to ask. Just like Thrustmaster, you know, using cheap components. Their main selling point was supposedly quality, and then you go buy something from Burple and you're like, holy shit, this is leagues better, and it costs the same, if not less. Name of it is Track NP5, so just not to infringe on the Track IR trademark. Track November Papa 5. So, I haven't really done much around the southern part of the Iraq map, but the northern part's certainly pretty to look at from altitude. I mean, closer to the ground, it's probably doesn't look bad, it probably doesn't look anywhere near as impressive, because, you know, limitations of DCS terrain, but from up here it's quite pretty. Now we just need an F-16 and some helicopters. Come back on the throttle a little. I don't know if there's anything else airborne aside from that E3.
Overlord 1-1.
Probably not even friendly or neutral, let alone enemy.
Enfield 1.
Yeah, clean.
Overlord 1-1. Clean.
We'll just head back in the general direction of Erbil and land ourselves, I think, then we might hop in something else. I really did want to get some contention PvP in, but as you guys saw, I got disconnected like 3 times before I could even get off the ground, so whether it's my internet playing up or the contention server playing up, I don't have the patience for it this afternoon. There's a runway. We'll pop down and do some low level around the city and then we'll land. Yeah, I kind of wish it hadn't taken me so long to do it now. And, you know, being on wireless with it is not really a disadvantage. If anything, it's an advantage. Yeah, if I forget to charge it, that's annoying, but it charges quickly enough that I can just chuck it on the charger a bit before the stream or take a food break or something while it goes, and then I'm back in action. Now, to my understanding, when they did the F5 update, they also overhauled the structural limitations again. So apparently the F5 is now much stronger against monkeying the stick back and to the side at the same time. I'm not going to try it, because if I do rip my wings, then that ruins my plan to land, but from what I can tell, ED went and adjusted it so that people can't monkey the stick around and break their plane quite so easily. Which is, I mean, it's good in that I'll be able to, you know, more consistently get fights with F5s instead of them just shredding themselves on the merge, but on the other hand, I'm not too big on caving to people complaining about stuff like that. Like, the solution was simple, it's just don't pull and, like, don't pitch and roll aggressively at high speed. I think once or twice ever in competitive multiplayer sort of environments I ever ripped the wings on the F5. I think one of those times I was overloaded with air-to-ground stuff too. Not to say that, like, I don't get why it frustrated people, especially if you don't have force feedback. I don't. You don't have that... You can't feel the aircrafts at that kind of borderline like you can if you have it, but I don't know. It is what it is. Like I said, if it gets me more consistent fights, then I can't complain too much. Yeah, the OG's super flimsy. So my only complaint about the entire track IR system was the head clip was always so fucking flimsy, and they just never seem to have updated the design at all. We actually had, years and years ago, I think it was when I was doing a, you know, sicko mode Mirage gunfighting on Just Dogfight, we had one of the TrackIR reps come in here on the TrackIR Twitch account and be like, hey, what do you think of the product, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, it's really good, except the clip is really flimsy and breaks all the time. Re-engineer it, please. Anyway, they never got back in contact with me. Womp womp. Oh, look at all that beautiful clutter. So yeah, they must have fixed the clutter only rendering in one scan bar. I don't know if it does stop you from doing the look down, shoot down memes though. Like if it only visually adds more clutter, but you can still do the trick I used to do, then might have to test it at some point. Because that's the thing, like the F5 radar was hideously overperforming at low altitude if you knew what to do, which granted the vast majority of DCS players didn't. And so was the MiG-21, so it was kind of like the F5 guys complained about the MiG-21's radar being bullshit, the MiG-21 guys complained about the F5's radar being bullshit, and me as someone who flies both, I'm just like, yeah, I don't care, whatever. Usually when I'm flying it, I'm outmatched anyway, because I'm in a server with like F-14s or Tomcats or fucking MiG-29s or whatever, so... In real life, I would have a GCI and or a wingman. If I don't have those in game, then I gotta kind of, you know, use what crutches I have. Difference between blatantly exploiting shit that makes you, like, unfun to fight against, and, you know, maybe doing a cheeky bit of utilizing some extra situational awareness you would otherwise have from a different source in real life. I've done a funny and actually lost the city. Seems the render distance for objects on this map is quite low. Kind of like Syria. Still good on fuel. Not sure if I've got the visor bound to something. If not, I should set that up. Oh, visor's animated, like the MiG-29. Except it doesn't appear to have done anything. Good meme. I guess it's just an aesthetic thing from the outside of the aircraft.
Overlord 1-1, passing waypoint 3 at 30,000.
I think the city's over that way, a little further down the river. So we'll head that way. Oh, that's the fucking airbase right in front of me. Good meme. There's the city. Now, this isn't a build proper, that is further down the river, I believe, but... Or at least it shouldn't be Erbil if this is the same base I took off from. Which it doesn't appear to be. Okay, never mind. This might be the city itself then. This is probably the actual city airport. Looks like it. So the Air Force base is over there somewhere. Let's go check out the flight line. Looks like mostly Hercs. Ooh. Near miss. Naughty, naughty. There's a little dingus runway hanging off the side too, which is neat. I wonder if that's sort of like GA or something.
Passing waypoint 4 at 37.
Speaking of transports, you know what would go fucking hard in DCS? A caribou. I would do sick and depraved things for a caribou in DCS. All the blue roofs, pretty. Gyros tumbled, just F5 things. Close enough. One more check, but yeah, I swear this visor doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, it doesn't. It does nothing. Good meme. Maybe they only set it up for VR and they haven't done it for 2D yet. Dunno. Oh, a Christmas song. Albeit a particularly messed up Christmas song. Unfortunately, it's really quiet. I wish that the music one had a sound check on it. Procol Harum, Still There'll Be More. It's the live version from home, I think it was. I can imagine the look on my dad's face as like a spotty, what, 15-year-old, if that. I announced to him I'd found this really cool band called Procol Harum. Just completely independently. I didn't even realize he was a big fan. But that was funny. So then he busted out the turntable and threw on a couple of their records at ear-shattering volume. Oh, frames taking a bit of a hit over the city. Interesting. It's laid out like a giant circle. Got the old city, I guess, in the middle, like a fort or something, and then everything radiates out from around that. Do appreciate a good circle city. Not biased because I live in one or anything. we'll land this and we'll hop into something else. I have done a very brief, quick flight of the, as opposed to a brief, long flight of the C-130. Just the like free fly thing. I didn't cold start or anything. I don't know how to cold start it, but it handles quite nicely. Like especially for an aircraft of that size, it's way more aerobatic than I would have expected. I was chucking barrel rolls and shit in it quite happily with, you know, a decent amount of weight on board too. I would have preferred that we get an older version, you know, C-130J or even a C-130D or E, you know, something pre-MFDs. And with the older four-bladed props, but oh well. Maybe one day. And hey, we've got the, you know, full fidelity Hercules now. Maybe that'll make it a little more likely some enterprising modder in the future will make a C-130E or something based on the full fidelity module. You know, like it seems, you know, if you've got the basis of the aircraft already there, it'll be a lot less work than having to create it from scratch. Did see as well, just recently, the Skyhawk development looks like it's going to kick back into gear. They're going to redo a lot of the art, which is already pretty good, but they're going to bring it into line with some of the more modern offerings in DCS, and possibly some new variants too, which would be cool. I do like the Skyhawk, it's really, really nice. Pleasant to fly, cool little aircraft. The Skyhawk, like, I've loved as an aircraft ever since I was a little kid. I think the first, or one of the first model kits me and Dad ever built together was an A4B. I don't remember if that or the Spitfire Mark 14E with the clipped wings came first. It was one of the two. Would have been about 4 years old when we first moved to England. That's when we built them. As usual, we're low and fast. We have ways of fixing that. I've always tended to come in low and fast with the F5. I can't think of a single landing I've done in this thing in an actual multiplayer server that didn't require me to slam the air brakes out basically the whole way in. Once it does get speed, it holds onto it really well until you turn. Not quite as well as the F1, which is the reigning champion in that respect, but does hold it pretty well. Yeah, we're way low. Let's chuck some power on. There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. Come on, stop floating. Tickle the air brake to get it to sink. There we go.
Passing waypoint 2 at 30,000.
Can't see if the chute's deployed, but it feels like it is. We'll set the takeoff trim. Radar can go off. RWR can also go off. I forget the exact procedure for your fucking IFF on the ground with the Mark 12 transponder. I think if you got weight on wheels or something, it needs to be set to hold, and then it only holds for X amount of time before it resets, and there's all this bullshit. Too complex for my brain. Let's park up next to the N26. That'd be another nice thing to have as a flyable. Or an N12. I would do dirty things for an N12. Be a nice, nice little buddy for the Herc. I don't believe the N12 is actually quite a direct counterpart to the Herc, but it's close enough. Broadly, the same capabilities, same sort of role. We're way ahead of the other aircraft, but that's fine. Okay. I forgot to turn the fuel pump for the belly tank off as well. Oopsie. Cool. Yeah, F5 still feels like an F5. It's a nice little jet. Always had a soft spot for it. I might not have as much of a soft spot for it as the 21, but, you know, I do like the F5. Pleasant to fly. Very capable as a light fighter. Nice looking plane. Both the North Vietnamese and the Soviets certainly had an appreciation for it when they got their hands on it, so who am I to argue? Right, let's bounce out to the main menu. I don't know, do you guys want to see me tool around the Herc for a bit, just in free flight? There's not much point doing combat stuff at the moment, I think. My brain's too cooked anyway. It's hot as fuck even with the aircon on. Partly because a little furball keeps laying on top of me. Okay. But we might just do a bit of Herc. And hopefully do some combat stuff next time. Hopefully my internet will be more cooperative. Need to get some more Gazelle and Kiowa stuff in on contention as well, or some of the other servers, really, doesn't matter where. UH60 was updated kinda recently. It still has the based speak and spell RWR, which from memory the Kiowa got that too, didn't it? They gave that to the Kiowa. I think that was like one of the main reasons I was hyped for it in the end, was they gave it the speak and spell. SK60. I'll have to see if there's been any updates to that. It's a couple of years old now, that mod, but it was quite nice when it came out. Same with the Bronco. Where is it? I'm blind. C-130J. There it is. I still got to bind up the Chinook as well. I haven't flown it at all. I've only done basic binding, so C-130, I haven't touched the Chinook yet. And as usual, there's very few. There's Syria, but I want to try it on some of the new maps, or some of the ones that I play less often. So let's actually do that. Cold War Germany, yeah, why not? We'll just hot start it on the ramp because, like I said, I haven't figured out how to start the thing up. Ain't nobody got time for that. One day I might learn, but not today. It's actually, it's a shame. I think the devs actually said that the reason they went with the 130J versus an older Herc, aside from the fact it fits with all the modern Gen 4 Blue Force shit that most Western DCS players fly, is you don't need the flight engineer, right? The older series Hercs, you needed a third crew member as the flight engineer to keep you know, keep tabs on all the systems. Everything's so automated in the 130J that you don't need that anymore. And like, I get it, but give us like an AI flight engineer, or just like hand wave it, or have like a realism option. I don't know. Having multi-crew with an actual flight engineer, I'm the kind of weirdo that wants to be the flight engineer, man. I want to sit in front of a bank of analog, like old steam gauges and shit like that, just twiddling things and trying to make sure the engines don't explode. That really appeals to me. Or at least having the ability to look back over my shoulder and see an AI working it. AI in the old school sense, not the get billions of dollars from people that don't understand technology sense. Like a lot of the long-haul airliners, the older long-haul airliners in Misfits ended up doing that. They just have like they hand wave it, or they have like a AI that takes care of it for you, and you just give them general orders. Like the DC-6 had that, the Connie had that, so that would be nice. Let's fly from... I don't think I've flown around Berlin yet in this map, so let's do that. If I can stop adding waypoints. There we go. Let's fly from Tempelhof, because Tempelhof is a fucking vibe. What have we got for liveries? There's quite a few for this, I think. Not an A10, C-130. C-130J, there we go. That's a nice livery. I like it. The white with the blue stripe. It's very Aeroflot, but not, because China. It's a good combo. Like white aircraft with blue stripe and then red markings is a good combo. Can't go wrong with it. I wish that there was a non-subdued version of the RWF livery. The old like 80s Herc liveries here went hard. It's like Southeast Asia camo, but then with your standard, you know, blue, white, and red markings. It looked really good. I've got I haven't got it hanging at the moment, but I've got this massive photo of an RWF C-130 in those colors. A friend of the family gave me. Some of you who've been around for ages on the stream would have probably seen it when it was hanging up behind me in Bathurst. Just haven't put any pictures up here yet. Haven't got around to it. Same with the Canadian livery. I wish we had a higher vis Canadian livery. Like the old ones, the 70s and 80s era Canadian liveries were really, really good. I'm sure someone's already got them up on user files. It's just, you know, feel like it would have been nice to have them as default. All right, let's just go with the RAF livery. Fitting our call sign and field. Load it up with some... We'll just load her up. We'll get her nice and fat and heavy. Wait, is that actually... Cargo bay M4, is that actually a fucking M4 poking out of the cargo bay? What's going on with that? Or is that like the name of the pallet or something? I don't know. Let's get this thing up in the air. Light scattered. Oh, I saw this trailer for like an external DCS plugin that handles weather. So you have like really high quality dynamic weather. I don't know if it's released yet, but it looked pretty good. Fog mode, auto. Let's add some turbulence because turbulence is fun. 8 meters a second. Loadmaster position goes from walking simulator to first-person shooter. Fair. Auto. Hang on. Summer. Clouds and wind. Okay, never mind. I was hoping it would set the wind speeds and directions for us. Can I only set that to 6? Seriously? What did I used to set it at? I don't know. Maybe it's a function of the wind speed. I have no idea how the weather system works in DCS. It's been that long since I've used it. We'll set it to 18 degrees. Make it nice and early in the morning. Yeah, that works. Hey, babe. You comfy down there? Hmm? It's interesting. I guess it's because she can hear me talking constantly, and so she realizes I must be talking to someone. Daff, like, is really well behaved when I'm streaming. She just kind of zonks out on my lap or in her little bed next to me and doesn't make noise or cause problems. If I'm sitting here quietly trying to do something by myself without talking, she's constantly yapping at me and demanding things. It's like she knows she's being watched. Hey, Daff? It's like you know you're being watched, baby. Oh, helps if you set it to player, hey. Whoops. I make this mistake every fucking time I set up a mission. Every single fucking time. Maybe once ever I've actually remembered to set the aircraft to player or client. We will... Oh my god, the frames. I've got ray tracing on. Maybe I should not have ray tracing on. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to ground crew. I don't know if it actually made any difference. My frames are still kind of shit. It's probably more the map than anything. Okay, how do I close the EFB? We might add some cargo first. Spawn in walk around mode. Cold start. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let's enable that. I seem to recall there was a way to load cargo through this menu. It must just be this. There we go, that's how you close the EFB, I guess. Frames are abysmally bad, oh my god. I'm not sure if they will improve once we get off the ground. It's probably partly the map and partly the aircraft. Remember the wheels, the nose wheels are aft of my seat, I think. Well, they're not that far aft. Hello, can we steer? Thank you. A little bit of oversteer there. If you're too rough on the tiller, it's like the F86 nose wheel, it disconnects. To avoid, I guess, torquing the thing and breaking it. Whoop. I need to adjust the sensitivity on the tiller. I'm just using my analog stick on the throttle, like the little one that you usually in a Western plane you'd use for a TDC or something. It's a little oversensitive though, and because this thing, you know, you need to keep it around halfway or less, it's a little difficult. Okay, that's cool. That taxiway's blocked. This one should be okay. Just go the long way around. There's a slight lag in the tiller as well. It does make it quite a challenge to move around on the ground with it. Fun and welcome new challenge in DCS. Although ground handling has never been my strong point in the sim. Pretty sure there's still a clip up on here of me and the Tomcat named Can Taxi by Nuts. Or actually, no, it was the Mirage 2000, I think. On fucking Growling Sidewinder. I was not having my best day and ended up in the dirt. Having said that, that was with broken rudder pedals. That was and remains my excuse. I didn't have the equipment to taxi competently back then. Not like I do now. It's fine. We're going anyway.
Flap. Flap.
Yeah, the flaps are down. Unless they're down too much, maybe? Oh god. Maybe I set the wind a little heavy at ground level. I have no idea what the crosswind limits of this aircraft are, I just vibed it. Vibes-based weather settings, okay. We're about to get airborne. Come on, baby. Up we go. Up we go, big girl. Come on. We are very heavy.
Side slip.
Yeah, I know there's a side slip. There is insane levels of wind down here. Watch out for that lamppost. Watch out for the houses. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing to see here. We're fine. Oh, she does feel very squirrely. It's probably the turbulence, though. I've still got a tiny bit of margin above the stall, so I'd say it's probably the turbulence.
Obstacle ahead.
Okay, yeah, we did need more flaps for that. Okay, we'll just dump them all the way out now. Well, not all the way, but most of the way out. It should give us
Too low. Here.
some rate of climb. Oh my god, yeah, the turbulence is a little high. We're in a big aircraft, we feel it. Big heavy aircraft with a massive tail. I don't remember what I used to set it in the MiG-21 when I was making, like, practice missions. I think I swear I set it higher than 6. Maybe it was like 0.6. I don't know. Okay, we've got some altitude. We can start bringing in the flaps a little.
Too low. Terrain.
Hey, Daphne. You alright, Bubba? Well, there's no way we're going to attempt a landing in this weather, especially at this frame rate. But hey, now we know. Daph, can you sit still, baby? Judging by all the WBS 70s we're now overflying, we just busted East German airspace really badly. Oh well. Looks like we're out of the worst of turbulence now. Pretty impressive amount of detail on this module, honestly. Oh, no, we're not out of the worst of the turbulence. There was a good kick of it there. Dial the power back a touch. Yeah, look at the smokestacks down there. This was not my greatest idea. I need to remember that the wind speed is set in meters per second, not kilometers per hour or knots. A little bit of a difference there. Hey Proof, good to see you. We've made a terrible decision. I have set the wind speed way too high and the turbulence way too high, and also my frames are in the dump. So this is, the plan was to do a quick flight around Berlin in the C-130 and land it somewhere, but there is not going to be a landing happening.
Obstacle ahead.
I'm not sure if the performance will improve once we get away from Berlin, or if it's going to be like this the whole time. We might fly out for a little bit and see. If it improves enough that I can land somewhere else, we'll do that, or we'll try it, given the weather. Otherwise, I might just call it for the stream, because I am overheated and Daph probably wants to go outside. I'm going to start packing and head up to the farm. Hey Bob, what's up? You getting restless, baby? We'll head out in a bit. Are you okay, dude? You good? You good, Chief? Man's dissociating. To be fair, I would be too, in his position. Actually, you know what we'll do? Like I said, I won't try landing it because the frame rate combined with the wind is going to make it a disaster, but we'll go back to the mission editor. We will grab I don't know, something that isn't the C-130, something a little less heavy on the PC, because holy shit, it's so hot in here. The aircon is losing in the battle against my computer. We'll get rid of that. Here it is. I had recognized that patch of the border anywhere. Can we get... settle. She must have heard something outside. Can we get village names for these? No, we can't. Just so I can remember which is which. Oh, okay, she's gonna go yell at the door. Ah, here we go. Now we got names. Mansbach. This time. It's probably still not going to be down to the resolution I need. So point alpha is somewhere around here from memory. I just don't remember which exact direction from this like overhang of the border. And I'm having trouble visually spotting it. I know it is in this area though. Settle, Daffy Daff. But we'll hop in something air spawn so we can just take a quick poke around. Have a look at the kind of area we'd be fighting over in GHPC, which we will probably do next stream, whenever that ends up being. Settle, Daff Daff. Take the Yak 52 up, why not? Settle, babe. I have to fix the weather as well so I don't get blown over upside down. No, we'll set that down to like 3. And that can be 10. This can be 0.5. I forgot to set it to player. Again. Just do a quick flight around here, and then I've got to head off because little Missy wants to go out. And I'm losing my voice. Yeah, I frequently forget it's in the game, which is a shame because it's a really well-made module. Oh god, I'm going to have to rebind everything. Maybe this was a mistake. Access commands. Set that to account for my detent. Close enough. This is fixed pitch, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. Wait, yes, pitch as in pitch and roll. I think it's fixed pitch, or it's like electric or something. Be fine. Or maybe it is. Check something. I haven't flown this for so long. Flight control. Oh yeah, I haven't even got fucking trim set. Wrong thing. There we go. Roll friction even. Radio friction. Okay, yeah, so it's, oh, engine RPM. Hello, are we back? Looks like my stream dropped for a minute. Hopefully it's back now. You didn't miss anything, I was just fixing up my binds. Actually, clear that. Retract. Button 40, extend. We'll also, I think the flaps work the same way. So we'll actually change that around. Flight control. Flaps leave and neutral will leave. Clear, clear, flaps down. Oops, flaps up. There we go. Throttle grip, don't need to bind that. Stick. Access commands, is there wheel brakes? Yes, there is. We got to invert that. There we go. That looks like the inner German border there. So if we follow the inner German border, we should actually find Setzelbach from Point Alpha. Well, Point Alpha itself we'll also find, but Point Alpha in GHPC, the town at the north end of the map is Setzelbach, from memory. And that is basically on the border. Actually, I think the border cuts partway through Setzelbach. Settle, Daff Daff. There's a checkpoint there. Yep, Germany. We are in the general vicinity of Point Alpha, so like east of Fulda, on the border of Bavaria and Thuringia. I just can't remember exactly where Point Alpha is, so I'm going to see if I can find it from the air. Otherwise, I might just fly back to Fulda and land there. So I think there's a small airfield at Fulda. Although we are flying an LSK Yak 52, so maybe we should head east instead. It's definitely going to be the last flight of the stream because Daphne wants out and my throat is fucking killing me. I've talked to myself hoarse. Many such cases. Yep, that's the inner German border. We should be over the DDR at the moment. Wait, let me check which way we're pointing. Actually, no, we might be over the BRD. No, never mind, I don't know how to read a compass. Yeah, we're over the DDR, so BRD is over there. I'm gonna head north, I think. If we want to find Point Alpha, I think it's up north. Radar installation? Oh yeah, there it is. Temps are looking okay. Oh, castle or something over there. So Point Alpha, if we can find it, the actual GHPC map, or the area it covers, is on the mostly on the BRD side. There's a slight bit of DDR in it, because the border runs, it kind of tips the edge of Setzlbach, and then it runs down past the other town whose name starts with G that I can never remember. In GHPC, it's only a small farm. In real life, it's actually a small village. Something that's worth noting, and this came up actually in their most recent dev stream, that GHPC devs do, to some degree, make adjustments to the terrain to suit gameplay purposes. Remembering that GHPC terrains are meant to be, you know, they're not fully generic, but they're based on real locations, but they're meant to be used to represent, you know, different areas, rather than have, like, a gazillion different maps locating exactly one place, or, like, a completely generic sort of area that just gets recycled for everything. I did actually, like, I found on Google Earth and marked out exactly where all the different GHPC maps are. I just don't have the image handy and I can't remember off the top of my head. But we're in the right general area. You get to see what the border actually looked like at any rate. If the DCS map was a little more detailed with town names, I could find, like, Setzlbach or even Poppenhausen, which is one of the bigger towns in one of the GHPC maps. I forget which one. Fulda is over that way. We got a good East German band playing as we fly over. Nice. Yeah, you can see it's very hilly terrain. Definitely not really what you want in a tank. Hilly and forested. We'll just consult the magical F10. Fulda is off our nose, like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So yeah, that's it there. That's Fulda. Settle, Daff Daff. I have to try and set up, like, even if it's not really a playable mission as such, I try and set up, like, an actual, you know, large-scale armored engagement on this map, just to show what it would look like from the air. Be quite cool to see. It's the kind of thing I always dreamed about, like, one day when we had a, you know, Cold War map and more Cold War assets for DCS. Hop on Alpens, well, as it was at the time, with Mike Delta, and, you know, instead of controlling individual tanks, would be controlling, like, companies or or even battalions of them at a time. Maybe not the most realistic dream, but it was nice to think about, nice to visualize. Yeah, we'll head out in a minute, Daphne. She's getting restless. She's been really well behaved though. She's been sitting quietly all day. Couple minutes, Papa. Oh yeah, that would be awesome. The I forget the name of the mission, but the one that was very Hind-centric on Persian Gulf, where blue was based out of Fallujah and red was based out of fuck if I can remember the airbase. One of the southern ones. Lazy and I used to fly the Hind a lot on that mission, and then we'd do combined arms towards the end of it. That mission, that had some moments from the air where you could see companies of T-72s moving across the desert in, you know, in line formation, ready to go. It's awesome. So, Fulda in the modern day, as far as I know, has a small glider club. I don't know if it existed at this time, and I don't know if it would be in DCS, but it was a thing in Misfires. There was a small flying club with a small runway. See if we can find it, otherwise we might have to go land somewhere else. Oh look, that's hot air balloons! That's fucking... Oh, that's cute. I like that. That rules. Holy shit. Last time I played this map, there was still some unique details missing, like, you know, landmarks. But it's pretty decent, all told. Like, it's a pretty good representation. Certainly by DCS standards, it's really good. You're never going to get quite to the level of Misfires, but gets pretty close for what it is. There's the flying club. We'll go set ourselves down over there. But first, let's go say hi to the hot air balloons. Hey, Solidus. You can actually see them firing the burners in those two. That's insane. Pretty incredible level of detail. Also the world's fastest sailboat down there. Guy's fucking out for a rip. What map is this? It is Cold War Germany. We are over the city of Fulda in the south. I don't know if you're meant to put the flap lever to neutral once you've deployed them, I don't remember. It's alright. Last time I was in Germany, it was Murnadam in Murnatalsperre. Go fly some plane, form barrel roll above our heads when we were on the dam. Nice. Last time I was in Germany, I was about 7 years old. I think we went to Aachen. So we went, you know, a couple miles across the border basically from the Netherlands. And then another time we were flying out here from the UK to visit family. This is before we moved to Australia, obviously. And our flight had some issues, so we ended up overnighting at Frankfurt am Main. My parents fucking hated it because we were stuck in the airport. None of the hotels had any rooms, but I had a great time. I had a wonderful adventure. The airport hotel's chef was just cleaning up the kitchen for the night and made me an ice cream. So I was pretty happy. 7-year-olds were easily bribed. Then my parents said if I behaved myself, they'd get me a little die-cast German police helicopter I saw in the duty-free store. And Dad regretted saying that when he realized what the conversion from Deutschmarks to pounds was. It's like a fucking 100 and something pounds. But yeah, it was a good trip. I enjoyed it. So we've effectively just defected because we started off. Well, actually, we did start off over the west, I think. Anyway, we air spawned, but we've landed in Fulda in Bundesrepublik Deutschland in an LSK marked Yak 52. Hello, where's my $1 million mansion? Or I guess $1 million Deutschmark mansion? Ideally on the shores of Wannsee. And my book deal. These hangars are really fucking detailed, holy shit. The aircraft thinks we're in a spin, that's quite funny. Ah, it's a pretty rough parking job, but it'll do. My mixture lever's not set. I'll have to fix that later. Подогрев смеси. That's heating. I think. Fuck, where's my mix lever? Blue one's RPM. That's some sort of valve. Those are the radiators. I haven't flown this thing in so long, man. Well, we can just kill the mags. That'll have the desired effect. There we go. There we go. I know a little bit. I know just enough to be dangerous. What's it marked? It's PK. It's the K is probably for Kran. PK Zakrit. So something closed, and K, like I said, it's probably a valve. So something valve closed. Might be. Does this have an onboard fire extinguisher? It might be that. It is red. Usually that's the color scheme. The mixture. Does this have automatic mixture? Or is it manual? See, this is Smes is mix, but Podogrev is cooling or heating or something, I think. Fuel valve. The P is what confuses me. If it was a fuel valve, it'd probably be marked different. No, it might be. Because I think fuel valve has a specific word. Top liver is fuel, but I think they use a different word for an actual fuel shutoff. I'm so rusty, man. a year and change of being a normie has completely ruined my plain autism brain. I'm gonna have to relearn everything. That's your primer there. Oh, we didn't have someone in the backseat. It's a nice little plane. I should fly the Yak 52 more. Oh, we did have someone in the backseat. I just couldn't see that pilot model. It's a fun little machine. Only one plane from World War era, P-47D. I've flown the P-47 a little bit, but not much. If I'm going to fly Warbirds, I usually fly the Spitfire or the Mosquito. I'm probably going to fly the LAR-7 quite a bit when it comes out. Whoopsie. Hang on, what's the control? There we go. Left control, F11. There we go. So that's Fulda. Let's see. This is a lot quicker than just flying the Yak, so maybe we can find... There's the border. Trying to find Setzebach and, you know, Point Alpha more broadly. I want to say Point Alpha is like... This looks about right, but then the actual lay of the border doesn't quite match. Yeah, I'll have to try and remember where exactly it is so I can find it in game, and we can fly around the areas we would be battling over in GHPC. No, I don't think that's it. A couple of other places I do wonder about. I don't think I've checked out in the map yet. Let's have a quick look. I want to have a look at this radar site first of all. Let's see what they've got here. It's just standard golf ball domes. Yeah, so Point Alpha's like in this general... I forget if it's this little sort of overhang or if it's this one. I think it's this one. So we probably did overflight and I just didn't notice. Is your dog to type to go silent and wait or silence and warning? Both. What you doing? What? She's stamping her feet. She wants to go out. What? Are you getting impatient? You've been very good though. You've been very well behaved today, sweetie. You want to come say hello? Daft, do you want to come say hello? You're going to bounce around, are you? Hang on. I will see if she wants to come say hi. Might need some bribes to get her up here, though. Hello. We're going to go out in a minute, okay? Come here, Papa. You got zoomies, okay. We will address the zoomies in just a sec. Here, do you want a treat? You've been a good girl. Yeah. You've been a good girl. Here is the gremlin. Here is the gremlin. Hang on, can you guys see her? Oh, the camera's playing up a bit. Because green screen is reflecting on her. One sec. That's not really helping. There we go. Hey, Daffy Daff. Oh, thank you for the kiss. Maybe not up the nostrils. Maybe don't stick your tongue up my nostrils. I know what you do with that tongue and it's gross. She doesn't whine. Like, you know how most dogs whine when they want something? She doesn't. She progresses straight to growling and barking. She doesn't ask, she demands. Trying to remember, I'm pretty sure someone's mentioned before where exactly Grafenwöhr is. I think it's like further south than what the map actually shows at the moment, or it's like in an area that's not as detailed yet, but it'd be cool if I could find it. Be like way down here somewhere, I think. You'd probably expect to see some restricted airspace around it since it is a military firing range, but don't know. Oh, Grafenwöhr, right there. Yeah, there's no detail there, sadly. Still, maybe one day. Maybe they'll expand the map down there. Oh, while we're at it... Leipzig, Halle, Erfurt. Wo ist... Dresden's off map as well, shame. But if we go Leipzig, where is Merseburg? My brain is not working very well today. I'm trying to remember where things are relative to each other. Chemnitz is near fucking Leipzig, right? I just don't remember how far and in which direction, I just know it's near it. Need to brush up on my German geography again. I'm very rusty. Quite a lot of air bases on this map though, which is good. Let's go back to Berlin. Yeah, hang on, Bubba. We'll head out soon. Promise. Turn my track IR off now since I'm about to wrap the stream up. Oh god, that's way further than I planned to zoom in. Let me orient myself. There's the Alexanderplatz over here. Yeah, they got the mural in. That makes me happy. And then, oh, beautiful. Love to see it. If only it was still there. Eric's lamp shop, which I was that close to buying some lamps from when they demolished it. At least so I'd have part of it. Actually, now I think about it, where is the ICE? I forget where exactly in Berlin it is. I just know it's on the west, and it's huge. Oh, there it is, right there. This is a really cool building too. Like, I shit on it because I'm just mad that they demolished the Palace of the Republic and kept this. Realistically, I'd be happy if they kept both. This is a really, really cool building. Unfortunately, it's just kind of rotting because there's not really much to do with it these days, and it costs an ungodly amount to maintain. The design of it's really, really cool. So the ICE has like these great big external beams. The concert halls are suspended from those, so they're actually acoustically isolated from the foundations of the building, like and most of the building, in fact. So it's this really structurally bizarre and unique building, and the inside of it looks a bit like a spaceship. So even if I didn't like the exterior architecture, which I do, the interior would be enough to sell me on it. But I'll have to see if I can find it. I cannot remember for the life of me where I came across it. It might have been on Reddit or something. But I found a video that someone had recorded when the Palace of the Republic was still in its heyday, and it showed the main hall, like the main sort of ballroom, also functioned as the Volkskammer. And so, depending what use you needed that room for, you could reconfigure the whole thing. It was all mechanized. Like, rows of seats would just, like, disappear into the ether. Like, these great big floor panels would fold up to open the hall out. It was so incredible. But, yeah. Sadly, building is gone, replaced by a cheap imitation of the old Stadtschloss. Just a facade on one side and then, like, generic building facade on the other three. They couldn't even rebuild the original palace. They just half-assed it and lost something unique in the process. I was going to see if I could find Dresden on the map, because the Palace of the Republic has a sister building in Dresden, which is still standing. It's a bit smaller, but it's similar in design and has basically the same functions, except it also wasn't, you know, the seat of government like the Palace of the Republic was. So, yeah, if I could get to Dresden on the map, I'd show you that. I think I have shown it on this stream in Misfizz, because it's definitely there in Misfizz. I've flown around it. But maybe one day they'll add it to this map. That'd be nice if they did. Anyway, with that beautiful view, I think we're going to end the stream. So, give me a few minutes to figure out who we can send you guys off to. Daphne, I need you to hop up for a sec, baby, because I need to go get my phone to work. Actually, no, I can do this from the Steam browser. If I open my actual browser, it will cascade so many fucking tabs, my PC will catch fire. Bear with me for a minute, guys. Okay, who can we raid? Bear with me, guys. This interface has changed since the last time I used it. Oh, Robbo's live. We're gonna raid Robbo. He is doing some driving. There we go. Raid should be ready to go. Thank you all for hanging out with me today, guys. It will be the last one for the year. I will probably stream again sometime in January or February. I'm not sure. Depends on various things, work, Daphne, etc. The next stream we'll probably try and get some GHPC in, since that's had quite a lot of progress as well recently. But hope you all have a wonderful time over the coming holidays, whether it's Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever else, or you know, just nothing, just chill. But hopefully, Happy New Year. Hopefully it will actually be a Happy New Year. We'll see how we go, but I will see you guys on the other side of it, and hopefully I will also be able to figure out what's making my internet shit the bed so we can get some proper DCS gameplay in on the stream again, like the good old days. Alright, catch you guys all later. Enjoy Robbo. And I will see you on the next one. Take care.